To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Good morning, Baja of NORRA's Baja 1000 here. I tell you what, folks, it's day number 6, the last and final day. We're about to put it in the record books. 5 days of outrageous excitement. It has been, hands down, without a doubt, an emotional roller coaster for a lot of the competitors here. It's been up and down. I'm going to touch on that in just a moment as we look at the team of Mark Post right now on the starting line. Folks, I'm in the studio. My name is Sean Sermony. Good morning to you. And thank you so much for tuning in all week long here for 6 days of action here for our NORRA's Baja. And I tell you, the cream rises to the top. I say it every year, and I've been saying it this week too. And without a doubt, that's what's happening. The story, well, I tell you what, the stories have been unfolding. Let's start off with some of the positive. Mark Post and his team, his amazing team of Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, all the top dogs. Yesterday, unbelievable what Larry Ragland did as his last time racing down here. The superstar just ran it hard and ran it the entire time yesterday of 308.9 miles. It was huge. All of this navigated by Brent Bowman, just absolutely crushing it, and they are keeping that truck up on top of the leaderboard. Behind him, Dave Mason Jr. When I say behind him, less than 2 minutes behind. So it's still a wicked race for the overall, hands down, without a doubt. Bob Briggs, he was hovering for a while around 4th, 5th, 6th place. He is now, hands down, in the top 3 position in the 3rd spot. Looking very good. Only about 7.5 minutes outside of the lead. So anything can happen there. We're on board right now with Mark Post. So they're about ready to take off the line, folks. They are now in La Paz. Today's a short one. They are going to head down the rest of the peninsula, 31.70 miles in Special Stage 1. Special Stage 2, 16 miles. It's a quickie. Bing, bam, boom. It's going to be over with. Special Stage 3, the last and final one, is 63.50. That's the longest of today. So as they get ready to take off the line and get rocking and get rolling, let's talk a little bit about the way some of the things have been unfolding here. So, Zach Langley, the Cops machine, he has still been digging. That's a 2.50. Still looking good. He's leaving the line in 4th, and that's where he sits for the race right now as Mark Post is off the line for the last and final day out of here in La Paz. They finished at one end of the Melicon, and now they're finishing all the way down at the other end of the Melicon. So they're right down near kind of the host hotel is where they all pull out of there. Then we get into, like I said, Zach Langley. He is at 5 hours and 44 minutes. The lead time of Mark Post is 5 hours and 32 minutes. Anything can happen. Zach Langley is still in it for a possible overall win. It can happen. Let's talk about Matthew Legg. I'm going to jump over a position here. Matthew Legg is in the 6th spot. Matthew Legg, that is good old Mike Honcho. And he has been a full spread for 6 days all the way down the peninsula. He had an end-over-end crash a few days ago. He had at least one flat. We know, we saw that. But he just stays consistent at 5 hours and 53 minutes. Matthew Legg still digging and doing great. Then, little by little, it's been kind of a sneak attack by Dave Taylor. Dave Taylor in his Ford F-150 2014 Evolution pre-run trucks. He's in the lead by class, and he is now 5th overall. Very exciting stuff. And there we are. Nice shot of Dave Mason Jr. about ready to take the line here. And there is Mike Perlman's granddaughter, Callie, about ready to send him off the line. Then, after Dave Taylor in the 5th spot, Matthew Legg in the 6th spot, then we get to Brent Fox. He's in P7 right now. Brent Fox led the majority of the first half of this race. I mean, just crushing it. Day one, that was led by the Mark Post team, but then after that, it's been a Fox show. And it's been the Fox and the Hound, and everyone else has been the Hound chasing the Fox until yesterday for the most part, when he kind of took himself out of contention for the day. Had to change a transmission, but by adjusted time and everything that goes through it and everything, he's sitting at 5 hours and 55 minutes. Not bad after things have been over and done with after changing that transmission, because it was not a simple task. In the 8th spot, James Chip Griffith III. He is looking good in the 8th spot, and then we get into Hiram Durham. Hiram Durham in the 9th spot, Eric Durham in the 10th spot. Both of them in Evolution pre-run buggies, and they are 1st and 2nd by class, 9th and 10th overall. As we're sitting right now on board there is Bob Briggs. He's ready to rock and roll. He's about to come off the line, but we need to get into some UT. And there has been some major changes up and down. Right now, as Bob Briggs is about to take off the line, we jump back to the first UTV, which is the Evolution Pro UTV, Class 10. That is Thomas Purcell. Thomas Purcell has just kept digging and digging and digging. He knows how to run the NORRA Baja. He knows how to do it. He's been here for many, many years. And his whole plan has been unfolding and working great. He is 12th overall with all the classes, but he's the first UTV, and he's an Evolution Pro UTV Class 10. And he is the 12th off the line. He's leading. Right behind him, Cesar Chavez in the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10 as well. He's in the 13th overall. Then we continue down the list. UTV off the line is our Evolution Production Turbo UTV, our first full-on UTV class. And who is it? None other than George Hitt. We've been on board with him the whole time. That's Treehouse Racing. It seemed like they had some ups and downs earlier in the race, but it's 6 days of racing, man. I mean, come on. You got to be smart about it. And George Hitt, boom, shaka-laka, up on top of the leaderboard with the Evolution Production Turbo UTV class. George Hitt, well done. Racing for ALS, Treehouse Racing. George Hitt crushing it in the UTV class there. Then we get down to the next one, Evolution Production Turbo UTV. That's Alfredo. Alfredo looking good. He's been sneaking up the leaderboard. Then our good friend and buddy, Kyle Vestermark. We saw Kyle starting all the way down back in like the 40s, not doing as well as he wanted. Right now, he is in 3rd position in the UTVs by class in the Evolution Production UTV. He is 5th by all the UTVs, but keep in mind the first 2 are in Class 10. So very impressive stuff. Moving on here after Vestermark, we get down to the 24 spot, Javier Gonzalez in UTVs. Then in the 26, Gabriel Torres, Benjamin Crawford. Then the battle we were watching for so many days of P.J. Jones and Max Gordon. Jones yesterday having some problems, having some mechanicals, and just over and done with yesterday, not having the day he wanted, but he's still very much into the race. And he is sitting off the line in the 30th spot. Robbie Gordon has moved from back in the 33rd spot. Max Gordon has dropped all the way back now. He is starting in the 37th spot. So some wild stuff there. But let's talk a little bit about some of the other people that are kind of sneaking up on us. All of a sudden, I look at where is our Ford Performance Bronco DR 2023 truck of Shelby Hall in Shelby Hall Motorsports. Boom! She moved all the way up to the 18th spot. They have had to pass over 100 people. That Ford Performance vehicle is unbelievable. What they are doing, Shelby Hall and team in that vehicle, absolutely unreal what is happening right there. So Ford Performance just on it. Brett Level just crushing it in his Ford Bronco as well. Those guys moving through the pack. They constantly just keep passing other competitors. And Ford Performance, man, whew, what a performance they have been putting in here for our 2025 NORRA's Baja. All right, folks, so we are now, let me slap the glasses on. I believe we are getting ready to rock and roll here with Dave Taylor. Sneak attack by Dave Taylor as he just little by little has been moving up. We didn't pay much attention to him early on. It was just, kind of mixed in with the pack, mixed in with everybody else. But now, Dave Taylor says, hey, Sean, you paying attention now? Yes, sir. You got my undivided. So very good stuff. And so, as Dave Taylor's getting ready to rock here and getting ready to roll, we have had some wild stuff yesterday. Things really unfolded, and I'm going to continue on with the UTV stuff because there's so many great stories right there. When I say great stories, I mean it's good stuff to talk about. It's not always positive. So, yesterday, we know that P.J. Jones was out in front with Max Gordon, two of them back and forth all week. All of a sudden, P.J. Jones brakes, had a steering issue. Took them a while, they got it fixed, got it up and going, no problem, but it took some time. That allowed Max to get way out in front. Max Gordon was way out in front leading with the UTVs, and then he broke. Had to get towed in. So, towed in by another competitor. Think, holy cow, it just doesn't stop, right? Then you think, okay, well, bad luck for UTVs. No, it wasn't over. As Travis Clark in the factory Razor, coming down towards the finish, he rolled off course and ended up in the ocean, upside down, underwater. Had to hold his breath, get unbuckled, and got out. He's fine, no problem. Got back in the car to keep on digging as they had to get the car towed out of the ocean. But, yeah, those of you at home, they're thinking, what did he just say? Let me back up again. Travis Clark, I'm going to say it again, towards the finish yesterday in his Razor in the number 1831, literally went off course, ended up in the ocean, upside down, holding his breath, got unbuckled, got out, towed the vehicle out of the ocean with a pickup truck. Somebody got him out, and then continued to get back in the car to see if they can get it back down to the finish line. Unbelievable. So Travis Clark with a heck of a ride there. And this stuff just keeps unfolding. That's some of the negative stuff. Then the positives are, as I mentioned earlier on, we just keep on going with Thomas Purcell and the Triple Deuce team, just digging, now leading. He was way back in the pack earlier, now leading. George Hitt leading his class. So we've got, and he was further back. So we've had some real roller coaster rides here for our 2025 NORRA's Baja in the UTV class. Really wild stuff. Then continuing on with some of the other stuff, Kent Foltz yesterday it was like 2 in the morning or so, and he was still getting towed off. He said he rolled the truck 2 times yesterday. He literally said on Norra's Instagram, I'm having a terrible day. That's what he said. I'm having a terrible day. But they're all about getting it fixed, getting things dialed in, and getting down to the start line for today. That was around 2 in the morning. So for some of these teams, it has just been, very little sleep as of lately. And I will say for our chase teams, all of our chase teams, our sweep teams, if you are sweep, or if you have gotten any assistance from sweep, or those of you right now, I should say, that don't know what sweep is the ones that are out on course, first waiting for you. Sweep is the ones that follow the last car off the line and follow the pack. Sweep is the ones that are out there that get you out of a bind in the middle of nowhere, and that goes for helping out locals, helping out chase teams, helping out racers. That's what sweep does, from welding to fixing this, fixing that, towing you out, getting you unstuck, getting you to fab school so they can fix you proper, getting you to the finish line. And sweep team, they're the first ones out every day, and they are by a long shot the last ones out every day, which equates to often having 24-hour long days. So sweep team, for those of you all that are all out there, for the entire team of sweep, I know pretty much every one of you, you're all my friends, your family. God bless you guys, because I know right now sweep team is tired. They are, without a doubt, they are exhausted. But they have one more day to help you out, and they are happy to do it, and they keep coming back year after year. But hey, to all of our sweep teams, thank you so much for everything that you do. So now we're on board with Fox. Taking off again right now, not in the lead like he's used to. He's been out front so much, but now Brent Fox starting off in the 7th starting position. It has been a wicked battle with the Evolution 6100 class, but right now that is being led by Zach Langley. 2 spots behind him, Matthew Legg, Brent Fox, James Chip Griffith III. So a lot of those Evolution trucks running up front. Then we get down to the next Evolution 6100 of Matt Cullen. They are 14th overall, but they are 5th by class. Then it's Andre Lauren all the way down 6th by class, starting off the 23rd. So Evolution 6100, it's a gnarly class, and pretty much everybody in that class is capable of winning. So super competitive. As we are now on board with one of those 6100 trucks right here, or not on board, but about to watch them take off, James Griffith III, as he is ready to rock and ready to roll. All right, so you see him, Callie, getting ready to count him down. And they are off for the last and final time of 2025 for our NORRA's Baja. And for everyone, all the race teams at home and everyone at home that is into NORRA or does NORRA and just couldn't make it to this one, I know we're still racing. I know it's day 6 and the race isn't over yet. But we need to start planning on the 500. That's got to be planned for. Let's start talking about it now. NORRA's 500, it's right around the corner. It is honestly not that far away at all. So these guys, you got to plan ahead, right? With no doubt about it, you got to plan ahead. So let's talk about that. We are thinking forward to October 9th through the 12th, 2025. That is going to be the dates for the NORRA 500. So let's start thinking now about it, all right? I know we're not done with this race, but we got one coming up. It seems like it's a ways off, but it's right around the corner. So coming up in October 9th through the 12th is the NORRA 500. So you can plan in on tuning in then and listening in if you're not going to be coming down. or it gives you plenty of time to get a team together or your team together or figure it out yourselves and coming down. You can come down and do safari. Great way to start it off. Come down and do the safari. It's 2 days of racing instead of 6. Maybe get your feet wet with the 500. Come down and check that out. It's an awful lot. Here I'm Duran. Off the line. Here I'm in the 9th spot. Evolution pre-run buggies leading the class over family member Eric Duran in the 10th spot. And there is a shot of the official start. And I'm getting a message. I was just talking about sweep in the long days that sweep has. I just got a message from Pam Hall, who has been handling a lot of our social media, as I've been kind of rocking the one-man show in the studio until we get down to the finish line, and I've been getting some amazing help from George down there and the rest of the team. Is the battery of the show is run from myself and Eric up in Washington and George at the finish line. We're like the triangle. We're the tripod. And so as we keep on digging on here with Zach, and I don't know who Eric is, to be honest with you. I don't know. I just made that up in my head. It's been, I honestly, listen, folks, I'm going to call myself out big time right now. So this is just because I want you to know where I'm at with my head, where everybody is, and how this works. So I'm sitting here, I'm watching the screens, I'm looking at my computer. I'm tired, man. I'm exhausted. And so I have Zach, Big Zach in my ears, and he's up in Washington, and he's giving me this and that. He's the one that's running the show. I just do the talking. He tells me what to do and when to do it. And he's like the guy moving the chess pieces around, right? And so he's in charge up there. And so I'm here doing the talking. So he's in my ear, and I just said it. And then there's Eric up in Washington, and in my ear, he right now just goes, "Who is Eric?" I don't know who Eric is. I just made that up. I have no idea who Eric is. Zach is who I meant. I'm just tired, man. That's all there is to it. I'm just tired. But sorry about that, brother. So we have the battery of the show is myself. Apparently, there's 4 of us now. There's Zach and there's Eric. Eric is a figment of my imagination. And George down at the finish line. And Pam has now been moved over to handle our social media, which I think is smart, which has been through the roof this year. I mean, the best it's ever been. Our social media has been really, the numbers are sky high. And so Pam has been a big part of how that has happened or why that has happened. But she was just saying, because of doing social media, she finds herself in a lot of different positions as far as where she might be on course or not on course or whatever throughout the day in a 24-hour period trying to get the action. There's the fastball team. They're getting into the action right now, as that is Bobby Patton and Rob Mack. So she just said that they were out on course until 4:30 this morning with our recovery teams, so with our sweep teams. So there you go. They are leaving. If we start off yesterday at 8 a.m., that means some of the sweep teams to get far enough out onto course to be ahead of where our leaders need to be, they are getting up at 4 in the morning to be on the road at 5. And then they come back around and they don't get back till 4:30 in the morning. And then turn right back around, probably maybe get a nap, maybe not get a nap, get something to eat. And within the next hour or two, they were back out on course again. So the sweep team, they just never stop. But you know who never stops? Ever, ever, ever? This guy right here, Thomas Purcell. Funny, Purcell rhymes with Duracell because he's like a battery. He's like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps on digging. And so now he is our lead UTV, Thomas Purcell. Now, you sound, and my voice sounds like I'm surprised. I'm not. don't mistake my voice sounding surprised with impressed. Because Thomas Purcell has done this for a while. He knows what's up at NORRA. And so that triple deuce 2-2-2 team digging all the way down, and then behind him, after Thomas Purcell, this is Caesar and Caesar Quavez. I think I've got it right that time. I had to ask Sebastian for some help, but Quavez in his Pro R, and he is also in the Evolution Pro UTV class. And he is by the time, so they're starting off a minute apart. But let me tell you a little bit about how close this race is. Thomas Purcell's total time down the peninsula, 6 hours, 4 minutes, .07. Talk about close racing, right? Caesar's time, 6 hours, 4 minutes, .21. 604.07, 604.21. After 5 complete days of racing, they're under half a second away from each other, and they're in the same class. So that is now, I just got really excited. That right now, that is a battle that is going to change back and forth all day long. I have never wanted to have the actual real times in front of me so bad in my life. Now, that's not going to happen. It doesn't, because it just can't until after the race is done. It's just the way it works. But, man, to be a second, less than half a second apart, it's going to be, they're going to be one's in the lead, the other's in the lead. One's in the lead, the other's in the lead, all the way down this whole thing. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Speaking of awesome, what a performance has been put in by Matt Cullen in that Geyser Custom 2018 Evolution 6100 truck. And I'm looking to see who we have today as far as driving and navigating. We'll find out in a little bit because I believe Erica is navigating, so we're going to get some great navigation stuff from them as the day rolls on. I'm still hung up on the who is Eric thing. That's going to bother me all day. As we're off the line, rocking and rolling. Now, it must be. Now I've raced down here a fair amount, and I've done a lot of stuff down here. Is involved many years ago with ATV stuff, and now I've spent a lot of time down here with Robbie Gordon, with trophy truck racing, or I'm sorry, unlimited racing and UTV racing and different things. But I've never raced NORRA. I've always just been the guy talking. And someday I would like to change that, but as of right now, that's the way it is. I would have to think, as a competitor, that after yesterday's outrageously long stage of almost 309 miles, grueling, a lot of heat, just grueling stage. That, looking now, the last and final, after being like, man, over 300, like 350 miles or so if you count transits yesterday, to now coming down to this much shorter stage of a day of racing with the 3 specials, 31 miles and change, 16 miles, 63 miles and change. That's got to seem like a vacation compared to, and not only that, but you're going inland a bit, but even inland, the peninsula narrows up down here. When they're all the way up near Constitution and things like that, it's very wide. So when you're inland, you're way in and it gets hot. Down here in this area here, when they go inland, the peninsula is still very narrow, still probably getting some of that ocean breeze within reason. And so it should be a cooler day, and a much shorter day. It's got to be almost like, okay, we just got to get through this. After, it's almost like a vacation. So now we are looking up at driver of record, Shelby Hall. Ford Performance. I'll say it again. Ford Performance. wow, what they have done. I mean, this vehicle, they it's a new vehicle. They have not raced it off-road. They got it all together. They had some bugs that need to get worked out. And the team got that dialed in. First day or two, I had Brady Mellon and Shelby Hall, drivers for this truck, and they said they had some problems early on in the race, worked those bugs out, and boy, did I guess they did. Because now they have been charging forward. They've had to have passed upwards of about 100 competitors the last couple days. That's huge. And here we are, leader in our production UTV Evolution turbos. Joris Hitt, Treehouse Racing, racing for ALS. And it must have been a sign from a power above when that team came to me at the drivers' meeting and said, "Hey, Sean, I don't know if you know who we are." And I said, "I kind of know who I know your faces. I know, I don't know every single person at NORRA personally, but I'm trying to." A little more difficult this year, being we're in the position that I am. But in years past, I'm at the starts and the finish. I try to meet everybody. And he said, "So yeah, this is who we are. We're Treehouse Racing." I'm like, "Yeah, I know Treehouse Racing. Sure, I'm familiar." And he said, "We're racing for ALS." And I said, "Great, tell me more." And so we went into the whole conversation about that and all the money they've raised for ALS and ALS research. And I feel like it was a message, or it was a sign from a power above for them to find me at the drivers' meeting, because it's very busy there. Everybody is there. It's packed. And then to have that conversation and then follow them a little bit at the beginning of the race, and then towards the end, the last couple days, we're on board with them all the time. And they keep doing better and better and better. And now they are leading their class, and they are the first UTV in our production turbos. And I think that has nothing to do with UTVs. I think that has to do with ALS. And I'm a firm believer in that. The great people that are behind research for ALS and everything that comes with it. So I'm a firm believer. This has nothing to do with UTV racing. And Baja and NORRA's Baja together has just been the avenue that has been taken to get to this point of an opportunity to help and assist with ALS and ALS research. And so if you have an opportunity, go to Treehouse Racing, go to their Instagram, find them. Do it right now while you're listening to me. Go to Treehouse Racing, Instagram. Hop on there. There's a link to hit up everything, all the information that you need for what they do. And they've raised, I believe it was over 100,000 so far, racing through ALS. So you can do that yourself. You can assist them with that if that's something that's near and dear to your heart. If you've dealt with family members or close friends or what have you that have suffered with this, check it out. Treehouse Racing. Hit their Instagram. Do it right now. Do it real quick. It's going to take you a couple minutes. And then you hit that link. So now off the line, behind Joris Hitt, we get into Greg DiStefano. Then we get in the Evolution Unlimited buggy. Greg has been up and down. He's been running right up near the front again. Then kind of dropping back. It's been an emotional roller coaster for him, without a doubt. Then after him, we get into Alfredo and his Can-Am Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Looking very good. Then it's Kyle Vestermark on the line right now in the 179. So we have got ourselves quite a race. Oftentimes, not often, but a lot of the time in the NORRA 1000. Not as much for the 500 because it's technically just 2 days of racing. But what happens is you'll have maybe one or two teams that, just have all the luck in the world, all the good luck, I should say, as we're on board with Mark Post right now. And one or two of those teams, and they'll just leave everyone within reason. And I'm saying this can happen by class. And sometimes you'll see a massive lead of, 40 minutes or an hour or whatever, and you're like, and you get down to the last and final day, and you're like, oh man, okay, well, something real crazy has to happen here to change this up. But not this year, not 2025, folks. Everybody is racing right down to the nitty gritty because the Post team, Andre Lauren, in his Evolution 6100. But Mark Post right now is only about 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes ahead of Dave Mason Jr. Two different classes, but for the overall, then that's what they're really concerned with. So you have the two classes there, and the overall, 2 minutes apart. Then you get into Bob Briggs in the third position. He's only 7 minutes behind Mark Post in the lead. So both historic truck and truggy class is Mark Post and Bob Briggs, the two of them together. So they're racing for a class win, and they're racing for the overall. And they're only roughly, I'm not doing the exact math, about 7 minutes apart in total. Not a big deal. Anything can happen. We can talk a flat tire. Anything like that can happen to change that up. And to throw in the mix, we got Dave Mason Jr., who's racing for the overall as well, in a separate class right in the middle. And then, let's not stop there. Then we got Zach Langley, another class leading the 6100s. He's in fourth overall, and he is only about 11 minutes or so outside the lead for the overall win. Possible. Yes, it is. Then you get into another class of Evolution pre-run trucks. Who's winning that right now? Dave Taylor. And he is only about 17 minutes out of the overall. That's a lot to make up in a small period, but once again, anything can happen down here. So, unbelievable stuff here. And then you throw in the mix right behind Dave Taylor is Matthew Legg in the 6100s, and Brent Fox in the 6100s, and James Griffith III in the 6100s. So you have three of those vehicles all within, I'm looking right now, wowzers. So all within 12 minutes of one another, you have first, second, third, and fourth place in the Evolution 6100 class. If no one sneaks up now, Matt Cullen is back another about another 13, 14 minutes outside of that group. But all in all, we've got four of them, all within about 11 minutes of one another. And one of those four is hands down, without a doubt, not going to be on the podium. One of those four. So they are battling to get up on the podium. And there is Gabriel Gorzo off the line. So there we are, early shot of another one of those amazing Ford Performance vehicles with Brad Lovell. Benjamin Crawford right there has been putting in a great run, continuing to creep up the ladder as well. That's Crawford in the number 41. Then taking a look here for Crawford. Starting off in the 27th position. But is in the 6th position by class. So having a good run. And then just a little further back from the getting up to taking the start as well is another one of our speed UTVs. And you see right there one of the Volkswagen Bugs. As we are up on top of Robbie Gordon's car. And it goes to show you right now how the classes are so well intertwined from one another. From our unlimited trucks, UTVs, Volkswagen Bugs, vintage buggies, truggies, you name it. And it's when it gets down to the last and final stage, like we are on today, it's a matter of you need a lot of luck. Hands down, without a doubt, you need luck. And then, you know, it's just a matter of keeping the vehicle together, and you can be in within reason. You're not going to come down, not going to sit here and just, you know, come up with some shenanigans. But if you come down and you're in a Volkswagen Bug, you're not going to win the overall. Could happen. I mean, yeah, sure. Whatever. It could happen, I guess. But it's not going to happen. But you can come up and you could be racing in a Volkswagen Bug. You can be racing for a top maybe 20 or 15 overall. You know, without a doubt, PJ Jones getting knuckles from Cali. So Mike Perlman's granddaughter, Callie, first time down here in NORRA, fourth generation of the Perlman family. And she's been having a great time, and you can tell by her, and that's her boyfriend there with the green flag in his hand. The two of them have taken to this like ducks to water. They take it very seriously. They've learned a lot. They're quick learners. Moving and shaking. And you can tell by going in there and giving them knuckles, they're already beating a lot of the drivers, a lot of the competitors. They're having fun with it. And they're making friends. And that's awesome. And we got to say, I mean, Callie, as far as NORRA family goes, she's already, and no pun intended, but yet maybe some pun intended, she's grandfathered in, if you will. That was funnier inside than it was after it came out. But either way, Callie is grandfathered in. All right, so we are getting ready to get started here from the actual start line. As you can hear, that vehicle of Mark Post sitting there just idle and just sounds nasty when it's just sitting there doing nothing.
Ya cuenta el tiempo.
Ya sale.
Ahí ya va a empezar a contar.
¿No le dan recio? ¿No lo conocen?
No creo.
Deberían dejar que era una vueltita, ¿no? De acá así y luego otro.
All right, so sitting here, got a nice drone shot of what is going on as they get ready to start the actual race itself. The ceremonial start is over. All right, so now it is time for them to head out into the desert. Getting ready to start first special out of 3 today, 31.70 miles. On her way down to San José del Cabo. On board with Post. Getting ready to take off. Right there is another one of our speed UTVs off the line, looking good. And looking amazing is the team of Post, Ragland, McCachran, Gordon. Unbelievable getting all those superstars coming together in one race to drive that truck. As now we're back to both starts, the ceremonial start, if you will, in La Paz, opposite end of the Melicon, from where they finished last night. They come in on one end, and then everything gets up, moved, and down all the way to the other end. It's several miles down the Melicon. Beautiful town there, La Paz. And that's where they take off. And then we've got the screen right there. Here we are. Beautiful shot of the Riviera truck itself. As we get ready to go for the actual start line to get into the action here. So another UTV off the line as we're getting ready to rock and roll here in just a little bit. So off the ceremonial start, we have upwards of, let's take a look here. So we're 9:44. So yeah, we're upwards of over 60 competitors out already, and we're about to start as well. So it's going to take about 44 minutes to get about 60 of them out on track or on course. Always, always, always people around that Riviera truck wanting to take pictures, get video, and there is the entry. That vehicle is being driven starting off today with Cade Martin, and then Sherry Lamar will get in it later on today, but right now we're on board in the Robbie Gordon vehicle with co-driver Cade Martin today. So Cade taking it off the start in La Paz for the first bit, and then we'll see, oh, I'm sorry, Max Gordon. I got ahead of myself. Max Gordon. And Max, what, I mean, just crazy ups and downs for Max this year. Just unbelievable what he's had going on. It's been some big struggles at times for him. At times he's just cruising along. Life couldn't be any better, and then boom, problems. Mark Post just sitting there waiting to head on out. After 5 days of racing, to get ready to start the official start of the 6-day, and that truck just still, I think it looks even meaner now. Like, you know, some of those few scratches on it here and there, it gives a little bit of character. Where I think it looks, excuse my French, but it just looks pissed off. It looks ready to go. Riviera, Javier's opening up a brand new location in downtown LA this weekend. We may or may not see Mark Post at the finish line celebration with us tomorrow night, because he says he's up in the air. He may be taking off and heading on up to Javier's for the grand opening in downtown LA. Got competitors starting to pile in here at the actual start line, the official start. Look at that, the water off in the distance there. Beautiful area down here in La Paz. We had nice ocean breeze coming in. As Mark Post's ready to go, you see right there Dave Mason Jr., he's ready to rock and roll. A lot of NORRA staff and volunteers and locals all here hanging out. As everything is done by the second here as far as times go. Now pulling up to the line itself. Lining it up. See that little bit of adjustment. Everything matters. Every little bit makes a difference. As he makes that little adjustment coming up to that line, that little shimmy shake, if you will. So now we are about ready to get underway with the last and final stage of 6. So he's checked in. Now he's creeped up to the line itself. This should be where they count him down. Now this is where it all happens, where it's all decided. Not a lot of time in between him being Mark Post and Dave Mason Jr. Mark Post, the Riviera team, quickly off the line. All right, so there he is, off and going. Look at all the fans up on the hill. Look at all the easy ups and palapas. Very cool. It's kind of like a little short course area here in La Paz. And all the locals pack around to watch them all getting it done here for NORRA. And the one thing that the locals love about NORRA is the one racing series that comes all the way south of the peninsula every year. Every once in a while, you'll see some of the other racing series, and this is not, I'm not knocking any of the other series whatsoever. But what I'm saying is that NORRA is the one, it's the only one that's actual run rally style, as you know, with certain stages, and it comes down all the way to the very southern tip of the peninsula every single year. So the locals can enjoy that. So back on board, looking out the rear and the front of that Riviera truck. Mark Post doing his thing for the last time here. Last time in this 6-day NORRA. Not the last time ever. God forbid, no way. Mark's got a lot of racing left in him. Right on the line, Dave Mason Jr. Ready to go. He knows what he needs to do. He's in his Evolution Unlimited buggy class. In the next Evolution Unlimited buggy is all the way down to Greg DiStefano in the 20th position, so he should have his class wrapped up, but that's not what he came to do. He came to win the overall. So he is going to dig as deep as he possibly can today to make up time on Mark Post. I could be wrong, but I think if I remember correctly, he says he really likes down here this section, the last section here. And so maybe it'll be an area where he's able to make up some time. Maybe, maybe not, but I know he's going to dig, and he brought a big shovel with him this morning. Completely different sound from that vehicle, from the Mason Jr. to the Post vehicle. Both equally nasty vehicles. All right, so now on board for the first time with some action out here in the desert with Mark Post. And listen, these tight sections are not this truck's forte. So I'm gonna just listen in for a minute here and see how it's going with these guys. Bob Briggs in the third position. I believe the farthest he's been up in the running order yet, and with no surprise. Look at Bob Briggs dig. Holy cow. On the gas. Dude can wheel that truck. He is summoning his inner Jimmy Johnson. Right there, getting it done. Yesterday, jokingly, he says jokingly, but you know, he's a competitor and he's a top competitor. So he says he was joking, but we know he was being a little serious too. Says, you know, when it takes a group of guys to come together, a team has to pull together. McCachran and Gordon in post and everybody involved with that team, and have to have Larry Ragland run it hard all the way down the peninsula all together just to beat him. That's pretty good. And he was laughing and joking, but inside he was a little serious. I mean, come on. I know he was. So getting ready to go here. I believe this is the Zach Langley team of cops right behind him, ready to take off. But right now we are Post, Mason, Briggs, Zangley. That is your top four, and Langley about to take off right now. Dave Taylor sneaking up in the Evolution pre-run trucks. He is in your fifth position. Right now, cops off the line, looking good. In that big 6,100 horsepower to the ground. Pretty cool little area here. Coming out of the pause, this little short course section. We've got something similar to this coming out of San Felipe as well, but that's very sandy. This is a little more hard pack here. Now we get back to the starting line in La Paz. Down on the Melicon at the very end. As it looks like we are Dave Taylor on the line, ready to roll out. Great looking truck there. And the 2626 Evolution pre-run truck. Meanwhile, I'm looking, lost the hood, but what a nice looking truck that is. I mean, that thing is rad. And the Evolution pre-runner. Working that pre-runner over. See Dave getting through this short course section pretty good. Now, next up on the line, going to be Matthew Legg. So we got this vehicle off the line here of Dave Taylor. No hood on it. stand by till we take a look at Matthew Legg's truck, because no hood is no big deal if you compare it to Matthew Legg. Back at the ceremonial start in La Paz with Callie and team. And we are looking at right now, it is 10:01 a.m. Pacific time here, which leads me to believe we should be looking at the 83rd car off the line, Matthew Legg. Who needs body panels? Not this guy. Just one door panel with a number on it, that's all we need. You know, I think it's smart. It gives them a chance to, you know, really pay attention to looking out of the windshield of his truck and seeing all the parts and pieces moving. Really, you know, learn a little bit more about your truck. Look at Matthew Legg backing it in there. High wide and on the outside. Matthew Legg full spread across that one. I can't wait to see him down at the finish line and get him sign my magazine. Really pumped on that. Mike Honcho. So I'm going to give it, I'm trying to be patient with myself. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. Then we're going to go to our tracker and see, because short stages, can't wait as long as we have the past couple of days get out there and see what's going on. Like I said, it's only a matter of minutes in between first and second for the overall. And in, you know, and in reality, you know, we're about 7 minutes out from Bob Briggs to the lead as well. Anything can happen. It's not going to happen this quickly, but we're going to really start paying attention to that battle as well. So UTVs, I mean, we're less than half a second apart. We're going to pay close attention to that here in a little bit. And then momentarily, we're going to really pay attention to our leaders as well. And then I'm going to jump back because, as it's no big surprise, day 6, we're talking Volkswagen bugs, all kinds. I mean, everything. It's all intertwined right now. All intertwined. Brent Fox in the 282. As of right now, you know he's not as happy as he was early on in the race. And I know that he doesn't want to hear this from me. But what an amazing effort has been put in by him and his team. Now, it's not over till it's over. I get that. I know that he knows. But for him to run the way he's run is outrageously impressive. And then, on top of it, to lose a transmission and change that transmission and come back and only be 23 minutes behind the leader after it's over and done with, and all the math is handled, which I was not part of, so don't worry, the math is right. Wow. Wow. I guarantee you that if yesterday everybody in the top 10 had to stop and change a transmission, he'd still be in the lead. You know, I mean, that's just for him to only be 20-some minutes outside the lead, if that. Yeah, 20-some minutes outside the lead and had to change the transmission. Man, that is impressive. Wow. Almost blew this turn. Just getting on the binders. slight navigational error early on. So I would have loved to hear what was going on inside the helmets in the truck at that particular point right now. Because you know, they went from footloose and fancy free for the first few days to all of a sudden being a little more stressed out. And all of a sudden when you start getting a little more stressed out and you're not winning anymore, you start getting a little more tense. And the navigation and the way you talk to people may not be the same as it was a day or two ago. And then a big mistake made right off the line there, when it's the most important time out of 6 days right now to make up time. I would have loved to hear what went on inside those helmets. So now, continuing on, James Griffith third, looking good. The hammer is down. As he is now off and running himself, the 7667 Evolution 6100 of James Griffith. So now we have 4 of them, of those 6100s out on course. Zach Langley, Matthew Legg, Brent Fox, James Chip Griffith III. Those are some talented names and some amazing trucks, all right on top of one another. So the 6100 class, very, very competitive. As right now, this is a family affair. That's our first 2 Evolution pre-run buggies off the line. First and second by class. 9th and 10th overall. And at this point, with them both being Durans, I have a feeling the most important thing is bragging rights. For when they get back home. As they are jamming. Only at NORRA, in NORRA's Baja, with 6 days, can vehicles like this be running this close to the front of the pack. Because these are awesome, awesome vehicles. But they're called pre-runners for a reason. They are not, excuse me, built to be the actual race car so much for the most part. Oftentimes, you will see sometimes race vehicles like an unlimited truck or something like that, that is built and is raced for several years and then maybe stretched out and turned into a 3-seater, a 4-seater or something like that. But then it's not the race truck that it was. A lot of these, they are made for pre-run. This vehicle, this is not. This is nothing, built for no other reason than to go out and just win races. But at NORRA, with 6 days of it especially, these pre-run buggies and things like that have an opportunity where if they don't break, they have a smart race and they run hard, that they can run up front. And these guys are up 10th and just outside the top 10. So now we are on board with Mark Post and watching Duran. Two of them, the Duran family, right behind one another, and first and second by class. And like I said, I would have to imagine the big thing is going to be the bragging rights when they get back to the race shop, they get back home. You know, they're going to have, if they hold together, right, and they both get to the finish, and they're both one behind the other, that's 364 days of listening to that BS. You know, I mean, oh man, you gotta be the fastest family member. You gotta be. Our ground crew getting some great coverage today. So far, so good. Really good stuff. We're expecting a lot out of them today as we have 3 shorter stages compared to usual. There we are, the fastball racing entry. So one after another, minute at a time. They're all getting out here quickly. The dust is flying. So that is the fastball entry. He is going to be followed up by our first UTV, Thomas Purcell, and our second UTV, Cesar Chavez. I think I'm nailing it now, Cesar. So there's our first and second UTVs, and they are in the UTV Class 10s. We are looking, oh, there it is. I knew I heard Purcell. I just couldn't see him. Thomas Purcell getting after it. Getting awfully dusty out there right now. There he is. Now he's got a clean track, got enough of a breeze to blow it off. Purcell looking good. Purcell sneaking up through the pack, not having the NORRA he wanted early on. But I tell you what, right now, he is getting it done. Couldn't be happier with his performance right now. Now off the line behind him. Second place in the UTV Class 10. And Cesar Chavez. Chavez doing the same thing. Not only, now that there was, and now I know a lot of people at home has been talking about this, saying, hey, there's more out there than PJ Jones and Max Gordon. I couldn't agree more. But that was where the battle was, especially the battle for the lead. That was one of the best battles we had. Now, due to mechanicals, they have dropped back considerably. That alone is not why these guys, Purcell and Chavez, have moved up. That helped them considerably. Big time, it really did. But these guys moved up also because of their performance and how well they're running. They were going to move up no matter what. They just moved up 2 additional positions further due to luck. Matt Cullen off the line, or the Cullen team. Erica Sachs doing the navigation.
Hairpin up there.
I'm going to be quiet and listen to her navigate through the short
Settle
course.
to go. Left hairpin. Gonna tighten and then open and tighten again. Opens a little here, tighten. Keep a little left. Over and then the same corner to the right. Right? Open a tad, tighten. The next one is the one that's tricky, so check up early, and I've planted at the hairpin. Check up, go really tight inside. Really tight, tight. Yeah. That's right. No, that's not, no. You blew it. You gotta go, that's what I was saying back there, really tight. So,
So right off the bat, Erica Sack saying, no, you blew it, man. I said really tight. So now it's what they wanted right off the bat, and we're only a minute apart. This vehicle right behind them, which is Randy Minier. Minier in the Evolution pre-run buggies, followed by Bob Howell, Derek Hunter, Shelby Hall in that Ford Bronco. Ford Performance is doing amazing out here. Absolutely amazing. Then we get on board with the number 33. And at the ceremonial start, we've got, I believe it's our first Porsche off the line. Bob Howell looking good in that 33. In that old 1989 Chenoweth vintage 4-cylinder buggy. Listen to it. It's awesome. 1989 Chenoweth DR2. About to come off the line. I love how he put it. This is the Brenthal Generation something. Derek Hunter, the 6100. And there we are in the Bronco. Shelby Hall Racing, Shelby Hall Motorsports. Just doing amazing things for all of us at home. Because when we go to the showroom floor and we're looking at purchasing possibly a new Bronco, everything that Shelby Hall Motorsports and team, along with Brad Lovell and team, are doing out here is all work towards making the Bronco you pull off the showroom floor just that much better. It's all about learning for Ford Performance and getting better and better. And I can tell you they're the only manufacturer that has time, money, effort, sweat, blood, and tears put into off-road efforts like this down here in NORRA, and all of it has nothing to do with advertising dollars. It has to do with putting out the best product possible. And they've been doing it this way for a long time. And it obviously works. That is your lead UTV in the Evolution Production Turbo UTV of George Hitt. First place by class right there. 19th overall, first by class. On board with George Hitt, racing for ALS. George Hitt looking great. Greg DiStefano making quick work of the short course area. That is Alfredo in the Can-Am R Evolution Turbo production UTV class. Behind him, the next one off the line is going to be Kyle Vestermark. That's Alfredo right there. And the Can-Am Maverick is up next with Vestermark. Alfredo looking good. There is Vestermark in the 179. Kyle and his father getting it done. Andre Lauren. Off the line now, looking good. Andre Lauren in the Evolution 6100 class as well. A lot of competitors in that class. Andre right now is 23rd overall off the line. Seventh by class in the Evolution 6100s. Beautiful looking truck, really sharp. Behind Andre Lauren, Javier Gonzalez, also an Evolution production turbo UTV. Then it's going to be Luis Chamberlain, vintage class 12. Gabriel Torres, production turbo UTV. Benjamin Crawford will be after him. There goes that vintage class 12 of Luis Chamberlain. Digging along, vintage class 12, that vehicle's looking good. Now off the line behind him, we are getting into more of the UTVs. Sharp looking machine right there. And that Can-Am. And on the gas, one of the more aggressive starts off the line today. I believe, I'm not sure if that's Gabriel Torres or Benjamin Crawford. Trying to get a good look. There is the 41 of Ben Crawford. So that was Gabriel Torres early on in the red Maverick. This is Benjamin Crawford, which I believe Ben Crawford is the content-aware entry. Yes, he is, as he is high and wide on that big sweeping berm. That vehicle right there kind of snuck in on us. Might have been a late entry that should have taken off already. I'm not seeing them on my list in front of me here. Either that or they got the number wrong, perhaps. That might be Evan Duran, possibly, in the Curry pre-runner. So we got the 2112 there, Grant Ingram. Odd, I'm not seeing him on my start order in front of me, but nonetheless, that's who we're working with. So his Jackal is listed all the way down to the bottom, but I understand that he's starting off a little earlier, so a little confusion there on my end. I'm not sure why he is where he is, but he is, and there off he goes. PJ Jones right here, starting back considerably behind a good handful of Evolution Production Turbo UTVs. He is 30th overall right now. And behind him will be Brad Lovell in the Ford Performance vehicle. With PJ Jones.
The hairpin right. Keep coming 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 right. Hairpin left. Keep going left. Keep going left. Get in it. Get in it. Keep going left. 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 Hard right. Hairpin right. Keep going right, still staying right, still staying right, keep in it, keep in it, keep in it, keep going, keep in it, still right, still right, still right. Okay, just ground this, it's gonna be a hard left, yeah, hard left, hard left, hard
left. That hard left turn right there has been tricky for several competitors. As now we watch Brad Lovell as we hop on board with him through the short course section. Almost kind of motocross for trucks and buggies and things, if you will. Look at that thing, works so well. Brad Lovell in his Ford Bronco. Impressive what that thing can do. Folks, that could be you down here at the 500 in early October. Come on down and get in the safari class. Just relax. You don't have to push your equipment like this. Push yourself. Just come down and have fun. Tacos and cervezas and ice cream. Beautiful views. Make some new friends and just come down and hang out. That's what it's all about. Behind Level is Oliver Clemente. And then soon to be seen, the vehicle of entry of Robbie Gordon, driven by his co-driver, Cade Martin. There's the 1024. So the order got a little off there, but now that is Gino in the Chenoweth 1997. And I believe it's Aaron Evan Duran after that. And his Curry pre-runner. There we go. Now we're back on the order again. That's the 1100. Look at him letting it eat Oliver Clemente in that Volkswagen Bug. Class 11.
Avísame cuando esté el Robino con bandera verde.
Getting after it good in that Bug. Last and final stage, or day I should say. Impressive stuff. That is your lead Volkswagen Bug. Now here is Cade Martin in the Robbie Gordon entry. Cade Martin looking good. So the Robbie Gordon co-driver there, Cade Martin, making it happen.
Robbie.
Now as we're watching, you guys are watching all these, I'm going to go off and we're going to look into just where we're at. We should, I would have to imagine, 31.70 miles today for this particular special. I would think our leaders are coming down to the end. And folks, as far as the tracker is concerned, and that's all I've got to work with right now, it seems to me we've got some big news. And that news right now seems as though that the 165 is now out in front. The number 3 Riviera team physically, once again, I do not have times, I've been saying it all week, but physically the Riviera team is in P2. So it is Dave Mason Jr. in the lead. The Riviera team of Mark Post in P2. And then the 829 is in P3 of Bob Briggs. Post and Briggs, pretty close to one another. Pretty respectable gap in between Briggs and the Zangli car, Cop's car. As we now hop on board with Mark Post. But if the tracker's not lying to me, something had to have gone wrong. And Zach Langley is a fair amount out front. So as they're still continuing on with coverage of kind of the short course area, if you will. In the very beginning of the course here, out leaving La Paz and making their way down to our last and final finish line. As we see some really cool footage here of what this course is all about, brought to you by our drones. And that's what's coming up here in just a little bit, right around the corner. That's the action you're going to be seeing as we're on the start line now with Max Gordon. Max Gordon was having an unbelievable race, and now has himself starting back at the 37th start spot. I thought, man, that car sounds a little funky today. Max does, but no, it doesn't. That's the sound from Blake Wilkie's Volkswagen. To say there's no reason why that UTV should be sounding the way it was, but it wasn't. It's the shreddiness coming out of Blake Wilkie's Shredmobile. No big surprise. Max Gordon is absolutely to the wood right now. Look at him. Just hammering. That one turn alone, we've seen a couple UTV competitors take an extra 2 or 3 seconds just to get around that one turn. Not joking. You've been watching. I've been watching. On board with Max Gordon. Now I'm going to be quiet and let's enjoy what we see going on here. Whoa. there is Blake Wilkie in his bug. He's been having a lot of fun with the bugs lately. He's got several different race cars, but he seems like he's been getting a lot of joy out of just punishing himself in racing this bug instead of the long wheel travel, high horsepower vehicles that he also has. Behind Blake Wilkie, Mark McMillan, all by his lonesome. McMillan, a massive name in off-road. We all know who he is. He and his family, just great people. And McMillan comes down to race this race by himself every year, get some alone time, if you will. Just out there doing his thing, having a blast. And I will say, running quite well for such a vintage vehicle. That is a vintage 6-cylinder buggy, a Chenoweth, and it's a 1979. There's a number 136 of Jay Bills in his 1989 Chenoweth. As we now are back on board with, I believe, Max Gordon. Let me listen in and see how he does. Jomo's tagging a tree right there. All right, so for some reason, I don't know why on that end, we were having a little struggle with the audio with Max's car. As we are now sitting on the start line with another UTV. As we know, we've got a lot of action now unfolding out in the desert. I know the 165 of Masons have hit the highway. They are now in transit. So Dave Mason Jr. in transit. And we have, looks like, the number 3 Riviera team struggling, as I believe the 829 is right on top of them. So we've got a lead for the overall. And a very close battle right now for second overall, as they are very close to one another. Bob Briggs, Mark Post. That's what's happening out in front in the race on day 6 as we come down to the last and final finish line. So as we now hop on board with both Post and Briggs. The tracker says they're they're about a football field apart from one another. Well, a little more than that, 500 meters apart from one another. Briggs seeing that bit of dust up in front of him. That dust is coming from Mark Post. Bob Briggs putting in an amazing NORRA. Now we're coming down into a checkpoint. See the Riviera team in front of them. There's the Post team. Now Briggs. That checkpoint's going to put them up on the highway. They're going to come out of here and hang Louis. Going to take a left. All right, now one of our two young. So we've got a lot of competitors yet to come. It is now 10:48 Pacific time for those of you listening in around the world. Looking in on who is coming to the start now. We know we got Jay Bills off the line. Butch Jensen, he's gone. Steve Geist and his Yamaha, he's checked out. Drew Pefferle next, and then Joe O. Joey O and his Maverick about ready to rock and roll. All right, another shot of one of our buggies off the line. And there is a nice shot. That's a beautiful buggy right there. So that is looking right now to trying to get a number on him. I know he is not because he Butch. I do know there is the vehicle of Trevor Glidden. So that's Tim Pangborn that was out in front of him. Tim Pangborn in that white and blue vehicle. Now we've got Trevor Glidden. I honestly feel bad for Trevor Glidden. He was running so well. Just outside the top 20 overall, second by class, and has been out here doing what he's doing right now. The whole time, just, that truck can eat. I mean, that truck can do some work. But he's like, no, man, I'm not here to just destroy everything. I'm here to be calm and mellow and have fun, not break the truck. And at the end, Tortoise is gonna do quite well. And he was right. Day one, I watched his pace, and I kind of was like, come on, bro. You know, like, what the heck? And then went on to day 2 and 3 and 4, and I'm like, Trevor Glidden is no joke. He knows what he's doing here. He's on to something. He's in second by class. I'm like, this is working. And then yesterday, all by himself, cruising along. Trevor he's not bothering anybody. He's racing his own race. It's just him and Baja together. And next thing you know, he got off course. Baja bit him. Got off course, got stuck. Okay, so I'm stuck. But then another competitor got into him. So they had pretty major contact, and then they were both stuck. And then it turned into a bit of a fiasco. Was it anybody's fault? No, it wasn't. But Trevor Glynn was just doing his thing, cruising along, minding his own business, and then next thing you know, Baja reared its ugly head, bit him. It's now we're on board still. We were on board, now switching over to our short course. Now cruising along here, Trevor Glynn and Buddy Crisp in the Evolution Class 5 open vehicle. And then we're getting into the Evolution Pro Turbo UTV class competitor of Chuck Sutton Jr. Then Berlio, Pareto. Donald Mankey coming up as well, starting off in the 52nd position. That is Tom Watson. Tom Watson followed up by the 178 and the Berlio. Pareto at Can-Am. Donald Mankey right behind him in the 222 class. 222 team. Triple deuces. Berlio about ready to take the line. All right, and there you have it. The 178 of Berlio, Burrito, Donald Mankey about to roll off the line. That'll be two of the Triple Deuce team. Meanwhile, let's see what we've got going on out in front of the pack where the race is effect. So on the highway right now, about to take a hard 90 right, start heading due south again. Mason Jr., Post, and then Bob Briggs. Zach Langley behind him. The 1464 behind Langley. That's Matthew Legg. That makes me think, where is Dave Taylor in the 2626? Not far behind, but a spot moved back. And then the 282 right there, Brent Fox. Brent Fox he won't stop. He can't stop, he won't stop. Brent Fox still moving up, digging and digging. So right now it looks like Dave Taylor, the 2626, has lost 2 positions, one to Matthew Legg and one to Fox. Fox would much rather move up and get in front of the pack. He likes being the Fox more than he likes being the Hound. now all coming in on the highway together. Here's our leaders. Coming down to the nitty-gritty in the 31.70 miles. The center middle section, the meat and potatoes in the middle of this sandwich. In the special number 2, is gonna be 16 miles. That's gonna be starting up here in a little bit. So continuing on with some more action here from the very beginning of the race. All right, so continuing on, all of our leaders all within a mile or so of one another, so very close, right on top of one another. Working on getting some more information with our UTVs. Let me get to my tracker and figure a few things out for us here. So we are digging along. We know Thomas Purcell in the what number was he? 1979, I believe Thomas Purcell is. He was the first UTV off the line, and he was in the class 10. So in that 1979, he is still up, running, looking good. He is about to hit the highway himself. So Thomas Purcell looking good. Where is the 1811 of Caesar? Thomas Purcell, 1979, out there looking good. 1811 has dropped back behind Purcell a fair amount. I mean, they're still close to one another, but there's other vehicles involved. I'm looking, Thomas Purcell, is this right? Thomas is just flying right now. So Purcell has if this is right, Purcell's gotten around the fastball racing team. Purcell has Purcell has gotten around the 10-12 of Herm Durham. So has Eric Durham. So they have all but so Herm Durham has dropped back a little bit, a couple spots. Thomas Purcell, our lead class 10 UTV, continues to dig and is moving forward and is going to be out on the highway any second now. Then let's take a moment to look into what's going on with our UTVs in our production. Joris Hitt was our class leader in our production turbo. He's in the number 8733. So 8733. And right behind him was the, well, Alfredo was behind him in the 3919. So in the 3919, still behind him. So they look like they're still first and second by class. So right now the Thomas Purcell team and the 222 Triple Deuce team, that team was only less than a second apart from one another in the Class 10 UTVs when they went off the line. Thomas Purcell said, that's not enough time for me. Me and the Triple Deuce team are going to the front. They kept digging. They've now gained some ground on the rest of the Class 10 UTVs, but they're still quite close together. Joris Hitt still out in front with his production turbo. And now I'm taking a look at a couple other notes. All right, so UTVs are now spreading out a little bit, but we still have a great race going. It's no longer within less than half a second, but it is within a minute. And that's just me going off the tracker. We're on board with the Riviera team. They have finished special number 1, getting ready to go into special number 2. On board with Fox. These guys just keep on going. They don't say no. They just keep digging. Very impressive. So now looking at the map, and then we hop on board with PJ Jones in some dust. Let's listen and see how their day is going, because it has been, I know it's been of a struggle compared to the first 4 days.
Caution, hard left uphill local traffic.
Check left.
In 882 feet, keep left, follow main road.
You got twisted here again. Over the hill, check right, check right, check right.
Keep left, follow main road. In 611 feet, triple danger, keep right, less visible and narrow.
Okay. Check up right here, check up right, be right.
Triple danger, keep right, less visible and narrow. In 563 feet, roof fence.
All right, PJ Jones, well more than halfway done with this section, about to get out onto the highway. Got a little ways to go yet, but they are digging and they're making up some ground. And there's so many vehicles so close together on the tracker here in this tight section. It's going to be that way all day today.
315 feet. Keep straight,
it's hard to say exactly who's there because the bubbles on the tracker are just bouncing right over one another. So it's very difficult to see who is exactly where when they're out in the middle of the course. There's so many competitors on top of one another, but it seems as though PJ Jones is moving through the pack.
No copy, hold. Caution, runs on right.
Randy Minier. So Minier has been giving us a lot of great stuff.
Left, north.
And I'm going to let them give us a little bit more here. Their calls have been great,
60 degrees.
and it's been an awful lot of fun.
Mild 60 degrees. Twisty. Mild twisty. Mild twisty. Left, lower, rug on left. Just twisty, mild twisties. Just right, left, just be a little bit tighter, a little tighter. Caution, runs on right. About 50 yards. Left,
So,
2, right, 3.
when the course is this tight, you can only imagine how difficult it is for some of the smaller vehicles. You can only imagine how difficult it is for a full-size unlimited truck or what have you. It's tight coming through there. So, sadly, in the UTV world, we hate to see any competitors have to drop out of the race. And of course, in a 6-day race, a lot of them are going to. That's the way that works. But I will have to say that sadly, our teamer of the 1831 of Travis Clark and the factory Polaris team, so that's the factory Polaris Razor team, that rolled into the water yesterday. Apparently the factory Polaris and myself and everybody have learned something that we kind of already had an idea on, but we weren't 100% sure. You don't know until you test it, and that's why these factory teams go racing, to test things out, right? That's what it's all about. And we have all now found out that salt water is not considered awesome for motors. They're not into it. So they wanted to get that vehicle up, going, and running and try to finish the race, and that's what they were doing. However, as much as we thought we knew, and now we know, salt water is a hard for motors. So don't do it. You don't have to try it. You don't have to take your machine or your car or truck and fire it into the ocean. We did it for you. Or I should say we didn't do it for you, but Travis Clark did it for you. Thank you, Travis. Sorry for the hard luck coming down here. I'm looking forward to seeing you down at the party in Cabo tomorrow night. And sorry that had happened, but thank you so much for making that, doing that test for us. So Factory Polaris is out after too much salt water all up in it. And now we are getting ready to take off here from the start with one of our Porsches here in just a moment after we take off with this vintage race truck. And now we are on board with Jeremy Frazee. Frazee bringing in some great coverage for us with the 185 all week long. We are now on board with Max Gordon and also watching one of the Porsches take off. Folks, those of you just tuning in, this is day number 6 of 6 days. It's the last and the final of the 2025 NORRA Baja. We are rocking, we are rolling. We are pulling vehicles out of the bushes, pulling them out of the sea. We're getting all kinds of high-flying shots from our drones. We're from the initial celebratory start line in La Paz all the way down to our actual start line at the short course, on board with Max Gordon, making our way to the finish. And a lot of great stuff going on. We've got all the leaders in several of our classes, from 6100s to historic to UTV class 10s to you name it, already across the finish line for special number 1. 2 more specials to go. And then on top, Myers-Minks, ready to rock and roll here in just a moment. And in that Myers-Minks today is John Kilish. He is driving the car, and I believe he might be the owner of the car as well. He is a friend of the Perlman family. Casey Perlman will be co-driving in race sections 1 and 2. John and he will take on section 3. Mike Perlman today, though, is with the chase teams, so he's having fun with that. Chasing his vehicle down to San Jose del Cabo. So it's a family affair. Got John Kilish in the driver's seat, Casey Perlman in the co-seat. You've got Casey's niece right there, Callie, counting them down, starting them off. You got Mike Perlman, Casey's father, and Callie's grandfather. In with the chase teams, head down to Del Cabo, San Jose del Cabo, making it happen. All having a great time. And I know Lisa, and you guys all know her as Checkered Pants Lisa. All right, so that's how I'm going to call her right now on here, because that's how you know her. So Checkered Pants Lisa, my sister from another mister. Is that a thing, or did I just make that up? I'm not sure, but that was pretty good. She's given me some information on it, because she is also part of that race team, and she has been in and out of the car as we head down. So you have not seen her in her checkered pants, because she has been busy traveling with that team. She said that the car has been running great, and what surprises me, even though it doesn't surprise me, even though those Myers-Minks are built so well, you're going to have some problems here and there. And so they've run into some minor problems, but nothing major. And they just wanted to thank Fab School for helping them out with that. Because without Fab School, a lot of these teams and a lot of these machines would not make it to the finish. So if you're out there in, say, $1 million hand-built unlimited truck and it breaks and you need Fab School to help you, then it's no big deal if a Myers-Minks needs Fab School to help you a little bit, because we all need some Fab School in our life. And so that's the number 80 car coming off the line, that Myers-Minks. And Gatita Verde means the little green cat, and that's the name of Mike Perlman's car there, Gatita Verde. And we will see them at the checkered flag. As now, in your screen to the right, we're watching some more through the short course. Screen to the left, back on board with one of our UTV competitors. Here we were, losing the feed. Checkered Pants Lisa, thank you so much for filling me in on what's going on with that team. I greatly appreciate it, more than you know. Moving right along, I'm not sure what's happening here off the line. Just creeping. So it takes the start. I would have to say maybe they wanted to start on time. So this is what I think happened. They wanted to start on time, so they didn't get the penalty, because maybe they have a problem they can fix, because they're going to get a 10-minute penalty plus however minutes they are behind, or late, I should say. So perhaps they thought, well, we have a problem. We can fix it in 6 minutes. So let's take the start, pull over, fix it, and get back out there. Then we'll be behind 6 minutes instead of being late and being behind a minimum of 11 minutes. All right, so there we are on a nice shot. Well, excuse me, just now we're on board with Tom Allen No, he is not related to Tim. And then we got a nice shot of him about ready to take off the line as well. So that's the in-car, and that's what he looks like sitting there. And that Jeep, I've said it a couple days ago, I'm not a big Jeep guy, but I like this thing, and I like it a lot. I think it's rad. But check out right behind it, look how cool that Ford Bronco looks. Yeesh, that thing is bad. So here we are, Tom Allen. Nice shot of him in the 414. And then there's a nice shot there of that Ford Bronco about to take off here. Also a super rad vehicle. As they are counting them down, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boyd Janes. Boyd's been doing this race for a long time, longer than I have. Boyd's been doing this for at least, 8 years, I think so, or so. I could be wrong. I don't think there's been a year that I've been here and he hasn't. Great group of guys there, having an awful lot of fun. In between. And there we go. Awesome to see the LaHoff car back up after the start as we're on board with them. This is LaHoff and Cerrone of USC fame. So awesome. They had some problems yesterday. Don't know exactly what the problem was, but it was, we at least know there was one major issue, and it was in the left front. So they are back to the line again at the ceremonial start. And then off the line, nice and easy, is the 22 right there. Was cruising along. Kevin Miller. That is not Kevin Miller, because that would be a 6100. Let me see here. I can do better than that. There we go. The 202. That's a 73 Sandmaster Panzer. That's the Chad Smith entry. Counting down another one of the UTVs about to head out. And behind that one, and as we are cruising along here on board, I know he's listening. Mike Perlman, you're calling me on your cell phone. I can't answer a phone call right now, buddy. I'm right in the middle of this live deal. I know you're listening to it. I know you hear me, and I know you're calling me. All right, folks, so on board now. The beginning of what I believe is special stage number 2, only 16 miles. It's a quick one. This is Dave Mason Jr. Before I talk too big, I'm gonna double check. Yep, Dave Mason Jr. He is out in front, leading this race, not for the first time. And I say leading, everyone at home, we're gonna make sure it's, I'm talking physical, on the course. I don't have the numbers. But this is not the first time he's led, but this is the first time he's led this very close to the finish. Like, we're down to the nitty gritty. And this is the first time he's led, we're this close to the finish. And he's less than, he started today, less than 2 minutes from leading. So we are now here. Look at the drop off to the right. big drop off. So there they are, the really cool area. Now we're going to on this cambered section right here, going up this goat path. This is on board with Mark Post, the Riviera team, and Javier's. Javier's opened up a new location in downtown LA this weekend. So Mark Post looking good. This really super tight stuff is not what is ideal for this physically larger unlimited truck, or it's in the historic truck and truggy class. But let's be real here, we know exactly what that thing is. And this is tough stuff for it. I think that may have a lot to do with why Masons are out in front, because Masons is physically a slightly smaller machine. The way the horsepower delivery is, the way the car handles, everything I think is a little bit better for Masons for this section than maybe not for all compared to all the vehicles, but compared to the Riviera team. There is Brad Helko. You didn't see it, but I did in a different screen, and he was on the gas and had to quickly pull over to the right, got out of the way. Someone went by him at speed, and he got right back on it again. But Brad Helko, being a sportsman and not holding anybody up, well done, Brad. We are going to see an awful lot of dust through this whole area here, only 16 miles. Cars are going to be right on top of one another, and this is just coming down to midway through the tight section of Special Stage 1. He hasn't even got to Stage 2 yet, where it really tightens up. Lots of dust. Brad Helko in the 1103. Looking right now to see maybe who had gone by him. Now we're on board with PJ Jones. And Max Gordon. Sorry, Max Gordon. I thought it was PJ. Can't have my glasses on all the time. I can't read my computer screen. So right now, Max Gordon, very close to getting onto the highway and finishing up in Special Stage 1. PJ Jones has done the same. Now look at the drop off to the left. That's hairy to be coming through here at any high rate of speed, which is what they're doing. But it's beautiful. How cool is that? So just cruising along, out in front. Sadly, the onboard not giving any justice of the speeds that he is carrying through some of this area. This is not a smaller vehicle. He's nice and calm. It's smaller than the vehicle that Mark Post is in. But it's not a small vehicle. You can see even through here, when something goes wrong here, there's a good chance it's going to go super wrong. There's like here, it's either good or it's not. There's not really a happy medium. Like this road is kind of a light switch. type of thing, going over the bank or something here. And so, and so the big thing is here coming through is that, you know, they gotta play it right. They gotta be, what is the right speed? Now, Dave Mason Jr., he knows what the right speed is. He's been here and won it, right? But he's gotta watch out, you know. He could have a rear tire catch a rock and kick him out. There's a lot of different things that can happen here. So you got to play it calm, be smooth through here, and it's a matter of, you know, how well does your vehicle handle. If you're in a UTV right here, you can really make it happen. All right, folks. So we've got quite a bit of racing yet to go today, as we hop on board with Bob Briggs as well. As we're going to Briggs here, and he has been running a great race. We've got quite a bit to go. There, right now, our leaders are midway through this short 16-mile special. It's over and done with a blink of an eye. So looking at the tracker where we are at with these guys. They are about to be now. Hold on. Sometimes my tracker really is playing games with me here. So I'm just going to be patient because I feel as though the tracker needs to catch up with what's going on here. So I'm not going to, there's Max Gordon. Now he just left that checkpoint. He's on the highway now. So we're on board with both Max Gordon and we're on board and listening to Bob Briggs. Briggs with an excellent run. We're continuing on down the peninsula here. On board with Mark Post. Not sure what's going on with the tracker. I have reason to believe, well, the tracker's telling me that right now Mark Post is in the lead. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that's true. We would have to go to Dave Mason Jr.'s in-car to see what's going on for sure here, but so what I just said, I'm not announcing that. I said it, I thought it out loud is all I thought. Let's look at it that way. That's how I'm giving you that news. Because it doesn't, as of right now, it doesn't make sense to me because he was running so well. Okay, there you go. So he's still in first. The tracker just hasn't caught up to him. The tracker has Dave Mason Jr. Back a ways, but I knew it couldn't be right. So we are still good. Dave Mason Jr. still physically the first car on course. And there is Ugo. See him? He's got a, you don't see that shot yet, but you will. But there is Post. I'm back on board with him. So these guys now, Post and Mason, are more than halfway through. They're more than halfway through this 16-mile stage and almost down to the last and final. Right now, Trevor Glidden doing what Trevor Glidden does, just cruising and being smart, and hopefully nothing silly happens. Yesterday it was silly. that getting stuck the way he did shouldn't have happened. He was just creeping along, and all of a sudden Baja jumped out and said, "Gotcha, Trevor." And here we are now back on board with Dave Mason Jr. on the gas. Looking good, comfortable. You see some of the locals hanging out. I love that. They just pop out in the middle of nowhere and they're like, "Hey, we're just sitting here chilling." So now, Mason looking good. This is a shot that we have been looking at for years of Mason's blue hood with those same partners and sponsors on the front of the vehicle as he's out in front leading at a NORRA race. This has been going on for a long time. Deja vu all over again. As we're getting ready here momentarily to take a quick break, but we've got a lot of stuff yet to come with you today. About halfway through, perhaps even a little bit more than halfway through of this stage, or this special, only 16 miles. So Dave Mason Jr., he is in the lead. Behind him, it is Mark Post and the Riviera truck. Bob Briggs in the P3 position. These guys looking good. They've got about a little less for our leaders of this special left to go, 16 miles. Less than 8 to happen until they finish this special up. And then we'll be back before that's happened. Don't go anywhere, folks. Ford Performance bring you a lot more action here of the 2025 NORRA's Baja. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Back on board with Trevor Glidden. Just cruising. Not looking for a bruising. Nice and easy. Just doing his thing out here. And meanwhile, out in front, let me just double check as we come back from that message. Messages here. We are now. Tracker is caught up. Everything's back and kosher, looking good. So I was concerned, as we know, the 165 of Mason Jr. had not been passed. just the tractor was going a little slow. And not only that, but now we've got him back on the tractor working properly. He is pulling a sizable lead away from the rest of the pack. And on the second to last stage of the 2026 NORRA, he is pulling away from everybody. Spots in the 282. Looking good. Got one off right here, and it looks like it is Briggs. Not good. So Briggs is over the bank and very stuck. Both of them out. So Bob Briggs going so well. That right there was your third place competitor on the road. Talking to these guys saying, hey, can you pull us out? Let's go. Double time it. So came around that corner. So there's the in cab. Not the way Briggs saw that going, but was pushing it. He saw him an opportunity to really have himself possibly the overall if something went wrong for another competitor, but bit him. But if they get out of there quick enough, it might not be the end of the world. But right now, I know for a fact that they are the only ones that are in a hurry right there. The people that are going to help them are not feeling the sense of urgency that Briggs is feeling right now. And right behind them, we see now we've got an awesome race in between Zach Langley and Matthew Legg. We've been seeing a lot of this. So right there, right on top of each other, two guys went by. That's Zach Langley and Legg. Langley pulls over, lets Legg go by. So Musk felt as though he was holding him up. Didn't want to ruin his race there, and there is Matthew Legg hammering on by. So Legg has got around Dave Taylor. Now he's got around Zach Langley. Has also got around Bob Briggs. And now is in P3. Talk about a full peninsula spread, Mike Honcho. Unbelievable what he is doing. How do you go, starting off cowbell racing, how do you go with, hey, everything's good, we're great, to now we're end over end, then we rip off our body panels, then we get a flat, then we can't get the tire wheel off the vehicle, all this stuff, to now all of a sudden I'm in P3 and I'm chasing down Mark Post. I mean, unbelievable what is going on with that team of Cowbell Racing. And so, as I said a moment ago, as they're trying to, they want to get obviously Bob Briggs pulled out. Bob Briggs and his co-driver are the only one that have any sense of urgency whatsoever. And the team that is going to help him here, not the team, but the people, I don't know if they're locals or camera crew or who they are, that are going to help him, have zero sense of urgency. And they have to be watching out for vehicles that are about to be coming around the corner here, because the next one to come is probably going to be Dave Taylor, possibly Brent Fox, James Chip Griffith III, coming up around the corner. So we're about to yank this truck out here in a minute. You're not seeing it, but we are on board with Jeremy Frazee.
Keep left, follow main road, 300 feet. It's going to be a right turn and do a keep left, follow main road. Keep left.
All right, so we're on board with Jeremy Frazee. For those of you that didn't get to see it at home, I can tell you they just yanked that thing out without any problems. So we are good to go there. Hopefully there's no considerable damage to Bob Briggs' machine. They unhook their tow strap, get back in, and rock and roll. All right, so now moving on, Bob Briggs is rocking and rolling. So they're back at it, heading down the road, getting strapped back in again. Not how they wanted to see that go. And so not only did they lose time, but they lose some physical positions as well there. So a lot of ground to be made up now. And I know I've continued to say this. I sound like a broken record, but Baja strikes again, folks. And it happens. You can just be having the time of your life. Everything's wonderful, and then boom, something like that happens. On board with Brent Fox. And Trevor Glidden, I do believe, has gone off course again. Oh no, it's the 26-26. I knew we were missing a hood. So the 26-26 of Dave Taylor. Sorry, Trevor. Sorry, buddy. I saw we were missing a hood with a black truck, and I thought it was him. And then this guy here who towed Bob Briggs out, he probably ought to set up a little cash register right there and just stay in his truck. Because, you know, how much is a tow in Baja, you know? Because he's going to be a busy man. So you see him helping him, try to get him out, Dave Taylor. Having such a great run. And it's just a matter of time before another vehicle comes along. See if he gets out this time. There he goes. So that gentleman there, he's wearing a NORRA shirt, so he's got to be involved somehow. And the way that drone is he may be with possibly one of our camera teams. I'm not sure exactly, but he's helpful. He's making his money today. So Dave Taylor back off and running. He has no idea that Bob Briggs was in that same spot right there. So, beautiful shot right here, but in order to get to this beautiful shot, you got to get around that right-hander safely without going over the edge there. As there is Fox in the 282, continuing in with their journey down the peninsula. So just right here, just the last little bit, we've had Dave Taylor go off in his Evolution pre-run truck. We had Bob Briggs go off in his historic truck and truggy class vehicle. We've got Evolution 6100s coming by. We have Dave Mason Jr. in his Evolution Unlimited buggy out in front. We have Matthew Legg in his Evolution 6100 now chasing down a historic truck and truggy. Soon, we're going to have Bobby Patton in the Evolution Heavy Metal coming around, which means not far, actually before that, we're going to see Thomas Purcell sooner than later in his Class 10 Pro UTV. Why am I naming off all these classes and only touching off on maybe half of the classes, not even half the classes that are out here? Just because I just like to show you how many, holy cow, look at that view. I'm sorry, I just got interrupted. People, come to Baja. Come down here. Come check this out. It's absolutely gorgeous. So I'm naming off all these classes just to tell you how many different classes there are across the way as we're on board with the Javier's truck here. There's just so many classes, and the diversity in the classes is unbelievable. From your late 60s and 70s Volkswagen Bugs all the way up to your brand new unlimited trucks, your truggies, your vehicles that we're on board with right now with Dave Mason Jr. in your unlimited buggy class, to your UTVs, your slightly older ones, to your brand new ones. I mean, the diversity in race vehicles is across the board. And I haven't even touched on the Safari class. Safari class, that's all you. All you got to do is have four-wheel drive and a sense of adventure and like tacos. And you don't even actually have to like the tacos, but you will. I know you'll like them. Come on down. And so the diversity with these classes is unbelievable. And then let's talk about the diversity of the people driving them from all around the world. We have drivers and chase teams and crew members from all over the world. And I'm going to make it easy. We'll start off, Mexico, Canada, big deal. America, we're all neighbors. That's great. Then all over South America. Then throughout Europe, Australia, New Zealand, all over Southern Europe, everywhere. And it's unbelievable. Just our staff alone is from Canada, U.S., Mexico, South America. Our timing and scoring team come from all the way from Quebec, which is French Canada, above where I live in Massachusetts, French Canadians. Then I think they're more French than they are Canadian, but I can say that because I live there, right there, so I can make fun of them. It's okay, Canadian George. And so he's doing all the timing and scoring. Then our Stella team, they come from Spain. So like all over the place. So our chase teams, our staff, our crew, our racers are from around the world, all coming together, racing all different types of vehicles, all down here with one goal in common, and that is to enjoy adventure, enjoy racing, enjoy off-road racing, and enjoy Baja and the entire peninsula. And that is why we've become such a big family. And so it's amazing what the diversity from not just vehicles, but from people and cultures and lifestyles and different things all across the board here. So here we are on board with the 811 of Trevor Glitt, doing a little bit of tuning up here after he had gotten done with special stage at number 1. I'm going to listen in and see if we hear anything worth speaking of. Well, whatever it was, seems like it was minor. So back at it. And off they go. So Trevor Glidden's team, quick into action, making it happen. So there you are. You see a lot of the different teams and things parked along the line. And here we are with Max Gordon in between specials, just relaxing. I would say maxing and relaxing, but then you people think I'm making some type of weird joke, and I'm not. So I didn't say it. And here we are with Frazee. Frazee putting in a great run in the number 185. We've been getting a lot of great footage from the Frazee camp. Nice, calm, mellow. Frazee's looking good. A little further back than they would like to be today. Starting off the line in the 63rd starting spot. But nonetheless, still running well, making their way down the peninsula, and a lot can happen yet to go. One of the many beautiful places here in Baja, particularly Baja Sur, the southern portion of Baja. Kind of like being south of the Mason-Dixon, if you will. And look at the drone shots being brought to you here by Norman. Some really great stuff. As we are getting, so yesterday, I feel as I wasn't beating the guys up, but we had a lot of ground to cover with not a lot of people. Today, we are giving you all kinds of great action, and that's Video Arte. As you see their logo up there, Video Arte. If it wasn't for them, we would not be able to bring you any of this. These boys work very hard up and down the peninsula. Team that's mainly based outside of Ensenada. And Video Arte really doing a great job for us again this year. Almost had fastball off course in the same spot. So right there. Yes, it is. That bungee, I say yes, it is. I have Zach and Mayor saying, look at that bungee holding strong. And it is. It's been on there for some time now. And we're going to have to see what brand it is. That's a top-of-the-line bungee. As Speed Energy Scott Stroop knows all about the bungee. One of the guys taking bungee jumping into the frontier many years ago. Scott, the great white shark, Stroop. So maybe they borrowed that bungee from Stroop. As look at that. Just beautiful. Norman showing us just what the beauty is here. As it looks like, is there a couple houses right there? That's smart, man. That's how you want to live. On board, Treehouse, racing for ALS. Let's double check before I open my mouth as far as they were the lead UTV outside of Class 10. As Thomas Purcell was our lead in Class 10 UTVs. Joris Hitt in the 8733. Let's track them. Let's see just where we're at. So the 8733, I do believe, is still holding on to the lead in that class. Joris Hitt looking good. Kyle Vestermark is on his tail. Where's the 39.19? Let's take a look at that. 39.19. Oh no, 39.19 has made a move and is in the lead. So now Joris Hitt is in P2. 39.19 is in the lead with that class, with the Pro Turbo UTV. So there has been a change. The 39.19 of Alfredo in his Can-Am. He's leading in that class. Joris Hitt in P2. Kyle Vestermark in P3. That's how I'm seeing it, I do believe. 63. So big changes in UTV. The 2963 also, they are all over the board. Lots of changes. 2963. Okay. Big changes. Big changes. Let me zoom in my screen here. Let's give you the news in our UTV. As we got another one off in the same spot again. That's the number 33. Vintage vehicle. Bob Howell. One of several getting off right there. In a two-wheel drive, that's going to need a tow. So back to the track in action. The 39.19 of Alfredo. And Hitt just got passed by another UTV, and I'm pretty confident that was Vestermark went by him. Vestermark was hot on his tail. So we are... I'm pretty confident that Hitt had got passed by Vestermark. Vestermark's still moving forward. Then we get into... I'm tracking as fast as I can here. There's so many changes with what these guys are doing. They're on the gas. So the 3919. Alfredo. I believe he's in the lead. Let me double check. And I'm talking in the lead by the Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Nope, he is right on top. And there is the Broncos gotten by that buggy as well. So Alfredo in the lead in the UTVs, the 2963 of Gabriel Torres in P2. And that is in the turbo class. Then we get into, and I think there's some sections here where passing is very, very difficult in some of these tight areas. So once they get by, then they've got some time to get going. There's the 8733. So the 8733 looking good of Joris Hitt, but not in the lead any longer by class. So this tight 16-mile stage, very difficult to keep up with who's who because they're all right on top of one another. They're making a lot of passes, making a lot happen. All right, so now we see shot of, we saw that yellow truck of Cullen make it around that area where a lot of the vehicles have been going off course. As we are back on board with Cullen, let's listen in and see what Erica has to say navigationally.
Left side. Gonna tighten a little bit over into right. And left into right. Left 4 right. And go.
No, I'm not. All right. So we've got an opportunity to get with Robbie Gordon here and see what's going on in that camp. All right, Robbie. Looking like I think I got your ear here, to say the least. What's going on? Tell me what's happening, brother.
Call it 70 miles. So careful there, don't hurt yourself. So we've got an alternator out here on the 7 car as well. We lost one yesterday. It's the first one we ever lost at about race mile 1400 or 1300. And it looks like we lost another one today in the 7 car.
You know, it seems like the NORRA's Baja is one of the best ways to test cars, because, you know, you've got so many miles, and I've been lucky enough to spend some miles in these cars, and we don't have these problems. But then you come down here and Baja bites.
I think, you know, I was talking to Travis Clark over there on the Factory Polaris team last night, and they lost 2 alternators, and Max's was our first we lost. And then let's just call it about 120 miles later, we lose another one on my car. So, looks like at high speed, we're going to have to get some cooling to it. It's under a cover. It's very, very hot under there. And I think when we do, you know, 100-mile-an-hour runs for sustained time, obviously it's hard on them. So, you know, we're learning a lot, and that's what we learn when we go racing every single time.
And that's what it's all about. I mean, it's no different from Speed UTV to Ford Performance. All of you people that are putting out production vehicles that perform at such a high level, you've got to use racing in order to find out what's the right thing and the wrong thing to give the customer.
Yeah, you know, the biggest thing is we just don't learn this stuff. We go out test and we don't have any issues at all. We put, you know, thousands of miles on them at mellow speeds. But when you put a number plate on these cars, and you put a number plate and you put a Honda, and the game changes, and this is why we race to learn, and everything we learn here, we obviously improve into our production cars. So, you know, we lost a power steering pump, which, like I said, was a sweet Honda pump. It wasn't a production one, but now we've lost the production. A little bit concerning, but we'll definitely understand why. I believe it's the sustained 8,000 RPM for, you know, what are we, 20 hours in right now into racing. I think Max is at 21 hours or something like that.
Right. And you know, that's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's motocross and you're practicing getting seat time in at home, or if you're in a UTV. If you're not at a race, you just can't push it at the same level.
Yeah, it's just different. You just don't learn the same stuff. So we'll continue through from here and do the best we can to get the finish line with this car. Max looks like he's made up about 2 minutes on Kyle, but he had 14 to go. That's pretty disappointing. We actually 24 to go. Sorry about that. We started 24 down, so now we're 22 down right now.
Right, yeah, that's a long one there. But I tell you, you know, it's an impressive run for you and the entire team at Speed UTV, what you guys have been doing. Still got a lot of cars out here in the race and looking good, and I'm looking forward to seeing you down there at the last and final finish line, Robbie.
It's just weird. You know, yesterday it went from PJ leading overall to Max leading overall when PJ had an issue, and then Travis drove off the road into the water. So you had a Polaris Pro R, a factory Polaris Pro R, you had a Speed UTV and a Can-Am, all within a couple minutes of each other yesterday for the overall, and all three of those guys had problems, which is ironic. Once PJ had a problem, I told Max, back it down, and unfortunately, what was done was already done with the alternator. I guess it's just the high sustained RPM, and then to go 5 miles today into the session and lose one of my cars shows that there's something going on at very high speed at about 1,300 miles.
Right, and like you said yesterday, I've been watching this race, the UTV race, and the kind of the manufacturer's race, if you will, so closely, and it's made my job easy. And then all of a sudden, everybody's out, and I'm like, man, my job just got difficult. So I will tell you, though, Robbie, as we're talking right now, I'm looking in the other screen, and Max just made another pass on another car, and he is quickly in dust of another car in front of him. So, when you plant beans, you get beans, and the apple didn't fall far from the cart with Max, man. He's just like the old man.
Yeah, well, he had to go in kill mode today. He knows what he has to do, and 24 minutes can be a lot. We're going to need Kyle to have a flat tire or a little bit of a problem to be able to make that up, but they're pushing hard. They did a good prep on the car last night, and they're going to run a hard day and see where we end up. We can do all we can do.
Last question, Robbie. So now you just mentioned that Max had to go into kill mode. He knows that. You know that. Did you guys take the throttle stop out of Max's car?
Yeah, throttle stop's been in it all day long. I don't know if we governed that thing back to about 75% throttle at the beginning of the race. And, we went ahead and we pulled it out and let him have a little bit more today.
Well, it's working because now he just went by another guy while we're talking.
Yeah, no, like I said, he's in go mode, and realistically, he should be able to make up 5 minutes on him today. He's been beating him 5 to 10 minutes per day in stages. Unfortunately, we had one day where we lost an hour and 20 minutes, and that hurt us bad.
I hear you. Well, hey, I'm not going to hold you up any longer, Robbie. And always a pleasure, brother. And I'll see you in Cabo, man.
All right, hey, nothing better than the locals. Check these guys out. They came out here and helped us out. Nothing but good times here in Baja.
Right on, man. Thanks so much, guys.
All right.
Baja, sir.
See you guys.
Look at them all. All right, see you guys.
See you, man. Bye.
So now Max Gordon passes another guy. So just during that interview, he's got around 3 more cars, and he is digging. The throttle stop is out, and they are pushing right now to make up as much time as they can. But like Robbie said, and Robbie, when he's talking about Kyle, he's talking about Kyle Vestermark, and he's a great young driver. He grew up racing with his dad underneath the PJ Performance tent, and so which is another team just like Speed UTV that is to not be messed with out here. I mean, they're a top-of-the-line team, and now Kyle and his father out here kind of doing it on their own. And so Max Gordon has a lot of time to make up to get up to Kyle, but it's 3 small sessions or sectors today, and it's going to be difficult to make that time up as we're on board with Brad Elko and on board with Max Gordon. So here we are, 11:03 in Helco to Max Gordon. Max really pushing it. The onboard that you hear is Helco. We don't have the audio to Max's onboard, but if you did, it would just sound like he was flat out. All right, as we're watching these guys, we're going to switch over in on our tracker. as we are now digging along, still on board with Dave Mason. Down in Cabo. And so continuing on here, bring as much action as we can. And so now taking a look here, Dave Mason Jr. should be almost to the start of the last and final special stage number 3. As I'm being told in my ear by Val and by looking on the tracker. So we've got a ways to go till we get to the finish line. That's not happening for a while yet. We have 63.50 miles of actual course racing to go before our leaders make it to the finish. So a lot of action yet to come. And right now, looking at our tracker, coming to the line, I'm just looking quickly because what's happened on the highway doesn't necessarily matter here. They are going to go off the line in the order of Dave Mason Jr., Mark Post, the 464. So something that's interesting about Special Stage 3 as Dave Mason makes his way to that start, as soon as they take off, they're going to drop down into a wash. And it's really, really soft down in there. Soft, silty, and so that's going to be a little bit different than what we've seen, and I think we're going to get some coverage of that as they get ready to drop down in there. So right now it is Dave Mason. Then and going for another pass here, Cerrone. So Dave Mason, he's in the lead. Mark Post behind him. Matthew Legg in P3 as they head to the start line of Special Stage number 3. With 63.5 miles to go on that stage. Now, Robbie was just saying that Max said there was go time in there. I'm being told in my ear that Bronson was driving that car, but at the pace he's going, I don't think it is. I think it's got to be Max. Just from driving style. I mean, I've known Max since he was about 4 years old. I've been watching him grow up, and I'm pretty confident that that's Max behind the wheel. So here we are. So Max Gordon looking really good out here in the 77. And Bronson is going to be piloting the number 7 once they get up and running again. So they're there with Robbie Gordon, getting that vehicle fixed, as we just talked to Robbie moments ago. And then that has been piloted so far today by Cade Martin. Bronson Charlemagne going to be getting it. Right now we're on board with him in his Speed UTV. Max Gordon digging as much as he can. Throttle stop is out and kill mode is engaged. that Helco in the dust. Very dusty, big clip on the side. And right behind, which I think is a decent sized truck. I just saw a quick snap of it there going around the corner. It's hard to want to push right here with that big clip. And he is not pushing right now. He's just kind of creeping, cruising along. There, gets around that vehicle. And this is where we've been seeing a lot of trouble. A lot of vehicles blowing this turn right here. Right where you're looking. That's been the scene of the accident numerous times today. As I believe we got a couple about to come around that corner. There's one. And I have reason to believe that might be Helco right there. Yep, and that is the Ford Performance vehicle, I believe, of Shelby Hall Motorsports. No, that's Lovell. It's a Lovell looking good. So a few of these vehicles are front runners jamming through this section as if that cliff didn't exist. I like that style. And now check this out. Over the dash of that Ford Performance Bronco, looking over all the trees, some of the palms, that beautiful blue water, all the cactus and everything. I mean, that is just beautiful coming down over the mountain there. Coming up in here, one of the buggies coming by, that is a vintage machine. So now we're sitting on board with both Post and Mason, getting ready to take off. 63.5 miles left to go out of 6 full days of racing here for the 2025 NORRA Baja. And it's come down to this last and final stage. This is going to decide it right here. Not just for the overall, but by several classes. There's been so much close racing that this is where it's all going to happen. This is where it's going to decide what the overall was, and it should most likely be in between Mark Post and Dave Mason Jr. Due to the get off the course with Bob Briggs, that slowed him up. It didn't take him out. Anything can still happen yet, but most likely the overall should be in between those two vehicles, Post and Mason. Then we get a little further down. Then we start talking about the win in the Evolution 6100 class. Right now, Matt Legg, he is in the lead physically. He started off about 10 minutes behind Zach Langley. But Matthew Legg's in front of him right now. We've got to wait and see what happens there. Don't forget about James Chip Griffin III. So they're all in the mix. So that's your top three in the Evolution 6100s. This last final 63.5 miles is going to determine the winner. For our overall, going to determine the winner in our Evolution 6100s. We should have most likely Historic Truck and Truggy wrapped up. Should most likely be Post and Briggs first and second, but anything can happen. We got a lot to go. 63.5 miles, I mean, I can't even tell you what can happen out here. Then we get into our UTVs. Our Class 10 UTVs, that's going to be decided in this last section because they're that close together. Thomas Purcell is the one to be watching in the 222 team. Then we get into our Evolution Production Turbo UTV. That is going to be decided here as well. And right now, there are several that could win this. So, 6 full days of racing, and nothing has been decided yet. And it's all going to be decided right here in the very last stage.
Yeah, 20 gallons would do it.
That's 60 pounds. Or 30.
Right now, we are in transit with both Joris Hitt and PJ Jones. These guys are getting ready to continue on battling here in just a little bit. Joris Hitt, he started out today in the lead in our Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Somewhere along the lines had some struggles. I don't know exactly what they were, but he did. But he's still looking good for an overall. Not as good as this beautiful shot coming down off the mountain. But nonetheless, then we were on board there as well with PJ Jones. PJ's had his work cut out for him big time today. All right, so now looking at everyone here, we've had in these short strips here of these 2 short stages we're doing so far, there's been some ups and downs. There's been a lot of problems. A lot of people moving forward, a lot of people dropping back. It's been a short special, shortest one of the race, but yet a lot of action happening as we are now on board with the team, the Cullen team, and Erica Sykes as they're also in transit.
What a view.
And what a view it is. Just absolutely beautiful. One of the amazing things about Baja. And then we hop on here with Glenn Kirby. Glenn Kirby just digging along. Now we're sitting there on the start line, ready to go for the last and final special. Dave Mason Jr., ready to rock and ready to roll. So there he is. Everything's going to be decided right here. It's all in his hands. He just needs some luck. He's physically number 1 off the line. The amount of time that he has made up getting up in front and around post, is it enough time to make up those couple minutes that he was behind? I think it was, but I don't know. That's not for me to decide. So, right now, He knows he needs to push a little bit more. He knows he's got 63.5 miles to go. And we know that he's all business because he's got the lights on. Look how soft it is. Dropping down to that wash. Very soft, silty. Robin horsepower. On board with our leader. Last and final stage. No longer on board with our leader. Just kidding. This is the Hoff team and Cowboy Cerrone. Trying to get up and get around that other race vehicle. Hoff and Cerrone talking in the cab, inside the cab, all wound up. Digging. They've had a slightly difficult NORRA. Love Cowboy style though. Those who didn't hear the story the other day, we were speaking to him, but Donald Cerrone says, like, how'd you get into this? He says, well, I had a friend who sold a business, had a little time on his hands, and he says to me, he's like, hey, he calls me, he's like, hey man, I just bought a brand new UTV, he got a Can-Am. He's like, I just bought a brand new UTV, you wanna go ride it? Donald says, no, I wanna go race it. And his buddy said, what? And his buddy, I believe, was the Hoff. So you know, they're down here in Baja, racing NORRA's Baja. So his buddy bought it just to have fun. Donald Cerrone says, nah, that's not good enough. Let's take it all the way to the top. Let's go racing with it. I think that's great. We don't have the audio, but you can hear a little bit of them communicating as far as what needs to be done. As there they are, digging on. Calls being called out a little bit early right there. Now what's going on in the cab of the truck? I'd love to know what they were saying. I'm going to listen to see if we hear anything. I saw some hands kind of flying a little bit. They may have just been talking with a course worker. You can see by the tracks, only one vehicle has taken off so far. We know who that was, Dave Mason Jr. He has gone and down into that soft wash. So there he is, ready to go. Does that truck sound a little different to you? Now I'm talking to everybody out in TV land, and I'm asking, is it just in my earphones? Or does it sound a little different? Call me crazy. Oh, there we go. Now I was just getting some different sounds in my earphones. Now we're back to normal. Okay, that was the inside sound versus the outside audio. For a minute, I thought, I was like, okay, well, that might explain the whole story there of how they got back to physically being behind Langley. But now I get it. So post. Off again. Immediately dropped down into the wash. Boy, when I was told that they dropped down into a wash quickly, there was no exaggeration there. They quickly dropped down to that wash. Soft through here. And tight. As Marcus said earlier in the week before the race even started, Sean, this truck doesn't even want to idle through some of these sections. It's so tight. And this is me once again speculating of what I think is going on. Some of this course on the last and final day, on day 6, may just be built a little bit better for Mason's machine. Big gag of the throttle. Brent on board doing all the navigating. I believe he's been in the car or in the truck the entire race. As we're on board now with Dave Mason, Jr. Cruising along. Possibly in a speed zone. Let me look and see if I can figure that out on the tracker here. Beautiful shots. Brought to you by Video Arte. You can see the drone off the corners. See the little propellers. As all these competitors trying to propel themselves to the finish line. So it looks to me as though Dave Mason was just playing it cool through that section. As now sitting on the line ready to go. The drop down is going to be the 1464 of leg. In his Evolution 6100. Right now leading physically on course in the 6100 class is Matthew Legg. Behind him is the Zach Langley entry of the 250 of the Cops. So there he is, Matthew Legg, about ready to roll out. Any moment now. He'll be taken off. His competition by class is right behind him. There was a difference of about 11 minutes in between the Cops truck, and Legg. So he's going to need to make up some ground here if he wants that first place by class. So you hear some of the locals there saying, oh, we got the Cops here, the 250. Zach Langley off and running. Down into that wash. Saying it's Mike Meehan in the car. There's the finish line down there. The last and final. At San Jose del Cabo. It's a hopping little finish line with Pepe there. Pepe making it all happen down at the finishes, getting all the parties going, handling logistics of all that. It's a major job. On board with the LaHoff and Cerrone team. Bob Briggs off the line. He's in the as we hear the onboard of the LaHoff team. What a great shot of Briggs.
Pues estás en el sol, ¿por qué no te pones ahí?
Now on board with Briggs, I do believe. Yes, it is. Bob Briggs bushwhacking, whacking more bushes. Briggs is pushing it now. He's had such a good run. Then getting off course a while back, we saw him have to get towed out, lost quite a bit of time right there. And now you can tell by Briggs, it is go time. Go time. So they're just listening on board. They are pushing. I'm just going to listen in on it because you hear some of the bushes getting whacked. You hear him heavy on the throttle. Bob Briggs is doing everything he can to make up that time he lost a little while back. On board with Bob Briggs. And now watching Dave Taylor drop down into the water. Everyone now pushing. We've talked for the first few days about, hey, it's too early on in the race. Can't push yet, can't push yet. Oh boy, we're only halfway there. Well, now we're 63 and a half miles to go to the last and final checkered flag of 2025 for Norra Baja. If there's ever a time to push, now's the time to do it. No more messing around. No more saying, oh, we got time. No more saying, oh, we got to be careful. Now's the time. If you're close to a class win, if you're close to an overall, anything along those lines, now it's go time. There is no more. Hey, we got time. Hey, there is no more. We're going to wait another day. There isn't another day. Today is the day, and now's the time. And it's time to push, and Bob Briggs, he knows it. These guys have had some ups and downs time, and now we get on with Fox. So we've got Fox ready to go. He's about to pull up to the start, drop down to the wash himself. The Fox team has had some crazy ups and downs. Its entire race, from being flawless to being forced to stop due to mechanical. Losing a lot of time with that. And then trying to make all that up, that's a lot to do. But they're putting in a great race. Physically, they're not out front. But by the time, I would have to imagine they're doing pretty darn good. Can they get hold of that overall again? No, man, I tell you, they need a lot of things to go right for them, some things to go wrong for everyone else. But it can happen. Problem is, they need it to go wrong for Dave Mason Jr. and Mark Post. And there's a slim chance of that. Brent Fox off and running again. Down to the wash. Underneath the highway, and off they go into a very tight section. Dave Mason Jr. seemed to get through this tight section pretty darn good, and he was in the lead. Then we got into a much physically larger vehicle of Post. They seem to struggle a little bit. Briggs, they seem to be struggling a little bit. We didn't get to see an in-car with Taylor or Matthew Legg, but now we get to see a bunch of footage with Fox. Let's see how he does. So here we are, James Griffith III. He has been putting in such a great NORRA that early on in the race, we weren't talking a whole lot about James Griffith III, but he's been so good, getting himself so much into the mix of racing up front and doing such a wonderful job that he has forced me to be like, hey, I'm James Griffith III, and I'm right here. I'm ready to rock and roll. Hey, Sean, listen up. Watch me. I'm somebody worth talking about. And you know what? He's right. He's got my attention, and he has been crushing it. So there we see James Griffith off and running for his last special of 2025. Wild drone shot there of where they go under the bridge. Now we hop on board. Jeremy Frazee. I'm going to listen on these guys because they have been quite enjoyable to listen to.
3.
after this. Yeah, take it where you can get it, where we're safe.
All right, so there we are. Frazie's looking good. And here we are with our first UTV on the last and final start. That is Purcell. I'm going to double check, but I know it is. But I just want to make sure I'm getting dialed in there. There is Thomas Purcell in the 1979. First UTV out on course for special stage number 3 of the day. So they've got themselves 63.5 miles to go. Right behind him, another UTV. As now we're starting to get into a very tight UTV race. So this right here is the 1811 about to roll out as well. This is Cesar Chavez, both of them in Evolution Pro UTV Class 10. So folks, as Cesar Chavez takes off, we've got 63.5 miles to go. A lot of racing yet. This is the last and final day of 6 days of racing. We're coming down to the nitty-gritty. This is when the competitors are pushing it. Pushing. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments. We got a lot of racing left to go, and we're about to start crowning some champions right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
board with Post. Looking good. I know it's a little early on, but I'm a little anxious. I'm going to go to the tracker. See what we got happening here. Well, for those of you at home that are following along on the tracker, Dave Mason Jr. is just a man on a mission. He is flying. Dave Mason is a man on a mission, just crossing over Mexican Highway number 1. Just hop on it. They're on it for a very short second and then back again. But as far as the distance, it seems that he is pulling from ahead of Post and everyone else for that matter is wild. He is flying. As here we are, dropping down with Cullen team, Erica Sachs navigating. You hear people hooting and hollering and having a good time with it. As we are on board.
Left 3, narrow, twisty, rock on right. Left 3 here, narrow, twisty. Off right. Right, 2, left 2. Left 2.
So those guys still day long. Their day not starting off quite the way they wanted with blowing a turn, but then, you know, it was one of those ones where it wasn't just them. A lot of people had problems there. Here's the 33. 33, we saw them off the road earlier on where we saw many vehicles, and I'm sure there's a lot of vehicles that we have not seen that have gone off the road a while back there. Drop it down, making it quick right onto there. Letting her eat early on, Bob Howell. Bob Howell's been doing NORRA with us for some time. That is NORRA family. As you see them off in the distance, we don't now, but going through that highly vegetated area. As soon as they get off the wash, they go down there, it seems wide open and sandy, and then it gets really tight as Greg DiStefano gets ready to rock and roll. These guys all down to the bitter end here. They know this is all the marbles is what this is for right here. 16.5 miles to go for these competitors as soon as they hit that walk. Wide open spaces come down to boom, just tight, real quick. As they get through here, it just gets tighter and tighter coming up. But I think a lot of these slightly smaller vehicles and things, it's a hot setup for them. It's the bigger unlimited trucks. I think they were going to struggle the most through here. UTVs will be great in it. However, it's so soft, it's robbing a ton of power. Andre Lauren having a great day 6. Andre Lauren, I think, has made up a lot of ground here in day 6 in the 288. The 288 started today 23rd off the line. All right, so let's remember that. 288, 23rd off the line. Now, spots have been made up by Andre Lauren today. All right, on board here with Fox. Now coming off the line with, I believe, one of the Durans. As we take a look, right now having a great start, Hiram Duran, I believe it is, Evan Duran. Durham class is having great runs. They're having a blast, doing very well here at NORRA. Now, if we continue on, we've got now so many different types of classes and vehicles out there on course, from historics to UTVs to all different of the evolution classes. Right here is PJ Jones.
In 226 feet, start special stage reset trip. Start special stage reset trip.
So taking a look here, competitors now spread across almost a third of the way into Special Stage 3. They are spread all the way across Special Stage 2. And all the way back almost to the pause, we have competitors still. Those competitors that are having some struggles. PJ Jones about to take his last green flag for the 2025 NORRA's Baja. So cutting out a little bit right there for PJ Jones as we head a little further back in the course. And there is Vestermark. And I tell you, for no particular reason, but I do know with a long-time friendship and working very closely with PJ's performance for so long, and now Vestermark in the 179 here right behind PJ. I don't think there's anything more that they would want than to catch PJ and physically go by him and go around him. I think that would put a big smile on their face. Thing is, I think the opposite just happened. I think PJ just caught them and went by him. Vestermark was in front of him. So more UTVs for our Evolution production turbo UTV class. And once we get a few more out on course, we'll start talking about who is what and where. See a little horn blowing there. Now on the start line. Just trying to catch a number there. All right, Javier Gonzalez, Evolution Production Turbo UTV. See some of the locals on the horns. They're having a blast. Everyone out here having a great time. One UTV after another. And then we get into some of the other classes here in a bit, but right now we are heavy on the UTVs. And then we throw right in the middle of it one of those mean, nasty jackals. Dropping down into the wash. There's one of the four-seaters further back. That is in special stage number 2. But coming down somewhat to the end of it, that's about halfway, almost halfway through a special stage number 2 right there. Now looking further back in the UTVs. Seven, 3, 87 here. Still making their way in. That is Joris Hitt. Was leading early on, but has fallen back a little bit. Still having a great race, but off the pace a little bit just this last section or so. Now getting well into the Evolution Production Turbo UTVs. And once we get more on course, get rocking and rolling, we'll start talking a little bit more about them. And of course, I'll check in on our Class 10s momentarily. Alfredo has had, I think if I'm following him right today, has had some ups and downs. I think he was running a little farther ahead. He wasn't, and then I think he's running a little farther ahead today. And it looks like maybe he dropped off the pace for a short period of time. I could be wrong, because as I said before we even started today off, that once we got to special stage 2 of only 16 miles, all the little bubbles on the track are just right on top of each other. And so they bounce around as the tracker updates. It makes it hard to tell who is truly where. But it seems like he's been kind of up and down as we're on board here with Donald Cerrone. as Cerrone just made it around another competitor and still moving forward. Well, we get that camera to hop to the right. We're going to see Benjamin Button. There we go. Benjamin Button of the now we're on board on the highway with Fox. Now we're going to take a moment to get into tracking and see just what's going on, who is where. As we are in the small highway section right now. For Fox, I'm trying to look and see exactly where we're on board with Mark Post. In the last and final special of the 2025 NORRA Baja. 63.5 miles to go for Mad Max Gordon. That's right now, Mark Post playing it calm. Max Gordon not playing it calm. As he got his marching orders this morning, now as he pulled out of the Speed UTV camp saying kill mode, kill, 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 let's go. And that's what he's doing. No more throttle stop. Right to the wood. But even this tight stuff is difficult in a UTV. And they got to pull over. I saw the helmet getting undone. Let's hang in here with Max for a minute. We don't have audio. And we do have audio now. It came back. We're good there. Let's see what is going on exactly. So the car shut off. But maybe we'll look into it another time. As we are looking at a shot here of waiting for someone to come to the finish line, or the start line, I should say. All right, so coming to the line is another Speed UTV. I'm going to get into what's going on out in front. Dave Mason Jr. still stretching his legs, pulling a bigger lead. Post in third. The 1464 of Matthew Legg, physically still in P3, looking good. Cops behind him. Cops let him go by a little while ago. And we get into the 829 of Bob Briggs. Bob Briggs off the line today, starting in third. Physically in fifth right now on course. Then the 26-26 behind him. That's Dave Taylor. Dave Taylor stuck up on us in the last day or two, doing an amazing job. Then you get to the 282 of Fox. Then the 76-76. James Chip Griffith III. And it is a mouthful. Then eighth vehicle on course is your 1012. I'm going through all of them right now to see just where we're at. When we get to our first UTV, that's Hiram Durham is the eighth vehicle on course. Behind Hiram gets into the 1979 of Thomas Purcell. So that's your first Class 10 UTV. 1979. So 9th vehicle on course is your lead UTV right now. That is the Triple Deuce team of Thomas Purcell. A good handful of cars behind him. A ways back is his teammate in the 222 Triple Deuce team of Benjamin Button. Both in the last and final stage. Behind Purcell is the 1811. Second in class as far as Evolution Pro Class 10 and UTV. He is in second place there. 1811. Sides will be coming up. 1016. That is Duran's family member, Eric Duran. He's in the Evolution pre-run buggies. Then we get into the 2020 Evolution Heavy Metal. And I believe, and it has not changed, yeah, that is the Jim Go Fastball pre-runner, and he is leading in the heavy metal class. And that is all that is out on stage right now. The rest are getting ready to rock and roll. Nope, that is all that is on there. The rest of them are currently
Start braking right. Keep going right. Gonna start tightening a little. Right. Watching this. You copy that.
So we are
the torque converter is fine. Right.
now back on board with the Veneers.
Right 4. Left 4. Yeah, just go straight up through the chute. So left 3 to 4. Long. Starts braking a little more left. Opens 4.
Now it looks like our course leaders are roughly
Right
about
too long.
halfway, maybe a little more. There's a big highway section in the middle there, but about halfway through this stage. The last and final special. So taking a look at all that now. So we are now on board with the live stream with none other than Super Val and her husband. And how about an opportunity right now, or I'm going to take the opportunity. You guys don't have to. I think you should, but I'm going to take the opportunity for a big shout out to our sweep teams again, as we're down to the end, the nitty gritty of the 2025 NORRA Baja. And these guys work extremely hard, and I'm not taking away from anyone else that's involved with the Baja, with doing this NORRA Baja. It's everyone has to work very hard to get their job done here, but these sweep teams are sleepless. And so anyways, Val, we're on top. We're on the camera on the top of your truck right now, following you down the highway. And thank you so much for all the information you've been feeding me. You've made my life much simpler than it was before you started doing that. So thank you so much. And to all the sweep teams out there, kudos to you, team. Well done. In a Scott Reddish, I got that bad boy on right now, man, and it looks amazing. All right, moving on. The Matt Cullen team, Erica Sachs navigating.
Little bit left. There you go. Straight through. Little right. Little left. Little left. Gonna tighten +5 up here. Tighten a little here and then open.
As we continue listening, I don't want to change it yet, but it seems that Erica Sack's calls have gone a little less full-time professional rally and a little more layman's terms. And I'm curious if it's just me or if I'm maybe I'm a little crazy here, but I'm going to listen a little bit longer once we get a chance to. The reason I bring that up about Sachs is today or this week was the first time that those rally style calls were used with their father. And early on, she said he picked up on it pretty quickly. But I'm curious if perhaps, possibly maybe they decided, hey, maybe let's meet in the middle. Maybe meeting in the middle works well for us. So now I believe, on board with Max Gordon, I think, back up and running. So whatever that problem is, they got it fixed quickly. So as we are listening in to Max Gordon here in the 77, I'm listening in to Super Vale coming back, saying Sweep Team was rescuing trucks off course all the way till 5 a.m. this morning. Well, here's the thing about that, is that, and I wasn't told this part I'm making up from here forward, it's my words. Sweep teams are usually leaving a hotel or wherever it is that they may be, and they're not always at the same hotels that you guys are. Sometimes they're somewhere else on course. Sometimes maybe they sleep in their trucks. They do whatever they got to do, but they're heading back out on course around 5 a.m. So what I'm saying is, it seems to me, and I bet it's not the first time this race, seems to me like it was another sleepless night for Sweep Team. They are without sleep and continuing to dig forward here to make sure that everyone stays safe and gets back to the hotels or to their chase teams or family and friends safely. So there we are with another one of our vintage buggies making their way out as we're on board with Brad Halco. And folks, I haven't said it yet today, and it's too late to join in with the fun for this year, but for the NORRA 500 and for NORRA's Baja next year, I urge every single one of you to get the proper camera equipment and everything that you need to be able to get part of the live stream here. And that way, not only can we showcase you, not only does it give me more to talk about, more to discuss, but it also allows your sweep teams and your families and friends at home and everyone, or your chase teams to have a better idea of what's going on with you throughout the day. So it's good for safety, it's good for entertainment, it's good for all your partners and sponsors, it's good for everybody involved. Black Lake Wilkie, he's off and running. As I'm looking here at Sebastian in the studio, tired young man today. Too much of a hotel party I think he had last night. But I'm looking through some of the comments. Sebastian, bring us up a little bit and see where we're at. Anything interesting? Let's see. I can't see because Sebastian thinks I'm a speed reader. Tiger Metal Stack says, wow, let's go. Get her done. Tiger Metal Stack has been following us the whole time. I appreciate you being involved, brother. Let's see. Mike Liney says Pam Hall is good on the mic, and she's down there. Yeah, she is down here. And she has been leading the charge on her social media mark. So hop on Instagram and all that stuff, and you'll see a lot. You may not see her a ton, but a ton of the footage that's out there has been shot by her. When you see a lot of the encore stuff, oftentimes it's done by her. So Brian H. says, Matt Legg, 1976 Geyser, LOL. Don't think Geyser's building TTs in 1976. No, Brian, they weren't. And it's the body that he had on the truck is what it was. So obviously we can figure out that pretty quickly. I know you're trying to be funny there, but. And then Jeff says 76 refers to the body he runs. Thanks, Jeff, for picking up on that. And let's see here. Moving on. And then Tiger Metalstack says again, why is there a third person in that vehicle? I think you might be referring to the one that's bringing the father's ashes down. You know, why not? A few years ago, we had Wes Miller down here with a 5-seater. That was a long day. Sadly, and I'm not picking on Wes or anybody involved, I don't think they made it past Bay of Valet. But hey, and we used to have, I think, a 6-seater involved years ago. So yeah, I mean, hey, if you got the seats, we got a place for you to go. Dave Murray says Zach is driving the cops number 250. I thought so. And then scrolling up a little bit more there, Sebastian, so we can see what else. Let's go to the farther down. Well, and I know I keep going back to it, but Tiger Metal Shark, he stays involved, and I like it. Says, why race in a third world country? Well, I'll tell you, that's you on the old interweb, my buddy. I'm not picking on you at all, but if you look into it, Mexico is no longer a third world country. They've improved greatly. And to answer the question of why we're racing in Mexico, it's because we truly have the freedom to be able to do it down here in such open spaces. Now, granted, yes, out west in the United States, there are areas you can do it, but it is so regulated, it's difficult. Here, it's simpler to do and it offers a lot of different terrain. And plus, this is where racing started. So the whole NORRA, and I'm still answering your question, Tiger Metal Stack, because you have a lot of good questions, and I like going back and forth with you here. So the thing is, NORRA, National Off-Road Racing, started for the first off-road race ever, before the term off-road even existed, and that name off-road came up by Ed Perlman, Mike Perlman's father, many years ago. They needed a name for it, and they have on the road, and they said, well, how about off the road? And they changed it to off-road racing, and in 1967 was the first ever off-road race that took place, and it happened down here in Baja. And it ran from Ensenada down to Cabo. It was a peninsula run, and that's why we keep it this way. And that's why one of the reasons why we race here. So to answer your questions there, I hope that helped you out and others as well, but we're just doing it just to keep tradition alive, brother.
Check up right.
Keep right. In 950 feet. Hard right, follow main road, local traffic.
So Sebastian thinks he's being funny, and he's highlighting comments that are only in Spanish, and then looks at me and laughs. Okay, so now we're on board with PJ Jones.
Hard right, follow main road.
Scott Reddish says, thanks for the good words, brother, and all the marbles. And all the marbles, my man. Let's go. And I tell you what, Scott Reddish, my pants have never been held up better than they are today. Rock and roll, buddy.
Can I be a little hard enough on you the left or here?
As we listen in on board here with PJ Jones.
Is this kind of hard enough? I check up right here. It's got a little kitchen in it. Hard right here. Check it out. Check it out. Same with this. A little harder. Check up right on this. The harder right.
And we got another vehicle off in Special 2. And now we may have had some vehicles go off here that we didn't see, but as far as the ones that we did see, and I think that's the 1601, as far as the vehicles that we did see, 1601 wins. That is the farthest off, and that is Jim Greenway. So didn't roll, no big deal, but not far from getting into a roll. So Greenway is going to get pulled out as well, as that team right there has been The NORRA team has been very busy pulling vehicles out right there on that turn. Struggling to get out of the ditch. As our 1100 Volkswagen drops down in, he was leading the pack for the Volkswagens, but now Blake Wilkie's out in front. I do believe Wilkie is winning by class right now. Once again, without the times. This is just physically on the course. As far as passing one another, getting out front, and physically being the one that's in front of everyone else in your class. Raceland Baja says, Sean and Sebastian, good job all week. Have you on the big screen. TVs every day here at the bar. I love it. Thank you so much, guys. Raceland Baja, awesome stuff. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the kind comments. I certainly do appreciate you guys. You're some good guys down there. Now, continuing on here with Mad Max Gordon, on board with him. We're going to watch on board with Max. I'm going to tell you Dave Mason Jr. still way out in front. The post behind him. The 1464 behind post. Matthew Legg. Gordon just pushing it, digging. Berlio, Prieto on the line, about ready to roll out. Behind him, Trevor Glidden. Just moments away from Berlio, about ready to hit the course one last and final time. Berlio on course. Dropping down in. Now, hop back on board with Trevor Glidden. Jose Sandoval says, you should have a bilingual co-host. I can be that, LOL. We've done it. I don't necessarily disagree. I'll give you a call, Jose. Trevor Glidden. About to go out and do what Trevor Glidden does. Nice, calm, run your own race. Let me take a look here on see just where we're at, but I think for Trevor Glidden, it's a smart move. I think it's been working for him. area for Trevor Glidden to get through with that big truck. So right now, I believe Trevor Glidden ran almost the entire race in second place in the Evolution Heavy Metal. But I believe he is now in third behind Shelby Hall Motorsports. As we're now looking out the back of Brent Fox. And then I believe, are we looking at Butch Jensen? I think we are. A little further back than he'd like to be. I tell you, I don't know who lives in that house right there, but I'm envious of them. Out in the middle of nowhere, nobody around, beautiful views, no one's going to bug you, no one's going to bother you. That's what I'm talking about right there. Well, you got 3 neighbors right there and then just nobody. Yeah, that sounds nice. So here we are, just cruising along. Oh, and it looks like we got that buggy out right there. Been a very, very busy turn. A lot of cars getting off course right there. Ugo getting a nice shot of that bush and the car. I'm just messing with Ugo. And there we are at the finish line. Ginger and Sherry at the finish line, dancing away. Oh, is it Riley? Yes, it is. Ginger and Riley. I know you hear me. It's a few seconds behind. Aha, yeah, now you hear it. All right. Riley, don't stop dancing. I'm watching you. I'm spying on you. So those girls down there having a good time. Waving the flag for some of our safari vehicles. As now we hop on board with Brad Lovell. And then we see one of the Porsches out there in the 964. And then we get back to the 88. I believe this is the third and final piece of the Triple Deuce race team puzzle here. Donald Mankey. So there you have it. Thomas Purcell, Benjamin Button, and Mankey. That rounds out your 1, 2, and 3 to make it the Triple Deuce. beautiful shot there coming down out of the water. Now we hop on board with Mason Jr. Gets up on the highway. A little U-turn on the highway and hop back off. So you can see this is one-way traffic here. They're gonna go up, kind of turn, I think, and go back in. So they're almost crossing the highway. They're not on it for very long. And we're gonna see for the first time today just what I'm talking about, and I believe I'm right. Yep, so now they're switching over and back at it again. Hopped over Mexican Highway 1 and back to racing. That is for the 165. And they continue to pull distance over everyone else. Dave Mason Jr. right now, as far as, well, this whole race has been amazing, but today it's one of those things where he's just putting it to him. And that is people on course with their not race cars and going out so they can watch the race. And then he gives them once again, the Go Gadget dust screen as Dave Mason just leaves them there. So when you're down here racing, that's a perfect example of safety. So Dave Mason Jr., he wants to go out here and just hammer. He wants to go as fast as he needs to go to win, right? He wants to gain up some time, make sure he gets up in front of Mark Post time-wise. He's physically in front of him now. Get all this done, make it happen. He wants to be a winner, wants to be a champion. That's why you're here, right? And I've said for days that, a lot of people come down to have fun here in NORRA. But for Dave Mason Jr., winning is fun. But then, you get into a section here where you can see, look at all the fans up and down the sides of it. People everywhere. So you gotta be careful to come through here, especially being the first car. They don't know, they're not tracking us. They're not looking at the bubbles on the screen and being like, oh, they're almost here. They don't know when the first car is coming through. So they're out there doing their thing, not really paying attention. They're just race fans having fun. And then all of a sudden the first car comes along. After this car, they'll start paying more attention. When the first car comes through, how fast do you go to get the job done? Because you're not going to endanger the lives of others. You're not going to do that. And I know Dave Mason won't do that for a win. But he wants to win and he wants to push. So that's tough. When you're the leader, it's a little bit different if you're second or third car behind, because now you got everyone's attention. They're like, oh, the race is here. Here they come. Let's start paying attention. Another side-by-side competitor dropping down into that soft wash as we are on board now with Mark Post and the Riviera team. Post making his way through this area here, which by the speeds that he's covering, and I'm going to zone in on it here. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem on the tracker like that's a speed zone. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But I do know right here, this is Cowboy Cerrone. Moving and shaking, getting it done. That's his home away from home outside the octagon. Bearing King asks, is Post driving today? Yes, sir, he is. I don't know how long ago you wrote that comment. I'm just seeing it now. But yes, Mark Post is driving today. So Cerrone taking navigation. Then we hop on board, I believe, is this Helco? As we see his navigator either tightening down his belts or perhaps just got back in the car and putting the belts back on. And as they are still cruising along, doing a great job out here. Nice shot of some of our competitors that are still locked in and loaded, and special stage number 2. A ways back in the pack, but still nonetheless having a wonderful time. We hop on board with Glenn Kirby. In the Evolution Production UTV Turbo class. And yeah, their horn does sound a little bit. They should put that on one of them love bugs, because it does sound like Kirby. Glenn Kirby looking good in the number 50 off the line. The 5-0, James Saunders. James Saunders now making his way to the last and final finish. On board with Max Gordon. Going through a speed zone. We've got the single-seater making its way based out of Ensenada, not just starting the race in Ensenada, but based out of Ensenada. Born and raised in Ensenada, and he is a multi-time champion in a lot of different off-road races down here. So as he is digging along, he is not just considered a local, but considered a local star in the Ensenada area. And I believe as far as times go, I think for 4 cylinders and things like that, I think he still may hold the Peninsula record from many years ago. Now the 757. About ready to start off for our last stage. Rodrigo Martinez in the 757. Followed up with a 725 right behind them of Seth Gazlowski. Seth Gazlowski in a brand new 2025 Ford Bronco. So Ford Performance, right off the showroom floor. And let's listen in on Cullen Team and Erica Sachs.
Left 3 over crest. Right 4 over crest. 5. Right side tightens 4 into left 4. Right 4 opens 5. Left 4 tightens long open. Left. Left 5, right 4. Left is right at the stop. Tightens. Tightens 4 there. Left 4. Right 5. Check up over crest.
So I think it's fair to say that my last statement about the Cullen team and sacks was incorrect. It seemed as though that she was kind of pulling back the reins a little bit on the professional calls and it was mixing it with layman's terms, but not that time around. That was all just straight up rally style calls, and she's so professional, so good at what she does. Is now going through a speed zone. And I think we should be, by the looks of it, coming down to the last and final finish. I do believe. Let me take a look here. Now, we got a ways to go yet. It looked like it was that stone wall right there.
Good job. Thank you. Finish line. Do you have any stickers for us? No stickers.
So this looks like, to me, I believe they might be at the finish of the special. But they've got a little ways to go before they get to the finish line itself, I do believe, unless the tracker's completely wrong and they've moved things, but I've been to this finish line many, many times. But it looks like the tracker is incorrect. They've got them back over 30 kilometers behind. And there is Stella. So Stella's there. That's our finish. So Dave Mason Jr. So I'm going to not rely on the tracker for a little bit here and try to maybe reset it. Dave Mason Jr., what a run he has put in. Outrageously impressive. That's about right. This is our Stella team. The Spaniards getting their Stella all taken care of. So Stella installs your Stella device on your car when you check in and check in contingency. And then they remove it from your car.
Stella good? Huh? Stella good? Perfect.
And there we have the updates on our tracker. So yes, it had to be reset. So we are now looking good. We've got Mark Post coming as well. Bob Briggs behind him. The 250 as well. And there is the 2036 dropping down the wash for their last section. Alan Irwin, that was them dropping in. Here's Mark Post. And there's the last of the two Yamahas. Only two of them here this year. All right, so we have an opportunity as we're looking on board with Post. But more importantly, we're going to hop down to the first ones across the last and final finish line here for the 2025 NORRA's Baja. Absolutely unbelievable the run they put in. Let's get down here with Mason.
Yes, we did, man. Best feeling in the world being here. So give us a little bit of a rundown on how the whole race went for you, because, man, it's a long way. What, almost 1,400 miles?
Yeah, 1,400 miles, and one word, perfect.
I love that word, dude. From a racer standpoint, it can't get any better.
It's every dream of mine came true in this last stage. I mean, we had a perfect race. As of today, in the morning, no penalties, and we came in with the overall lead. Then we passed for first on the road, so we're the first ones to Cabo, unofficially with the overall win. So just perfect race. I mean, absolutely no issues. The Yokohama tires were unbelievably good on this hard course, and we're here first.
So, okay, and there's a couple things that happen along the way, right? You have some legendary people that you have at this NORRA rally, right? You have Rob McCackron, you have Mark Post, you have Larry Ragland, and you got to battle with those dudes this entire race. That's I don't think that'll ever happen again anytime you race.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I've been looking up to these heroes of mine for my whole racing career, and we put a lot of work into getting our program up to speed. And so to compete at a very high level and dice it up with those guys and ultimately beat them at the end is a huge testament to not me. I mean, it's really our team effort. It's Evan here, preps the car. He co-drove a lot of the race, as well as Rob Schultz, who co-drove, and our whole team. I mean, one of our guys, Steve Reeder, builds our engines in his garage, and this thing ran, like I said, perfect. Yeah, that's part of that. It ran phenomenal the whole way. We were flogging that engine wide open all the way down from Ensenada, and it still sounds like brand new.
Today your pace was pretty on point, dude.
Yeah, we kind of, once we got around the Mark Post truck, we backed it down just enough to make sure we wouldn't do any stupid mistakes and that tricky technical stuff. There were some crazy sections along the coast that would be easy to make a dumb mistake. So we just wanted to cruise it in, still hold a good pace. We still wanted to be competitive in each stage, but not mess it up, and it worked out.
Well, I think you guys are probably going to stay in Cabo for the next day or so. Just live it up, man. Congratulations. Good job, Evan. Back to you, Sean.
Right on, brother. Great stuff down there. And it's funny because if that's backing it down a little bit, I mean, imagine how fast he would have got down here if he stayed right on the wood. So that's the Mason team taking it easy, and so really, really impressive as these guys earned that top spot to the finish line. Now, once again, we've got to go to the times and all that, as I've said all week long. But as far as physically getting here and making it look good, making it look easy, and doing it with authority and style, man, they are on top of their game. So there we are. Check it out, Dave Mason Jr. How great is that? Got the family all down here to the finish line. Mom, everybody. Super cool. A whole family celebration right here. As they're getting everybody together to take some pictures. And you know that you've been putting it to them when you have that much time to do all of this right here and the next vehicle hasn't gotten to you yet. So, kudos to you, sir, Dave Mason Jr., Evan, and the entire team there. Well done. Couldn't imagine it going any better. Awesome stuff, man. Really cool. And then you see Sherry and Ginger and everyone watching the celebration happen. What a run all the way down to Cabo. And it looks like his wife there has a little bottle, maybe some celebratory champagne. Well played. With every great racer and successful racer has to have a great, successful family. And champagne of the champions in Baja is tequila. Well done. And these teams, you can't come down here and race the way you do without having a family behind you that supports you and loves what you do and helps you get it done. So now we are seeing the celebration here. Pam Hall getting some information for our Instagram, an interview for that as well, to get all that handled, as we are now also on board with Brent Fox, who is continuing on, dropping the hammer down the peninsula here. As now we take a look at our next vehicles coming into the finish line. So now we are still digging along with Brent Fox. So we've got Post coming in. We've got the 829 of Bob Briggs now physically still in third. The Cops machine behind him. But what has happened to Matthew Legg? Where is the 1464? Looks like he has dropped off the base. With, I believe it is Robbie Gordon's car, and that is being operated by some of his co-drivers. We know Cade Martin started off. I don't know if he switched out of the driver's seat yet. But back to the story at hand, Matthew Legg, as we know that his number 7 car is back long ways, has not finished special stage number 1 yet. Matthew Legg did 1 and 2, and I'm looking to see where he is. This is the 1464, was running so well. I now see him a ways back. Looks like he may be stopped. I'm going to refresh and try this again. No, he is moving. So Matthew Legg looks like he has had some problems. A lot of vehicles have gotten around him on his way down to the last and final finish, so that's going to be very upsetting for him. As we should be seeing Mark Post heading to the finish right now. Behind him, Bob Briggs as well. And there we are in the Riviera truck. Now down here at Stella. Brent Bauman. So as we were waiting for that truck to move in, once Stella gets all the equipment off, there is a distance in between where Stella is and where the actual finish line where the cameras and everything are for a reason, because it gets very busy down there once a bunch of the competitors come in. And it takes a moment to get Stella off the trucks, off the buggies, and off the cars. With Bob Briggs right behind him, it's going to take a moment for that. So as soon as Mark Post pulls up, then Stella will start working on Bob Briggs, and everything should flow properly. And then we're going to start seeing, we should start seeing, once we get real busy, interview after interview from one car to the next. So here we are. We were inboard there. Now we're taking a look at Bob Briggs. Smile on his face. Today's had some ups and downs, but they made it work. Tell you what, Bob Briggs, he jams. Dude makes it happen. And there is Zach Langley in the 250 Cops machine. Helmet off, ready to go. He knows how it works. There he is, Brent Bowman, helping him out, getting the helmet off. Mark Post, absolute rock star. So there it is. Mark Post coming to the line. Sherry Paxton, Norra's Baja, it's right on her back. Waving the checkered flag. George, Sherry, Ginger, everybody's down there waiting for him. All right, so there we are. Mark Post ready to go. A couple cervezas from Sherry. Getting all cleaned up. Brent Bauman. Tell you, he is an absolute animal right there. Navigation-wise, he is a top dog in the desert right there, Brent. He's been down here doing this for a long time. He knows what's up. There he is. So we're getting ready. There's George about to hop in with Starstream and make it happen here as Mark Post is all cleaned up and ready to rock and roll. Just waiting on, I'm not sure what just yet. There we go. And now we're ready to do the thing. There's Brent Fox as well. Fox with a thumbs up.
Mark, that red Ducati must taste good, buddy.
Yeah, it does, but it wasn't, it was a pretty straightforward day.
You know, George, we were behind 11 minutes on the overall, so we knew we weren't going to push Dave Mason. Then we had a 28-minute lead in a historic trophy truck, and about that big a lead in second overall. So we just sat in there and got it here. So I believe the Riviera Racing team and the Legends got second overall here and won the historic trophy truck chance. Everyone did a fantastic job.
Doing that good of a job in such a long rally race is just, I mean, I just can't explain it. It's just so difficult to be able to do that. You had an amazing team with you this entire time.
Yeah, you know, about 6 months ago, George, I was sitting there and I said, wait a minute, this Riviera Black Diamond number 3 is the most iconic 30 years of racing, tons of victories, tons of things, and an amazing group of drivers have driven this truck with me over the years. And so I thought, what a great way to celebrate that this 30-year life of this truck is to bring Larry Ragland, Robbie Gordon, Rob McCachran, who've all been a part of the legacy of this truck.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, every time anybody sees this truck, it's nostalgia. It gets everybody excited. I don't know if you were able to see yesterday in La Paz, they had RC car trucks that kids are champions.
That was fantastic.
It's just so cool to see, right? I mean, it's got to make your heart feel good.
Yeah, it really does, George. You know, we came down here a long time ago and fell in love with Baja, and we've developed a big group of fans, and Riviera's very popular, especially in La Paz. And to see the work that family put in on those 2 cars, my old Class 1 car and my trophy truck, and just fantastic. They're definitely Riviera fans.
I agree, and there will be a lot of Riviera fans over the next couple days. Are you guys going to stay down here in Cabo and enjoy the nice Mexican culture?
Well, I wish I could, George. I have a restaurant brand named Javier's.
Yep.
And we're opening our new downtown LA location of all nights tomorrow night, the awards night and everything. So I have to fly out in the morning, but it's pretty exciting to get that store open. And I hope the awards party goes fantastic for everyone.
Yeah, and then we can all stop by down there in the new Javier's, dude. Hey, good job. And hey, thank you very much for being such an integral part of NORRA and inviting the Dream Team to come down. We followed you the entire way, inside the car, outside the car, all the emotions, everything. We really, really appreciate you giving back to us and showing how cool it is.
My pleasure, George. And I got to tell you, you're doing fine work. You and your team did a fantastic job all week, and it's been a long time coming. You know, it's been a long time coming. Good job, George.
I appreciate it, man. You guys are the ones that are telling the story. So go have another beer, buddy. Congratulations. Back to you, Sean.
All right, so there we are. As I've said before, the man, the myth, the legend, Mark Post, just absolutely phenomenal. And to see him here with such an amazing group of people and drivers, the Legends truck racing in the Legends class. And I know we've mentioned it many times, but one last final time for right now. Mark Post, Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, and all navigated through Mr. Bowman. Just unbelievable. You know, I mean, and like I said, I can't say it enough, but Brent Bowman is a legend in himself. He's not driving the truck, but navigating-wise, he is a legend, especially here in off-road. And so for those guys, it's just unbelievable. And what an effort. You know, and they just were topped by another team, and that's the way it happens. And so congratulations to Dave Mason Jr. Congratulations to everyone that drove the Legacy truck. And we're going to head on down to the finish line one more time.
Bob, we followed you. We followed you all the way down. You and Terry, man, you've been logging some miles in this race, and
every single mile in this race I ran. So I did every single mile, and that was my goal. So.
Well, was your goal also? Who's the one to blame for going off the road today, man?
I guess it was me. He called it, and you know, when you come over that rise, all you see, the hood, you can't see anything on these things. All you see is ocean and sky. And I missed that right turn by about 3 feet, just clipped a bush and just hung me there. So, I mean, one little mistake. Otherwise, I was loving that section. I was fast. I felt good. I was just digging the whole thing, and that one little mistake cost me probably a couple places now. So.
Well, I got to say, like from day 1 to, well, day 6 now, I feel like the pace or the smoothness, whatever you were doing, it was like maybe muscle memory kicked in. You started doing really, really well.
You know, this is only my 3rd race in this truck. So every corner is a learning experience. Every hole, every dip, every G out, every jump, you know, every straightaway is a learning experience. So, you know, every day I'm gaining more and more information, you know, his feedback. Plus, I'm processing things that I see and have to factor into what he's saying, and so it's just, I mean, it's like information overload when you're doing this stuff at 100 miles an hour. So, well, but it's going to turn into muscle memory, and it's starting to do that for me.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly, and it's 2 brains, right? I'm going to try to reach my hand all the way across and ask Terry. Terry, did you also see the same basic thing, day 1 to day 6, the improvement in the truck and Bob and yourself?
I saw a marked improvement in Bob. The truck is the same. It didn't change. I mean, this thing, you got to thank LaFortune for his prep job on this. It's absolutely stellar and fantastic. SDG shocks, man, those things work. This thing it's like a couch everywhere. But the impressive thing was that when you talk to Bob, he listens. So he's been able to process everything, mostly in general. But you know, there's a lot that goes on in here, right? As you know. So. Over the last couple of days, he's been learning the truck and learning the geology of how the track changes and where it gets slippery and where there's grip and where there isn't grip. And he's picked up on that. So I don't have to express that anymore. I can concentrate more on what I'm doing instead of doing those other things. So yeah, I mean, you know, I noticed the difference in Bob.
That's great. Well, Terry talked a little bit about grip. And when you have a little bit of Baja blood from the transmission, the grip goes away, doesn't it? We saw she was leaking a little.
Yeah, she I don't know, maybe it's because she's old. She's got a little bit of a leak. I don't know.
But you got her here, man. You're in Cabo. Are you guys going to stay here? Are you guys going to head home? What's the plan?
You know, normally I fly my family down, and we spend about a week down here. But my son just adopted his 5th kid, so he couldn't make it, and so we just decided I'm flying home tomorrow. They're driving back for me. So.
Okay, well that's going to be nice, man. It's really good to see you guys down here, and I'm glad the Beast got down here. You want to thank Jimmy for giving you a nice truck?
I want to thank Jason LaFortune for doing it for me, and Loco who built and prepped this truck, and I just go out and beat the daylights out of it, and they do all the hard work. So I really appreciate those guys, and I appreciate my team. I mean, when we come down here, I see the size of some of these other guys' teams that are running up front here, and we got basically 3 guys that help me on a regular basis and 2 guys that are friends of Terry's, and they did it all. So we went to bed at 9 o'clock, and they worked on the truck until 11, 12 o'clock every night. So they're awesome.
Yeah. All right, Bob. Thank you guys very much, and congratulations. Enjoy Cabo. We'll see you later. Terry, back to you, Sean.
All right, well done down there as we're getting everything in for all of our top dogs across the line here. Really impressive stuff for all of our teams that get here right off the bat. You know, and everyone, it's easy down there right now because everyone's coming to the finish line right now. They had a good NORRA. Everyone's going to have a smile on their face. Everyone's happy. It's all laughs and cervezas. It's when we get a little farther into the interviews and things where all of a sudden some of the stories start to change. And maybe my NORRA wasn't as fun as I hoped it'd be and things of that nature. But right now, it's all high fives and shaking babies and kissing hands. As we're there right now with Zach Langley in the Cops machine. And we are going to have an opportunity to speak with Zach here in just a few moments. As we are ready, George is ready to rock and roll. George, have at it.
I tell you what, man, it's super cool to see you down here in Cabo. The faces of all these people, the fans, the smiles, seeing the Cops truck come along the finish line is really cool, man. Thanks for bringing it in.
It's exciting to be here. You know, it's always a little hectic getting in here the last day. You get some nerves. You put 5 clean days together. We just wanted to get a clean 6th day, and we're here. And, you know, if everything adds up in the officials, I think we're going to be first in class. So.
First in class is no small feat in a spec truck, especially
we can do it any way you want. In the past,
you didn't start out first.
You know, when we didn't have a studio,
pushing,
it was just camera and
yeah, I mean,
George and I would wave trucks by and just make it all happen all at once, and just keep on going one after another after another. But we do whatever we want to do.
We had there was some mechanical things that were caught at the end of some of the stages, and that was great. And the team handled it. Our crew chief Mike Meehan, he preps a hell of a car. So
Well, you talk about mechanical stuff. We're trying to give everybody a little bit of the behind the scenes, right? We've been doing the live stream. You guys have been part of it for the last few days. Maybe you can give us a little bit of a better understanding of what it takes to make sure that the truck does actually go the next day.
I mean, honestly, you need a guy who really has prep experience, and for us, that's Mike Meehan. He's a expert, a specialist in what he does, and we wouldn't be at the finish line, and we wouldn't have this level of luck over the years and consistency over the years if it wasn't for him putting his blood, sweat, and tears into it. So that's what it takes.
Yeah, blood, sweat, and tears to get to the finish line in Cabo. All right, man. Well, we really appreciate you guys coming down. It's always good to see you guys at the finish line. Well, actually, one last question. Sure. Did you guys have anything interesting happen? We saw a razor fly into the water. We saw some people getting rollovers. We saw all kinds of stuff. You guys seemed like pretty smooth.
You know, no. we just put together clean days, and they all added up.
Clean days and consistency, buddy. All right. Congratulations to the whole COP team. We'll see you guys at the bar. Back to you, Sean.
All right, it looks like we're going to head right over to Pam Hall here in just a moment, as we're going to do our best to get as many interviews as we possibly can here, as quickly as we can. And as we're waiting to get our next interview here, we're now going down to Pam Hall. Pam, what you got?
Out here at the finish line here in San Jose del Cabo. You got a smile on your face when you came in as well.
You know what? It's a good feeling to be here. It took a lot of effort to get here, but we're here, and it's been a fun week, and I look forward to it. It's probably the funnest event that I've ever done, and I will be back next year.
Well, it's awesome to see you here. I mean, I asked you when you came in, you had some body panels missing, but you said it was from a transmission swap yesterday, and I was unsure of that. So here you are with this body panel missing and a new transmission in, but at the finish.
We ran the first stage yesterday, had a good first stage, kind of in the dust. Come in and went to go out on the second stage and just kind of waiting for our time to come up, and kicked it in drive, and it wouldn't go. It just locked up. And so we ended up having to change the tranny and barely got back on time before they timed us out. And so I want to thank all the guys down here. What a heck of a team. You know what? They're all competitive. None of them ever give up. It is just go, 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 go every day, whatever we need. Everybody got along. What a fantastic experience. So too bad we lost the part failure in the transmission. Otherwise, we could have been contending for the overall win today. But you know what? That's how it goes. And I had a good time with the guys and look forward to coming back.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. It's perseverance just to get you here. But tomorrow night, the celebration, we're all ready for that. And you got a big smile when I said that.
You know what? That sounds like a lot of fun, but I got my youngest daughter is graduating college in Utah tomorrow afternoon, and I got to be there. So I'm catching the first flight out of here and going back and watching my daughter graduate.
Well, you got to have some fun. Now it's all about family time. But again, congratulations, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Thanks, Pam.
All right. Thank you so much, Brent, Fox. Sean, back to you.
Dude, it's been a long 6 days, man. You crossed the finish line in first place unofficially in the UTV class. Tell us how it was.
Well, I mean, it's been hard because we were the last car on contingency. We barely made it at 5 p.m. The car was not even finished. So thanks to Hectic Motorsports and Mesa, they tried to put everything together. We needed like a parking bumper, things like that. I mean, we don't have a big fuel cell, so we needed to do a lot of stops, like running the time, to put fuel. But we're on a pretty good race, I believe. This guy is new. I'm new for NORRA. Normally we race in Score, so it was wonderful. We love this race, and it's so fun,
I agree. We all love this race, man. All the fans, everybody here. You got a pretty stock car here. It did pretty good the whole way down.
Yeah, the car is stock, completely stock. We just bought it and we did a roll cage, like I say, So basically that's all we did, a stock with a roll cage.
It's just a testament to NORRA, right? You can bring a stock car down, you can have a whole bunch of fun and celebrate with your family. Did you guys have any experiences, maybe not just today, but during the whole race that were a little bit off?
Well, I mean, that we didn't have enough gas to get to the whole point. So the car was always like, it starts pulling like we were crossing our fingers to make it, we were like 5 miles and the car was pulling and we made it to every point. Those are the experiences. And yes, yesterday and today the car overheating because the weather, I guess, kind of hot and sandy, all that. Those are the only issues. But like I said, the Polaris is stock. all I did is, and I had some other tires. They give me these tires in Loreto because my tires were bald. So they let me borrow these rims and tires, VFGs and metal wheels, in order to finish basically the race.
Yeah.
We've been working as it goes.
Was that the factory Polaris guys that gave you that?
No. That was Jorge Macias, Finca 93. He's also rating a Pro R.
It's cool to see, man. Everybody wants you to cross the finish line, and today, cross the finish line first, buddy. Thank you guys both. Later, buddy. Good job. Back to you, Sean.
All right, so that's a story right there in itself. I mean, how rad is that for Caesar to come down here and race and do so well? But more importantly, let's get down to Pam.
Smile on your face as always. Chip, give us a rundown.
Great week. Can't believe I conned Reese Millen into driving with me again. He and I shared driving and co-driving duties all week. He is in charge of this car when it lives in California. Good old El Bandito held up all week. We went the whole week without a flat. We do have some overheating issues that we're going to address, but phenomenal week. Reese drove all day yesterday, put us in great position for today. I drove today. That middle 16-mile section was interesting. It's in this big truck with these fenders, you can't see anything. This thing bobs and weaves and rolls, and it is. It's just you got to trust it, and I don't know how he trusted it, but we did, and we had a phenomenal day. Got in here safe. Can't thank him and his team enough to allow me to come down here and do this. And it's the best racing I do all year, so this is phenomenal. Love NORRA.
Well, and you guys always seem like you're having a good time in here as well. So, and we love that you love NORRA, because that just keeps bringing both of you guys back here. But swapping back and forth seats and everything. I mean, it's all about trusting too. You're saying that you were surprised that he was okay with it. You're okay with it. It's all about trust.
Absolutely, it's all about trust. I don't know why he trusts me, but I fully trust him. No, we just had a great week. Can't thank JR and the crew that kept us together all week. This has just been, it's made us some young child's dreams come true.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. We'll see you guys tomorrow night at the party, and we'll have some fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Man, it's been a heck of a ride, but you guys made it to Cabo. Fastball car got here as fast as it could.
Yeah, we had a flawless race. Bobby and I were in the truck the entire race, and not once did we get out during any stages. We just kept plugging away and just putting down the miles. I can't thank Bobby enough for giving me this opportunity to be able to race with him and just enjoy this experience. This has been a long time coming for us, and we deserve this one.
Yeah, it is. You guys definitely deserve it. You guys definitely deserve to crack those beers. Bobby, we really appreciate you giving the opportunity to all these guys, and congratulations for getting all the way down to Cabo, boys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank NORRA and the entire crew all the way down to Peninsula. I can't imagine putting on this race, and it was flawless. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys there. Back to you, Sean.
Bobby, Pat, and everyone in Fastball Racing, as the finish line is going to get very, very busy and hectic really soon here. As you see our drone shot showing everyone here. So we're just waiting to get some people in position here, but we are about to get, we're probably within 15, 20 minutes or so of the last final finish line gets very hectic. And it's going to explode with excitement as we hop down here with Pam. And it looks like we're going on to George first. George, what you got, brother?
All right, Randy Minier. Dude, you made it to Cabo.
We made it. So much fun. Some brutal hills, some cliffhangers back there, but God, thanks for having us. This was awesome.
NORRA is one of the best races, man. All right, one question. How would you rate NORRA this year for you?
Oh, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Hey, so we got to keep going with these interviews. We'll see you at the bar, buddy.
Thanks, everything.
Great job. Thanks for letting us follow along. Back to you, Sean.
George, that was perfect. Right on the money, moving and shaking, because we are about to implode with excitement. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Marco Duran. You guys do this as a family affair. You have a 3-seat pre-runner out here, but you're at the finish line of the NORRA Baja for 2025, and you guys had a blast out there because I could tell by the looks on your face.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better feeling than racing with my dad and my brother all in one car, you know, and my dad's 4-seater. It's been super fun. He started the first 2 days and 3 days, and then me and my brother got in. We made up some time on the fourth day just to push a little harder, and then my dad got back in it and just cruised it to the finish. It looks like physically we're in first. By time also we might be in first as well, so that's super cool winning with my dad and my brother. I mean, it's an unreal feeling, but here we are in Cabo at the finish, so we're stoked.
Well, I'm stoked for you. I'll let you guys get going. It's been a long 6 days, so have fun at the party tomorrow night, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, so wheeling through the interviews nice and quickly here. George, what's going on with Greg?
Yeah, we're super pumped. We had a couple mechanicals that set us back for a couple days, but here we are. We made it, and just, man, super pumped to be here in Cabo, and want to thank Guy Yoakum more than anybody for all the support and the race car to drive and just everything he does for us, and just super pumped on my team, my navigator, my family. Scott Conley, Micah, and our boys, Scott's boys and mine, are out racing a Can-Am right now, and they're going to be here soon, so we're super pumped, super stoked.
Yeah, and when they get here, then that means you guys can go get some tacos, you guys can have some beers, so it's awesome to see you guys down here in Cabo, buddy. Can't wait to see you next year.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Crushed it. You guys crushed it.
Okay. Actually, they said we can keep it going, so let me ask you one last question. What kind of tacos did you guys get to eat here, and what was the best one?
I would say probably Gardenias and Cabo is one of my favorites. You know, fish tacos or shrimp tacos from Gardenias is about my go-to. And
reward, buddy.
All right, great stuff down there, and he would know where the best tacos are. He's been here for a while, and there we are. That looks like it is Thomas Purcell, I believe, across the line. That's one we need to talk to. That one should be. Physically, that should be our first UTV in our turbo class, production turbo class across the line. So you see right now it's starting to get very busy as the drone shot goes up and the competitors just keep on going. It is right now, it's all about the only thing that's saving us from getting too bound up with the interviews is Stella. So let's go down to George and Purcell.
Thomas Purcell, how was it, buddy?
That was great. Good fun day, tight and technical, the way we like it in the UTVs.
And I'm assuming that he didn't ride on your guys' lap the whole way down.
Just half the way. He got in Laredo and just kept it clean the whole time.
He looks pretty clean, so you guys must have ran a good race. Hey, we got to keep these things going, but who do you want to thank?
You know, I got to thank my boys who helped me out with this whole deal. We were at Argyle, Texas, so I got Jacob Bissonette, Dave Wilson, that helped me drive the truck and get the car out here, helped me every night prep it, and my main co-dog, Steve Coda, for calling out the turns and keep me safe out there.
Yeah, it's memories that you will never forget, right?
Oh, always. This is, I call it the best week of the year.
All right, you get a knuckles from your boy. Bam, hit me up, dude. Good job, guys.
All right, well done. Family affair, got the sun right there. And I know we're continuing on with some more, so we go down to Pam.
Here with Chuck Sachs out here at the finish line for NORRA Baja. And you were sitting here just now with a smile on your face, your wife coming over to congratulate you. Feeling good right now.
Yeah, it was quite a day. It wasn't what we expected, but we got through it all, and throwing this truck through that tight stuff was definitely a lot of work. But we got through it, no flat tires. We thought we had one. Picked up some vibrations and some weirdness with the truck, but after all these miles, what do you expect?
Well, you did a great job out there. You got your daughter over there co-driving all week long for you. You guys did 3 of the 6 days, and you guys both had smiles.
No, you know what? We had so much fun. We planned to do this for a very long time. It's been a long time since she's ridden with me. She is so good over in that seat. I'm at a loss for words. She's that good. She really is. She talked me through things. She yelled at me. She's the only female that's ever told me to stand on it, go, 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 go. And man, I have so much respect for anybody that can sit in that seat, but especially for this little gal.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on a great week and you guys being here at the finish line. We'll catch you guys at the next one.
That sounds good. Thank you so much.
Right on, excellent stuff there. The 207 looking good. Let's go down to George.
Really impressed with this whole event, how well organized it is, the terrain, the farmers, all the people that let us go through their land and really enjoy ourselves in these vehicles. It was badass.
Yeah, it's super cool. And Andre, you said you can't shut off the truck, but because you're going to make sure that it gets on the trailer.
I'm afraid to shut it off because she's at her last little leg here now, and she ran hot today. But you know, Dalton and I kept her cool and kept her vitals where they needed to be, and everything stayed together really well.
Yeah, and well, you're good at interviewing because we got to keep them short, man. All the Baja blood is going to be put on the trailer, and you guys are going to get her home.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Cheers.
We appreciate you guys. Have fun. It sounds like we'll see you next time in NORRA, too.
See you in the fall.
Here in San Jose del Cabo. Did you have fun?
Yes, a lot of fun. I really enjoy the car. I just drove the last 2 days because our traffic truck, we had problems, but we're really, really happy with this.
Well, we're really happy to see you here at the finish and that you had a lot of fun and a blast. You guys looked really good out there all week long, so congratulations on the finish.
Okay, thank you very much.
Shelby Hall, you made it.
We made it, man. We weren't quite sure at the end of stage 1 if we were going to make it this far, but we had a hell of a team that did not give up. We sat out for stage 2 to fix the truck, and we've been fighting back ever since. We started dead last on stage 3.
Well, we got to keep these pretty short, but you had a good co-dog with you, too.
An absolute amazing co-dog. We shared driving, we shared navigating, and this was a dream come true for us.
Wait a second. So I really want to know, does Brady sit in this short seat?
It's adjustable.
Okay, perfect. All right, Brady, I'm going to try to reach this all the way across. How'd she drive?
Shelby did an awesome job all week, man. Like she said, she started dead last on day 3 and made up 90 odd positions. I made up a few the next day. And then today she held everybody off all day. We started up front, I think it was 17th, and I mean we got passed by 2 spec trucks in that big wash where they just outpowered us, but all day, man, I never saw the push to pass, so not having to watch mirrors is pretty fun.
I will say this, one of the brightest smiles down here in Cabo. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much, and I just want to say thank you to Wayne Schmeckley and Robin Schmeckley for believing in us, Liberty Firearms Institute, BF Goodrich Tires, PFS, KC Highlights, Jiffy Lube, for making all of this possible.
All right, the Ford Bronco's looking great. Go get it washed, man.
Yeah.
See you guys.
That's a super fun team right there. Shelby Hall and my buddy Brady Mellon. Brady and I, we go back a good handful of years, and he's a rad dude. He is. He's a good dude. As we see now, the 10-12 pulling up. Another one of our pre-runner buggy classes. And these guys have been running extremely well the whole time. And let's go on down to Pam Hall. Pam, what's going on?
I'm here with the second Duran car that's out here. Who do I have in the driver's seat? Because I'm not sure you guys have multiple drivers.
Correct. I'm Jose Mendoza. This is Iram, and my son is Iram Duran, and my son is Danny Mendoza.
Well, did you guys have fun out there?
Yes, we have a blast. We had a blast, honestly. Big thanks to Duran Motorsports, to Best Express Fruits, to the whole group, to all you guys. It was the best experience. One of my best experience. It is the happiest race on earth. I loved it. We had our motor blew out 40 miles back. We're just glad to be here. Everybody's here as of our 3 cars that we had. So it's a blast. I can't thank more.
Well, you being so excited when you come in here to the finish line after 6 days of going all the way down Baja here, ending in San Jose del Cabo. Super excited to see how excited you are.
We love it. Big thanks to Norra. Can't be more thankful than this. I love it. Thank you.
Well, we hope to see you back at the next one then.
Thank you so much. We will be here.
All right.
All right, great stuff, Pam. Thank you so much. As we throw it on back as this, the celebration is happening down at the last and final finish. But we look back at the beginning of the special stage number 3 for some competitors still going off the line. There's the 707, is it, I believe? Dipping back down in there. In the meantime, we're going to head on down to the finish line in just a moment, get some more interviews as we see Brett Livingstone and his machine. He is off and running, and then we get ready to rock and roll down here with George at the finish.
It was pretty good. It was great fun. Great 6 days. We had a few issues, but nothing major, and we're happy to be here now.
Yeah, everybody's happy to be here down in Cabo, cracking a cold one.
That's right. That's right. Congrats to my son. He was a great navigator. He did a great job. We missed a couple little turns, but nothing major.
And no Baja blood left back there?
No, we didn't lose anything this time.
Perfect.
Yeah, we did. Well, actually, our other teammate is back there a ways back.
Oh, so you lost the whole teammate?
Yeah, we lost the whole teammate.
All right, boys. Well, I'm sure your teammate will gather it up.
The 222 car at stage 3 was
that 222 car hit us back there.
Yeah, they tried to nerf us back here, and then I tried to run them off the road.
Okay, it sounds like there's a friendly competition that's happening. You guys will probably iron it out over tacos later.
Yeah, we will. A couple beers. Everything will be great.
Thanks, boys. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
See you guys next year.
Thank you.
And there you have it, Bob Howell. He's having a good time. He's been running that buggy down here for quite a few years. These guys really getting after it and having a blast. So Bob Howell, he is no stranger to NORRA for the 500 or the 1,000 here, Mexican NORRA's Baja. So good stuff for him. And keep in mind, as the celebration is happening big time, you know what's happening? The celebration of getting on course for the last and final special. And that is for the Myers Minx car. And there we go. That is the Perlmans. And we are about ready to head on down. But meanwhile, we are taking off with the Perlmans right now. And that is Casey Perlman's in it. John Keelick is in there as well. And then we're going to head on down to Pam. Pam, what you got?
I'm going to have you stand here. I'm going to interview you really quick.
Adam.
All right, here with Benjamin Button. You're right here saying it was a tough week, but we're here at the finish line, and that's all that matters.
We broke everything from the tip to the tail, and we were down, but we were not out, and we never gave up. And I just want to say thank you to everyone on Team NORRA for putting this deal on. Like, it's so much work from Ensenada to here. I am wore out, but I am so happy. We had a rough week, and we had a good week for a minute, and then we didn't, but we never gave up. And this is my co-pilot here, Adam Dam, and my son, Moose. And thank you guys so much for everything you guys do. You guys put a lot of work on to make this thing go. I'm a little bit sad that Lisa was not at the starting line every morning, but I caught Lisa after day 2 running the worst section that you guys put us in, coming out of freaking San Felipe.
But she wasn't at the. She was in a race car. That was even better.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you. If it wasn't for all of you guys coming out here and racing with us, we would not still be doing this. But it's people like you and all of the whole entire NORRA team that puts us on.
100%. Thank you guys so much. Like this is like the funnest, hardest week of the year. Well, and I'm ready for next year.
Awesome.
Tell PJ I'm coming after him.
All right, congratulations to Ben Button and the team.
All right, boys. Nice. cold one coming down here in Cabo. How was it? Is this your son?
Yeah, Carter, this is his fourth NORRA. This is our third first place in NORRA. And this, they combined, we were in a stock turbo car.
Yep.
And we're combined with the race cars. And in this one, being the conservative pace, more the turtle, and not being the rabbit this whole race, first overall in this class, maybe first overall UTV right now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that, dude. So you guys must have drove pretty consistent. We got to keep the interviews going. But, man, that's insanely cool.
Yeah, it's to be first in the in one of the biggest classes here multiple times. Fantastic. I can't say enough about Carter. He didn't get a chance to drive this year. He drove about half last year, and he's driven the other couple years. But it's been so tight with PJ Jones, Drew Pefferly in the other race car, and Max Gordon. But I just want to say thank you to all the people at Baja. You're going through all these small towns. The kids are out, the families are out, everyone's waving, giving thumbs up. Absolutely fantastic. Can't say enough about this Can-Am Maverick R with the DCT transmission. You're not looking at the belt temperature gauge at all. It's like a full-on cheat code. And these Method wheels, Tensor tires, we had zero issues. With no tire issues, no wheel issues. All these Cognito radius rods on the back, CT arms on the front, impact safety equipment, absolutely fantastic. All of PJ's performance to get us through this thing, plus my crew, Flores and Frasca. Plus, I want to say thank you to my wife at home, Carter's mom, and Carter's older brother, Caden. He's done this 4 times.
Man, you know how to call out all the sponsors and all the things. Really appreciate it. I don't want to cut you off, but you guys did a good job. Hopefully, we'll see you guys battling next year.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Later.
George.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, boys.
Here with Grant Ingram out here in the 2112 Reese Millen, the Jackal cars. You guys all call them. I love the name for it. But what a race for you guys.
Oh, yeah, that was an incredible journey all the way down the peninsula. So much fun. I can't believe this how much work NORRA does to put this on. It runs so smooth, fast trails, great technical sections, super, super fun.
Well, and you were saying that you got some gearbox issues and everything, but here you are at the finish line. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we're here at the beach now. We had some technical issues, some struggles, but you know, we overcame. We had some heroics on the Reese Millen chase team there. They pulled some all-nighters to keep us going, and greatly appreciated to Reese Millen Racing and all those guys chasing us down.
Well, it's good to see you here at the finish line. We're going to let you get going because you had a long 6 days, but congratulations.
You made it to Cabo, baby. Yes. You got a little bit of dust on your face, but it must feel good.
Yeah, very tired, a little tired. A lot of dust.
Yeah, so the car looks good.
Yeah, we fixed the motor in Laredo, and then we got in the car again.
But you were hauling butt, man. You made it.
Yeah, we made it to Los Cabos.
What's the plan for right now? Go get a beer?
Go get a beer.
Have fun, guys.
Yeah, this is my son.
Oh. How are you? Good job.
Evan Duran. Thank you.
All right, Evan and Evan. Good job, boys.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now I am here with the Treehouse Racing. Treehouse Racing has an amazing story behind them. I know we have to keep our interview a little shorter than normal, but right now you're at the finish line with a great smile.
Oh, I'm so happy. I just want to thank my Uncle Joris. He put this team together for the last 3 years. My best friend Mark here. We made it again, 3 years in a row. It's awesome. This race brings everyone together, and we're racing for ALS, as you know. My aunt passed away about 5 years ago, and we're trying to raise money so that in the future we can try to kill this or beat this illness. This is one way to do it, to get the word out, and we're just so happy to be here.
I mean, let's talk about that just a little bit more because we do have a little bit more time to talk with you about it. We got really emotional the other day whenever we were interviewing with you or talking with you on social media. It's really heart-wrenching for these diseases that are out there, and what you guys are doing is amazing and trying to raise the money for it.
Yeah, I mean, my aunt was 54 years old. She passed away in a year and a half, and it was really, really hard for the family. And so we wanted to always race and to do something together that we can all bond and also raise money. We just hit over $100,000 in donations that go directly to ALS, and my uncle just wants to spend the money on trying to come up with a cure.
It's amazing what you guys are doing, and I'm sure so many people around appreciate that. But right now, it's a congratulations to you for getting to the finish line.
I really appreciate it. We'll see you next year.
Thank you again. All right. Javier Gonzalez, man, you made it.
We made it. We've been struggling all week. We started our day with the mile in. We broke a hub, so we've been trying to do catch up the whole time. And the last 3 days, we've been starting up front with these faster guys. So it's been exciting. Been a long one over here. A lot of work.
You guys running the 2-cylinder too?
Yeah, we are probably the slowest in our class as far as horsepower. But hey, man, just got to wheel it a little bit.
Yeah, I agree 100%. We got to keep these interviews short. But man, it's
yeah, I mean, besides the beginning, after that, we just kept trucking up to the front, and it was really good. But it was fun to do this. We did it with a small team, just him and I. We Ironman the whole thing, so it's been a lot of fun.
Javier, consistency, buddy.
Yeah, for sure, consistency, and just keep the car moving forward. That's what we wanted to do. And like you said, it's just him and I, and we got a driver in Ensenada to help us out. And we're here. We made it.
Dialed it in. Say you moving forward. We got to move forward with these interviews. Good job,
Awesome,
boys.
Thank you.
Alamido, we neither one can really understand each other because you are from, where are you from again?
Estamos muy contentos, somos de Argentina, venimos del interior de la Argentina, de Mendoza y de Salta, primera vez en la NORRA, creo que nos fue muy bien, felicitaciones a toda la organización por esta gran carrera, vamos a volver en las 500, estamos corriendo la baja 1000 también, la baja 500. Así que México nos recibe de la mejor forma. Así que acá hay que probar trabajando nomás.
Congratulations on your finish.
¿Cuántos años tengo?
Felicitaciones por terminar.
Ah, por terminar. Muchas gracias.
All right, congratulations.
Max, those Doritos must taste good.
Dude, they taste good, especially at the finish line here in Norra. You know, we did 1,400 miles in this thing. Very minor issues, just we had the overall lead yesterday coming into the last stage and threw it away. I mean, we had an hour lead on everyone and then had an unfortunate issue yesterday and put us 20 minutes behind the leader today, and I think we made up 10 minutes in the first 2 stages, and I don't know where we ended up on the last stage there, but that definitely wasn't a course for this car. It was just straightaways, so probably ended up second, but you know, it's unfortunate that we threw this one away, but we'll be back. And other than that, car ran good, flawless day. Cole did a great job navigation, and Sing ran good.
Yeah, it's I can tell you're a little bit sad, but that's just because you're so young, man. You know that there's next year, right?
No, yeah, for sure. It's just sucks to put in all this hard work, come down here, and then end up having the lead overall on everyone, and then just throwing it away on the last day. But it is what it is. You know, we're gonna come back next year. We'll be focused, locked in, and we'll be good.
Yeah, and I can tell you this, all of us got to ride along with you down the whole coast. Everybody got to see what a fantastic driver you are at such a young age. And man, you're holding yourself to a high standard. That's just the way it's going to go. There's going to be ups and downs.
No, for sure, and we don't come here to lose. So we come here with an expectation to win and win only. No second place, no third place, and they can keep that second place trophy because we want to take the first back. But these guys put on an awesome event down here, and I want to thank everyone for coming down and helping us out. So thank you.
Yeah, throw a shout out to all the people that got to watch you on the live stream, dude. You're getting a lot of good comments.
I know. Thanks, everyone. You know, the Star Stream worked good, and everyone was able to catch a ride with me, and hopefully it worked well down there. But you know, thanks everyone for watching and giving a shout out.
Yeah, you guys did a great job, man. I'll let you get back to your fans and your mom and everybody. Good job, bud.
Jonathan Faulkner out here in the blockbuster video wrapped truck out here for the NORRA Baja. You're at this finish line, and Jonathan, there's 3 drivers of record on here, so I want to know, how many days of this did you drive?
So I drove from Bay of LA to San Ignacio, and then I did part of yesterday, and then today.
Well, did you have a blast out there?
Yeah, today was super tight and technical for the first half, and then it opened up in the sand. Coming to staging this morning, we had one of our coolant lines pop off, so we were 30 minutes late to staging, and it put us behind everyone. So I just kind of kept our nose clean and tried to pick off people.
Well, you got here to the finish. That's all that matters.
Yeah, definitely. So excited to be here. This is my first time running the finish. So yeah, we'll be back next year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. And like you just said, we'll be back next year. We'll see you next year.
Thank you. Staging this morning, we
All right, so coming on in that Blockbuster video truck. If you guys are looking to rent any VHSs or DVDs, hit him up. He's got a whole trailer full as we bring that Ford Bronco to the finish line. Of course, Shelby Hall Motorsports and her Ford Bronco have already made it. And now we're here with Brad Lovell and his son, I believe. And the two of them have been switching duties back and forth here. And that truck is in an amazing condition and one of the first across the line. Tons and tons of competitors behind these guys as I send it on down to George here in a moment. And we're going to see exactly what Brad and his son and what their experiences were all about down here in NORRA. So, George, what do you got going on with our Ford members?
All right. Brad, taking your son all the way down, dude. That's pretty killer, buddy.
Well, it was more often than not him taking me. You know, I was driver record here, but Adam drove more than half the race, and we've been working a long time wanting to do this. It's Adam's first time racing a truck, and we've been working a lot of months towards getting down here. So what an accomplishment. I feel like it's a race of a lifetime every time we get to come down here.
Yeah. And Adam, how was it with your dad? Was he yelling at you the whole time? Like, you think you could battle with him if you had your own truck, or what?
I mean, it's hard to say whether I could battle with him or not. You know, I still have a lot of things I could learn, and he's very fast. But we get together and we work together very well in the car. I think, you know, we don't really ever fight in the car, and
better than we do in the shop.
Oh, it's the shop where the words and wrenches go, right?
Right. So yeah, and this is a bone stock Raptor, aside from a cage and some BF Goodrich tires on there. We came down the whole way, no flats, and I can't be thrilled more than to be part of the Ford Performance family, running this vehicle down here. We raced this in the Baja 1000 2 years ago, and I've been itching to have a run at NORRA with it. It's a beautiful vehicle for down here. Big thanks to AMSOIL. We had super hot oil temps coming in at the end, but no worries. Battling it out with some spec trucks and UTVs. Great time the whole way down.
On the money the whole time, and on the loud pedal too. One last question. We got to see you guys ride all the way down the live stream. Did you get text messages from all your buddies saying how good you were doing?
Yeah, I did. I did check my phone once when we were in the car. I was getting a bunch of texts, and I could feel it underneath my leg, and it was like, what is going on? So I did pull it out and peek at it real quick. So.
All right, good job, boys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Welcome to Cabo.
Thank you.
Yes, we're here, dude.
41 out here at the finish line. You guys have had one heck of a week, but you're here at the finish.
It feels good to be here. We were just trying to keep the wheels on the road and, you know, keep them rolling. And, you know, our belief with the X3, I mean, we're kind of in an inferior machine, is, you know, a good driver, good team, you know, with a good car will outmatch a worse driver with a better car. So that's what we were hoping for. And I think we might have snuck onto somewhere, but we're really happy that we were keeping up with the Mavars, and that was our goal, and so we feel like we accomplished that.
We actually were kind of talking about that the other day. I think in Loretto, when we came to the finish line, you were like, you're outpowered a little bit.
Yeah, we've always been the kind of scrappy underdog. We've only been doing this 3 years, and this is our third race. So, you know, we're just trying to hang with the big boys, and if we're even in the conversation at the end, that's great.
You know what, all that matters is you guys are having fun. You're out here, you're at the finish, and we get to go have a party tomorrow night.
We are having a blast. NORRA is super fun. Mexico is my second favorite country in the world, but I'll tell you, it's just such a pleasure to be here. You guys all do such a good job. The organizers, LSAO, Robbie, all these guys. I mean, this is no easy feat, and you guys stick the landing every time.
Well, thank you so much. I know that everybody appreciates hearing that, but we'll see you next time, right?
Absolutely. With the Mavar.
With the Mavar, gonna step it up. All right, congratulations on the finish.
Right on. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. It's my second favorite country in the world.
Things go. You got a full house.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Nobody died. Cars in one piece mostly. It was a great time.
And you guys didn't have to wear a helmet the whole time. You guys got to talk, chat, have a good time. It's AC too.
AC for most of the trip.
Yeah. No, it was a good run. You know, my first time navigating, made a few mistakes, but that happens.
Yeah, totally. Well, it's good to see you guys at the finish line. Sounds like you guys want to go get some tacos and have a party. It's good to see you guys here.
Right,
welcome to Cabo.
It's great.
Great job, George. Really starting to get the feel of the whole vibe down there at the finish line right now as competitors from all of our different classes, from safari to UTVs to heavy metal, 6100s, you name it, they're all coming in. Our historic classes are coming in. We've got some of the buggies coming across the line. Everybody's having a good time. Smiles for miles down there in Cabo. When I say miles, over 1,300 miles of smiles all the way down here to the last and final finish line. And folks, those of you that are not aware of it, big party tomorrow night. Big party tomorrow night, as we're going to be getting an opportunity to give all these people their trophies and all their awards, as we'll be down there handing all their out. And there's Sherry bebopping along, having a great time as we are down below with Pam.
Grenadier, how you feeling?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you were just not saying that. Well, I saw one getting a shock change out the other day. I'm like, this isn't the one, right? And you said nope.
No, this one's been pretty solid the whole trip. It's been beat though. We have not been easy on these, you know. So we've done some air filter changes, cabin filter changes, because we want to run AC. You know, it's like, you know, first world problems, right? And these things have been amazing. We have beat the hell out of them.
Well, you guys definitely are a lot cleaner than the other racers that are coming in here, but I have seen some videos of you guys having some fun out there between all of the Grenadiers. So you're at the...
Had a blast.
Yeah.
Had a blast.
Well, I like it that you had a blast. You're here at the finish line. We get to have some fun. You get to go chill out and relax, so congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. AC, you know, it's like, you know.
You made it to Cabo.
Yeah, stoked to be here. It's been a long 6 days of racing so far. A little bit of everything Mexico could throw at us. The car's been utterly perfect for us, so we didn't work on our stuff. Stepdad can't say the same about the Bronco, but you know, here we are, and we're glad to be here for sure.
Yeah. Well, Baja throws a lot of stuff at you. Who you got in the passenger seat with you?
This is my girlfriend Crystal, and she navigated every mile that I did. She changed her first flat today, did a kick-ass job the whole time, and man, I couldn't be more proud of her.
Yeah. All right, Crystal, tell us how it was. We got to go quick, but tell us how it was.
It was a fantastic first experience.
That's all we need. That means that there's going to be a second one, Louis. Dude.
Absolutely.
Oh, awesome. We can actually take a little bit of time. So does that mean that you want to come back?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good time.
I feel like that's an understatement. It was a good time, right? Don't you agree, Louis?
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much that happened in the last. We think we did about 1,000 miles between the days we did, and everything from hull and butt to some of the nastiest little slow stuff that we can get through. So,
Crystal, if you had to sum up a NORRA 1000 in one word, what would it be?
Bring your own AC.
Okay, I love it. All right, we'll let you guys go.
Thank you.
Welcome to Cabo.
Some solid advice right there by his girlfriend Crystal. Bring your own AC with you. That's smart. I totally get it. As they head on down farther on the peninsula, especially the sections that are mid-peninsula and not out by the coast, it gets hot, it gets warm, and without a doubt. So don't forget, there is still a lot of people out on course. As we see some of our competitors there getting ready to start special stage number 3. A handful of them as well, and look how beautiful it is here. You know, this is what it's all about down here in Baja and down Baja Sur, and it's just really cool stuff. And there are some of our competitors that we saw earlier on in the Myers-Manx, and we've seen those guys here in the past. And there's Fastball Racing. Fastball Racing, they get that name out of Major League Baseball. I'm not going to get in details of how that is, but they are very involved with Major League Baseball and some of the West Coast team, if you will. And there is a shot of another vehicle about ready to take off on the longest stage of the day for them. 63.50 miles left to go and to get put in the record books by this competitor as they're about ready to hop off into the desert one last and final time here for the 2025 NORRA's Baja. As meanwhile, as they're heading off in the desert, we're going to throw down to Pam, get all the news.
here with Mark McMillan. Mark McMillan, you just came in with a great smile on your face, having some fun. How was this NORRA Baja for you?
Well, this was a great NORRA. It was a great race, and thank Eliseo and Robbie and Mike Perlman for putting it on. And it was especially great this year because I had my son Luke drove 3 days with me, so he's in Loretto on the beach right now. So I got to pick him up tomorrow. So
he's already chilling out, and you're down here finishing up. He's not coming down here to Cabo?
no, we all got to go home tomorrow for a big surprise birthday party for somebody. But no, well, uh-oh.
Well, but here we are, though. I mean, Mark, I know that you...
Happy birthday to you.
So we're down here in the beautiful, obviously in Cabo, and you're no stranger to Baja. You've been down here many, many, many years. Your family's all the way down here, too. But you're now having a cold beverage out here at the finish. I know you've seen Baja. What is the favorite part that you saw this particular NORRA?
Well, as always, it's the people. I love the people of Baja. And I thank them for letting us continue to do what we do, and hopefully all the racers are as nice to them as I think my team is. And we give away T-shirts and stickers and more T-shirts, and love Baja.
Yeah, the people definitely love it. I mean, they come up to you when you're at a gas station or wherever you're at. They're always coming up to you to get stuff. And you racers are obviously something too that is always so good to them. But I'm going to let you get moving on because I know you're ready to go relax. But Mark McMillan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
¿Cómo estuvo tu carrera? Una muy buena carrera, la mejor carrera que hemos hecho en los últimos años de NORRA nosotros. Buenísima. I like it. I'm here in Los Cabos.
Welcome to Cabo.
Welcome to Cabo, yes. I like it. Very good race.
Good job, boys.
Thank you so much.
And there we are, beautiful shot up on top of the mountain. We're talking here. This place, I don't know. Is he flying the drone right there? Yes, this place is abandoned. How much they want? I'll move in today. As we go down to Pam on the finish line.
I am here with Joe Bolton here at the finish line. You guys were looking good all week long, and now you're here at the finish. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was an awesome week. Chad rode with me today. Ian's been with me all week. It shows that we're in second, so that's pretty good for a Pro R. First time really racing that down here. It's way faster than our turbo. But yeah, awesome event.
Awesome. I have to ask you really quick because you said if you turn it off, it might not start. What's going on?
The first day on the highway, we have an issue with the fuse box, and so we've had to hotwire it a few times. And we could do it again, but I don't want to hold for the whole line.
No, I told you, leave it on. It's all about it. But here you are at the finish line. Congratulations on finishing the 2025 NORRA Baja.
Thanks very much. Thanks to Justin, Bones Baja Services, and Jacob for prepping the car, Chad Mertz, Ian Lyons, and then our sponsors. We've got Ari Sun Tires, Polaris Razor, of course, Baja Designs, Walker Evans, Maxima Oils, OMF Wheels, TPR, JMAR, Next Gen, and Force Plywood and PCI Race Radios. So awesome. Thank you guys very much for a great event.
Well, thank you so much for coming back down here, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Buddy, 170 got here to the Cabo.
Heck yeah, we just tried to race a nice, clean, safe race and keep it together.
You got your pink shirt a little dirty though, buddy.
Oh, I know. I've been wearing it all week.
That's what it looks like after a week of racing down the peninsula.
Oh, it sure does. Baja takes its toll.
So any interesting things happen?
I lost my voice telling him directions for 6 days, and we still kicked some ass.
Yeah, I love to hear it. That's raw right there.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome race. It was really rough in some sections, and it was just an amazing race. We had an awesome time.
So what's the move now? Go celebrate with the fam?
Yeah, we're going to go party it up and celebrate.
All right, guys. Have fun. Welcome to Cabo.
Can I say thank?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to just first and foremost say a huge thank you to all the guys and girls that work at JBC Utility. You guys make it happen. And I have to say a biggest thank you to CT Raceworks. Without them, this car would not have made it through Baja. And like Timmy, Nate, all the guys that worked on the car, all the other people that made this possible. I cannot be more grateful for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you guys did a good job. Go have fun.
Big party happening down here, and we're going to head down to Pam with some more action with our competitors.
I am here with Jay Bills here at the finish line. Jay, you came in here and yeah, a smile. I always have to say this because you always have a smile on your face.
Yeah, this has been great. Last year we didn't make it to the end. This year we made it the whole way. We had a clean run. We never had to get out of the car to fix anything. It's been a great 1,450 miles.
Well, it's good to see you here at the finish. I'm sure you're ready to go do some relaxing, but congratulations on finishing the 2025 NORRA Baja.
Thank you. I'd like to say thanks to my wife first and foremost, my son Colin, who did half the driving and half the navigating, my good friends Steve, and my brother Jack. Who am I missing there? Kelly, my partner in the car. Kelly, how the hell could I miss him? My good friends Tim and Jennifer Morton of Baja Bound Adventures. They give us a lot of help down here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, once again, congratulations, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you very much.
Brad, I'll go. Dude, welcome to Cabo, baby.
We're happy to be at the finish line.
It was a hell of a 6 days.
It was incredible. We did some gardening. We got a couple flat tires. We put 1,500 miles on the speed car with virtually no issues. Just want to thank my co-pilot, the famous flying Al Macbeth. Thanks Speed UTV and the crew, Diesel Tech Truck Repair, and Lord Co Auto Parts.
Yeah, you guys did a fantastic job. It was cool to watch you guys all the way down. And yeah, thanks, Zach. They were just yelling in my ear, Al, about your world record UTV jump. I don't know if the whole world saw it, but I think they did. So riding in the right seat's a little different for you.
Yeah, it's this is my. I've never really co-piloted before, but we've been switching back and forth driving, and I got to say I don't mind the co-pilot as much. It's kind of giving us a break from the driving, so I don't know. I mean, it's all part of the experience, right?
Does that mean that Al was yelling at you, Brad?
All day long. I just keep turning the volume down when I don't want to listen to him.
I love to see that, man. It was really cool following you guys all the way down, though.
Oh, thanks.
We got to watch you guys. Everybody was commenting in on the live stream. So, Al, tell everybody thank you.
Sorry, what was the question?
Tell everybody thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks Diesel Tech Truck Repair for making this happen. Thanks Speed UTV for providing us the machine and the program to help it. And thank you NORRA for making it all happen.
I think you'll agree with that, Brad. NORRA has one kick-ass race.
Absolutely. We'll see you for the 500.
Sounds good, boys. Great job.
I am here with Joe Acapinti. Here we are at the finish line. You had a great smile when you came up to me. The NORRA Baja, what does it mean to you?
This is our second NORRA, and it's just been incredible. It's such a hard race, and we just had a rough week, but we got here, and we're just happy to be here and finished.
Well, and we were just now talking about the logistics of this race as well. I mean, I can only imagine what it's like for your team and the teams that are down here compared to what we all go through.
Yeah, logistically, our chase team works so hard to try to keep everything together, and they do such a good job for us. I don't know what we do without them.
Well, it takes a team, sometimes a small army, sometimes a larger army, but here you are at the finish line. That's all that matters right now. Are you ready to just go chill out and relax?
Yep, we're ready. We're done. Can't wait to be out of the car today.
Awesome. Well, Joe, congratulations to you and your whole entire team for finishing the 2025 NORRA Baja.
Thank you very much.
All right, folks. So you see everyone coming together. Still a lot of smiles, and you know it's great to see that the speed team as well. You know, with Al Macbeth on there, and he's a professional pilot normally for these machines, and Al actually holds numerous world records, 6 world records that is, over the years. So really cool stuff. And then you see in the background, there's another one of those awesome Jackal cars of the 2112. Everyone here, all kinds of vehicles coming to the line. Everyone's coming together. This is a great party. The party in La Paz is a banger, but more for the locals. The party in Cabo is where it really starts to go off, because this is where oftentimes a lot of the moms and dads come down. The families come down. A lot of them that maybe don't want to do the whole race or anything come down to Cabo, and this is where they're all at down here for a couple of days. So some excellent stuff. We're about to head back down to the finish line and get some more action from both Pam and the rest of the team.
All right, Tim, you made it to Cabo, baby.
Yeah, we did it. We raced this race 3 times. This is only our 2nd time finishing.
And, man, that tells a lot about the attrition, right?
Yeah, we definitely feel lucky to get here. There were several times when we thought we were going to be ending our trip soon.
Oh, really? So there were some incidents?
We've had a few get off the roads that we weren't happy about.
Were those some mistakes by you, or?
My mistake.
Hey, when you admit it, it makes it so that you don't make the mistake again.
Well, you hope so.
All right, well, welcome to Cabo, boys. We're really good to see you guys down here. I'm assuming that you're going to go celebrate with family and friends.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Tim, thank you, guys.
With Blake Wilkie at the finish line for the 2025 NORRA Baja. Blake, you've had one heck of a week.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun in these on the smooth, fun, fast, kind of twisty, windy shit. But through the rocks, when it's just sounds like you're in a paint shaker with a bunch of marbles or a washing machine, it really hurts.
Well, you're saying it sounds like it. Does it feel like it as well?
Yes. Yeah, after day 3, I was like, dude, I'm over it. I'm so over it. I was like, Dan, why'd you do this to me? We're actually running on X-Comp by Gladiator trailer tires. So they're like a DOT tire. They're not even like an off-road tire, but we grew them and they worked. I mean, not ideal, but we're here, and we're the first car at many stages. Had transmission issues. We had to change a transmission in the middle of the desert. Chase truck got stuck. That really hurt us on timing. Today we had to get second place by 11 minutes. I don't know if we did or not, but we gave it the best we could. Savannah was co-driving. We ran an almost perfect day. I mean, it's easy to make mistakes out there just because there's roads that zig and zag and go every which different direction. And she did her best, and this is her 2nd time being in the car in like a desert race like this. So it was awesome to get Poppy and Junior, who helped me prep the car, who have never raced with me, and they're out of Ensenada. Junior got to co-drive with me the first day, and then the last 2 days, and Poppy drove with me on day 2 and said, let Junior get some seat time. And those guys have helped me with this car and my program for 3-4 years now, and we've raced Class 11 for 6 years, and we've only had one DNF in 6 years with Class 11.
I know that you're one that everybody's always trying to beat out here and everything, but right now I have to let you guys get going. But congratulations on finishing this after the week you guys had. You have amazing beautiful co-driver over there, and we'll see you guys at the party tomorrow.
Thank you guys, NORRA. This was awesome.
It's a celebration. You made it to Cabo, and you're going to celebrate in style.
Yes, we did. It was a long 6 days. Had a lot of mishaps, overcame a lot of adversity, and we're happy to be here in Cabo. We're lucky to be here in Cabo.
Is the 1942, is that your trophy?
Yeah, this is our go-to. The 1942 is if we cross the finish line, then we crack this, and this is the celebratory drink.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of vehicles come through here already. I've smelt a lot of motor oil, a lot of rubber, but I haven't smelt anything as good as your Don Julio 1942. So good job, boys.
Thank you very much.
Hey, but seriously, welcome to Cabo.
Yeah, we're happy to be here. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Coyote Tractor, Profile Power Sports, Sutton Luxury Limousine, JBC Utility, Napa Mount Washington Valley, Penny's Public House. We've got Lucky Gunner Garage. We have a lot of sponsors that make this possible for us and really support us. So, just happy to be here, and we really have to send out a huge thanks to all of them. Oh, Paul White and Company, he's a big one too.
Absolutely. All the sponsors make it happen, right? But you guys also made it happen getting it all the way down here. So congratulations. Like I said, boys, welcome to Cabo. Enjoy your drinks.
Thank you.
Danny, I just told you, I can't pronounce your last name.
Danny Jadresco from Victoria, BC, Canada.
Oh, that's absolutely beautiful up there.
this year, it's our third year we've raced the NORRA 1000, and this year my son ran one car and I ran the other car, and we were going to race each other. So unfortunately, he crashed. He did a big rollover in San Felipe on day one, and he was that car's out of the race. So we're happy to finish one car, and I'm just thrilled to be here at the finish line.
Well, I have to say it's good to see you guys here at the finish line. I did see some video of that crash, and it did not look like it was a fun one, but all that matters is at least one of the cars got down here, and they're all okay.
Yeah, so the main thing is my son's okay and his navigator's okay, so we're super happy. The carts are built fantastic, and we also had a rollover on this one. We were just lucky and got it back on, and our crew and team fixed it all up, and here we are at the finish line.
Awesome. Well, it's good to see you here once again. We'll see you guys tomorrow, but we're going to let you get going and hang out and relax. Congratulations.
Okay, right on. Thank you.
All right, Oliver, you brought this Volkswagen all the way to Cabo, baby.
Yes, finally we arrived here in Meta. I'm so glad, so happy to finish in first place. I want to say special thanks to all the Grupo Los Flemate, Pulga, who drove most of the part of the race, myself and our co-driver, Oscar. He did an awesome, great job, and all the team, my chassis builder, Tesoro, and also Shalam, who prepped the car, and all the Los Flemate racing team, Carlos, David, the Gol, todo el equipo Los Flemate Racing. Special thanks for everyone, and a special thanks to my sponsors, Mayor Performance Racing Engines, Maxima Racing Oils, Fox Factory Racing, my tranny, Dave Falls Transmission, and also Baja de Sang Lights, PCI Radios, Yokohama Tires.
Man, you got a lot of sponsors, dude. It takes a lot to get this Volkswagen down here. I'm glad to see you guys both down in Cabo. Go get a beer, man.
Yeah, we're glad and happy to be here, and it's a real tough race. We have a great race, but we won all the stages. Five stations we won. We have a almost 6 hours lead, but today we take a last. But we have a really tough 3 days. Yeah, great race.
Yeah, great race. Welcome to Cabo. Have fun, guys.
We are out here at the finish line. Your dad, Gino, was driver of record, but right now you just told me you're in here with your grandpa. How was that driving with your grandpa navigating?
This was my first time driving, and it was probably one of my favorite times ever, especially with my grandpa being here. This is my second time in Mexico, so I'm pretty stoked. It was really good.
Well, that's awesome to have that kind of combo here in the car. How was it all overall? I mean, how many days did you guys drive together?
We did the last section here, so this was our first time, so yeah.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. I love seeing this grandson and grandfather duo here. We have a lot of family that rides together, but hopefully we see you back here again.
Sounds good. I think we will.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, buddy, you made it to Cabo.
Yeah, happy to be to Cabo now.
How was it, man? The car still looks great.
Yeah, the car's still in one piece. We had 2 punctures, 2 belts, but we're good.
Yeah, it was good to be able to come down to Cabo in this 4-seater. You still got all your tools. You got everything lined up still.
And this is our 3rd year here, so the car's been great for us. Yeah.
So you're an expert.
Nah, we're just a family that races.
Well, a family that races always has.
We did this. Let's see if next year we can do a little bit better.
No, there's always next year. Well, it's good to see you guys down in Cabo, man. Have a great time.
Thank you so much.
I am here with Trevor Glidden out here at the finish line, and you always have a great smile on your face, and you had a pretty good week here, but you look a little maybe ready to just get out of the truck.
I'm ready to get out of the truck. We had a great week, great 6 days. Yesterday it was a little rough. We've been battling some power steering issues for the last couple days. Yesterday was harsh. We had a couple 100+ mile an hour blowouts, and then one of them we lost a brake, and then losing a brake had us send it off of a embankment, and so it was just kind of a long day yesterday. Today the beginning section was really technical, and It was really hard to turn this sucker. It's just it's basically like hydro locking kind of and making it impossible to turn. So, but it's been an awesome race, and I'm stoked to be in Cabo. Stoked to be here. It's this year's event is amazing. It's amazing how many spectators there are out there, how many smiles there are, and kids' faces and people's faces everywhere. And it's been super cool. So it's what keeps me coming back, obviously.
Well, I 100% understand and agree with you on that, and it's good to see you here at the finish line, and now you get to go relax.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Trevor Glidden, out here again for Norra's Baja.
Man, the car looks brand new. It's like you're a veteran.
Yeah, it's my second trip, I think.
You did a great job, man. The car looks inside and out, looks fantastic. Man, just give us a little bit of a rundown on how much fun you guys had getting to Cabo.
We had a lot of fun. We had a couple of issues, but just drove through them. No big deal. I mean, it was a big deal, but it's Baja. You just have to drive around them.
Yeah, well, those big deals can really cost you because Baja is a massive place.
Yes. And it's a charge. And when you forget that, you're in trouble.
Yep, I agree 100%. So now that you guys are in Cabo, does that mean you guys are going to enjoy your time?
Yes, until we drive back tomorrow.
We're going to do the same thing. We'll probably see you on the road. But yeah, man, NORRA is one fantastic race.
Yes, it is. It's great. Trisha's ridden with me about 12 years now in NORRA, and I've been to every NORRA.
Every single NORRA is pretty crazy. We got to do these interviews pretty quick, but I do want to say something. Trish is from New York City, and she moved out here to the West Coast, and now she is racing in the middle of Baja. That's a pretty drastic change, Trish.
Yeah, I mean, it's a balanced chaos, you know. I think it's the energy of racing and just the movement and keeping things going. It makes me feel right at home.
Butch, right at home is inside the race car, I feel like, for you.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time here, a lot. But it's all good. Can't wait to come back next week.
Yeah. Oh, next week too, huh? Well, you spent a lot of time in the race car. We're going to let you get out of the race car, go have some fun with your family and friends. It was nice seeing you. Welcome to Cabo.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Makes me feel right at home.
Okay, here with Mike Hinckley. Mike, you build these vehicles. Jim Kirby is the person on the side of here that we no longer have with us, but here we are at the finish line, and you just told me that you were doing this to cross for him.
Yes, we are. It's actually Glenn Kirby's the car owner. Jim was his dad. He's been doing this race since 1968, back in the Toad days. It is here with us. Can't explain how awesome it is.
Well, it's got to feel good too to get across the finish line. Number one, you built this vehicle. Number two, the reasoning behind what you're doing it for, and the history that is behind the name.
It's solely for family. The passion that his family has for this is just amazing. It's pretty awesome.
Well, here you are though at the finish. I know you're ready to go relax. I have to say, I was telling you, I love your steering wheel there.
It is awesome, and I want to thank Wayne at Alltech. This car rode amazing, and Triple R Lighting.
All right, Donald Mankey. Dude, you guys made it. You said you were the sweep car for the team?
Yeah, we were just fastest sweep car on the course.
Fastest sweep car on the course. You made it to Cabo, baby.
That we did. You know, 6 days of racing, but here we are.
So, anything interesting happening? You had to fix some of the friends in the front?
We didn't fix anybody. We did a little bit of towing, you know, just to make sure that the old belt could handle it. You know, stress test. We delivered a couple tires, you know, same thing.
It seems like a pretty successful ride, and you're in Cabo.
Yeah, overall pretty good. I mean, I think we're on top 50 overall with all that, so good run.
Yeah, definitely a good run. So you got all your friends and family coming up here. We're going to let you go, buddy. Good job. Welcome to Cabo.
All right, here with Tom Watson. Tom, I just now found out that you are one of the vehicles that rolled yesterday, but here you are at the finish line, and you had to stay up till about 3 o'clock in the morning to fix it. So, wow, here you are.
Big thanks to Rufo Racing in La Paz for welding it back together. And I didn't think it was going to happen, but my partner Alejandro was at the wheel with Andreas and Navigator, and they were about a mile from the finish and cartwheeled the car by hitting another guy in the dust, and it was a mess. So we're super stoked to get here, and thanks again to the people of Mexico helping out, and we had a great time. And my son Wiley came down to ride the last section with me, and it's kind of the last of our bloodline. And my parents brought me down here in 1968 for a surf trip, and Parnelli Jones went by us on the road at about 100 miles an hour, and my eyes popped out of my head. And the next year we had dirt bikes, so that was the beginning.
Oh, that's
awesome. A long time ago.
Well, I guess you start on two wheels, and what do they always say? With age comes a cage.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. At 69 years old, I'm okay with it.
Well, congratulations on getting here to the finish. I'm glad to see you here after that tumble. I saw the video and I screenshot it to try to make out which car it was, and I didn't find out till just now. So glad you guys are all safe, and the car actually looks really good.
Thank you, and big thanks to my wife Jackie, who did all the logistics and kind of planning, and I'd still be trying to get to the registration if it wasn't for her. So thank you.
Well, congratulations once again. You guys go hang out, have some fun, and we'll see you later on.
And thanks to Norra, too. It was a fantastic event, and I really think it's kind of the future of racing in Baja. You know, we spend a lot of time down here, and it just has a little more concern for the people and everything, and it's really a great format. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I know they love to hear that. So Tom Watson, have a good time.
Like I said before, it's a little warm down here in Cabo. But you got a cold beer for the finish line. What a good reward.
Yeah, it's a feeling like you can't imagine getting to the end of this race. So many times you almost don't. So
yeah, it is definitely a feat. But I will tell you, it was cool to watch you guys the entire way coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. Our friends and family could watch. And thanks Starstream. That's fantastic. You know, not a lot of people get to come down and see this, experience it. But we broke down a couple times. My boys are texting me. Things are looking up to help us fix it because they know they're hearing us talk about what's is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I'll let you talk in just a second. It is pretty cool, but I'm talking about your social media and everything. So you guys had a good time on the way down, boys.
We did. We had a pretty good time on the way down. We had to pull a couple moves with some other teams and stuff like that and make it happen. And we also want to have a few other thanks too. One huge one to Nate at Alba Racing, hooking us up. Thank you so much there, as well as to Chris at Wagner Fabrication. It's incredible what your work did for us. And Fab School, man, came through. We busted saved our race. We busted an A-arm in half, and they came to the rescue. And then to the entire NORRA Association, it's an honor to be a part of it. This is our 5th year running, and you won't see the end of us here.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much fun you guys are going to have next year, Jeremy. We got about 10 seconds left. Tell us what you think of NORRA.
What's that?
We got about 10 seconds left. Tell us what you think of NORRA.
I love NORRA. It's a family race, man. Like I said, we got parts from other teams that we're competing against to make the race happen, and no other races like that. You know, we might be competitors, but we're friends, and we all want to see each other in Cabo.
Gentlemen, keep the activities going. You guys are awesome to watch. Congratulations. Welcome to Cabo.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you all.
Okay, here with Cody Crisp with Dad, Buddy Crisp over in the passenger seat. Here we are at the finish line at the NORRA Baja. You guys have a very awesome vehicle. I love it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was not really prepared with a speech. I thought he was going to finish the race, but halfway through he let me swap and take it to the finish. So super stoked to be here. Thanks, Pops, for one, getting the race car going, letting me drive, and put me down here. It's been awesome.
How was it having your dad over there in the co-driver's seat?
It was a lot of fun, but he wasn't very speedy with reading the course notes. so yeah, we missed a couple of marks, but all in all, nothing bad happened. So
all that matters is you guys had fun, and you both are laughing and smiling, and you get to do that at the end of the day. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks, Pops.
All right, well, we'll see you guys at the next one, hopefully on. So go and enjoy yourself and have some fun.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
Good job, guys.
All right, so great stuff with a really cool car here. It seems like everyone's really very much enjoying themselves as they make their way of NORRA, and what a blast it is as we now hop on board with Hearn. Not hop on board, but check it out with Hearn in the 835, about ready to take his last and final start as he heads out in the desert as well. So we know we still have a good handful of competitors out on course making their way down, but in the meantime, it looks like we're going to head on down to George.
I lost the navigation and a couple sets today, no navigation, and I follow the cars. And first day got a problem with the clutch. Second day this goes slow, it's too rough, survivable. Third day that's good. Fourth day that's finished in Loreto, and that's good too. And the time it's finished to La Paz, is the oils, the shocks is explosion, one of the shocks, no brakes all day, almost all day. And today it's got the brakes only 3 tires, but that's okay. The brakes, no problem. The problem is no navigation.
No navigation down here definitely leads to getting lost. Well,
yeah, well, I need to follow the cars going in front of me and follow the guys, and this is my navigation.
Well, you got your sunglasses, you got your mask. Let's see your hands, man. Show the camera your hands.
Yeah.
Man, that is one good trip down the Mexican Peninsula.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem. Hey, welcome to Cabo, buddy.
Thank you very much.
I am here with Ronaldo Martinez. Ronaldo, you have fun out there?
Yeah, it's my father.
Yeah.
Sí, estamos muy felices, muy contentos de terminar la carrera. Queremos agradecerle a todo el pueblo, a todo el Baja Sur y Baja Norte que nos estuvo apoyando. Muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo a lo largo de la pista y gracias al equipo que venía con nosotros.
Well, congratulations on your finish.
Gracias. Estamos muy felices.
Boys, welcome to Cabo.
Yeah, thank you very much. We feel welcome.
Feel welcome. You get a nice cold beer. That's a reward.
Absolutely, and the fans here, unlike anywhere else. I'm just coming in the last 10 miles. We got 3 passes in 4 miles, and without all those spectators, I don't think that would have happened.
Is that the extra energy?
No, it's awesome to be here. It's absolutely freaking incredible. This is the best place on earth. These guys, everyone loves it. The way down, we got support all the way. It was awesome.
Yeah, seeing the support is like no other, right? Like you're a racing team. You're just racing in the middle of nowhere. Fans come and just like support you guys. It's gotta feel so good when you're out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. I don't know what's better, actually driving the car or handing the stickers out to the fans afterwards. But yeah, it's we do everything that we can to give back, and we just love these guys so much.
Well, we hear people screaming over there. I don't know if that's part of your crew or not, but
They're going to be now.
yeah, exactly. Well, how about this, boys? Enjoy your beer. Welcome to Cabo.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much. Take care.
All right, here with the 725 of Seth Gozlowski. Here we are. You're in this Bronco, and I'm standing next to you with the AC blowing on me.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we're running the stock Bronco. It's great in here. It's comfortable.
I love it. I love it that you guys have your navigation going over there. You got the AC running. You put your windows up. I'm sure you probably had your windshield wipers going, cleaning your windshield.
Oh, yeah. Especially in the water crossings when it's splashed up. So, yeah.
So all in all, let's talk about this. How did this Ford Bronco do for you?
This was so much fun. This thing was a blast. I enjoyed every day, the scenery, the just everything about this Bronco, the whole experience. It's awesome.
Well, I mean, this is like a showroom floor class, right, is what this one is called?
It is. It's something like production stock class, yeah, and that's how we run this thing as close to stock as possible. I'm an engineer. We're actually running an engineering test out here, making sure Bronco is built tough for Baja.
Well, who else better to put in there than somebody that's actually engineering these things?
Absolutely, yeah, that's what I always say.
Yeah, that's what I always say about racers that work on their own vehicles. They know what's going on the best, so it's something you might, maybe we need to change this up, you can go back and do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congratulations on finishing the 2025 Norris Baja. Hopefully we see you back here again, maybe doing some more testing or just having some fun for yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for everyone at Ford, everyone that supported this, getting it ready, and we appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I would say go cool off, but it's like, what, 60 degrees in there right now?
Absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the finish.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, bringing the old school Razor all the way to the finish line. She's normally aspirated too, right?
That's right. That's right. She did well. A few little issues along the way, but nothing too bad. Obviously, we made it 1,400 miles, and we're super happy about that.
You make it sound like it's easy. 1,400 miles all the way down to Cabo San Lucas. You guys had to have some stuff go on down the way.
Oh yeah, we went through a few CV boots, one blown tire, and a couple of the little minor things, but other than that, it worked pretty good.
She's still purring.
Yeah, hopefully we're purring for the next one too.
Well, there's all kinds of yelling, all kinds of fans over here. I don't know what's going on. Is that part of your crew?
It is not, but maybe it needs to be.
That's exactly what the guys in front said. Hey, gentlemen, welcome to Cabo. Enjoy your beer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Matt Johnson out here at the finish line. How you feeling?
Great.
Just great.
Yeah, wonderful. It's my wife, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Navigating.
How was it navigating?
Pardon?
How was it navigating?
Pretty good. It's a little, every now and then it gets a little too technical, but we muddled through it.
There you go. Well, you guys had smiles when you came in here, and it's, great week because you're at the finish line. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it was a fun time. It was well put together. Yep, it was an awesome race.
Well, here we are, though. I mean, it was a fun course out there from everybody that's told me that, and you guys get to go hang out and have some fun now.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Have a good time.
You guys brought the YXZ home. Blue colors, blue beer. Welcome to Cabo.
Amen. We love matching. Thank you to Mexico. Thank you to the people of Mexico. Fantastic event.
I will say this. Were you guys cramped in here? I personally have a lot of association with the Yamahas, but I'm so stoked to see you guys down here.
Yeah, it's a tight fit up top, but we make it work, and it's fun being fast and twitchy in the corners. Helps us catch all the Broncos and the high horsepower people, which makes it a lot of fun. But we keep it intimate. Everybody gets to know each other well inside the car.
If you had 3 seconds to explain NORRA, what's your answer?
Dangerous.
Dangerous is a pretty strong word. Does that mean that you guys had some danger on the way down?
We ended up on our roof in day one, but we were fortunate enough to have everybody be lots of fun to just roll us right back over, and we kept going. But then the rest of the race was nice and clean. If I were to take that 3 seconds and turn it into 3 things: great people, great place, and lots of fun.
Oh man, we should just end the whole show on that, dude. Look at you with the outro. Mate, congratulations, boy.
Thank you, everybody.
Here with with Todd Romano at the finish line for NORRA's Baja. You did this whole entire peninsula run solo.
Well, the parade laps with you in the seat.
Yes.
Yeah, I did have you here for a couple parade laps qualifying, but yeah, it's been a journey. The car's been amazing. The course, as always, is amazing, and the fans. So it's been a lot of miles, a lot of hours. Yeah, my butt's sore.
Do you talk to yourself in the car?
Yeah, I gave myself shit a couple times.
That's awesome.
Myself up. I got lazy a few times. But no, it's awesome. It's great fun to be alone up there.
Well, I have to say, I was in that passenger seat for a couple of laps out there at qualifying. That was a blast. I was like wanting to be in it the whole time, but we know I can't do that because I'm working, but you're an amazing driver.
Well, thanks. And you paid me a great compliment. You got to see me qualify. You said, yeah, you didn't go that fast with me in the car. And,
No, you definitely did not. You were hauling the melon qualifying, but right now, though, it's all about this whole entire run, finishing out here in Cabo. Great job. Doing it solo, I don't know if I could do it.
You know what? I just love it. Came from riding bikes, and yesterday I probably should have had a passenger. I had to put a serpentine belt on. It usually takes about 5 minutes. It took me an hour. So.
Well, you got it, though. You got it done, and here you are. You're at the finish with that great smile.
Yeah, well, thanks so much. It's great seeing you, and thanks for all the support out here.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you guys all tomorrow night at the party, so have some fun tonight as well.
See you tonight. Thanks again.
All right. Great job. Doing it solo.
Another blue car, but you guys got red beards this time.
That's right. How are you?
Well, so give us a little bit of a rundown on how your guys' race was all the way down. We know you guys were chasing the other blue car.
Yeah, it was a great event. Both Yamahas ran very, very well. Definitely broke some stuff, but we were able to fix it, and the cars did great. We got a lot of people at home rooting for us. The Yamaha cars won well, and all the help from Yamaha at home has been really good. Big thanks to Rich at home, and we kept the cars running after a rough day. So.
How'd your fingers feel after shifting all the way down?
Oh, they like it. It's good. It's good. It's a fun car to drive. So.
All right, so we got to wrap this up. Anything crazy happen, or are you guys pretty smooth all the way down?
We love it. We did break one part in the front, and we were able to lash it together. It's one of my favorite parts. It came in with 3 wheels, so it was a lot of fun. So.
There you go. What's the next step for what you guys are going to do down here in Cabo?
We're having fun the rest of the day. It's going to be great. Get some sleep and enjoy the nice culture. We've been jipping ourselves, working on stuff. So.
Yeah, now it's time to let it soak, baby. Good job. Welcome to Cabo, gentlemen.
Later, boys.
Antonio Contreras here at the finish line. You look like you're pretty clean. Were you dust-free today?
I was. Look, my hat. No, it was a very hard day, a fun day, a lot of dust. We start a little bit behind. So that was a challenge day, but it was really fun. So thanks God we are on the finish line again.
Yeah, finish line, that's where it's all about.
It's all about, you got to compete against your skills, against Baja. And there is great drivers in front of us. So I'm happy that many of them, they made it to the finish line. One of them is our friend, so really happy to be here.
All right, PJ Jones. Man, solid 4 days. A little bit of bad luck the last 2 days.
Yeah, this is, I guess, how Baja goes. And, we had the lead and just was cruising, trying to just keep Max behind us. And, I thought we were just running a great conservative pace. And, steering shaft yesterday went for a little bit of a wild ride. Didn't crash, which was fortunate. And then today broke a tie rod end, and I was out in the open wash, so it wasn't that big a deal. But yeah, I guess the Baja wasn't on our side this year. So we were fast. We went first in stage 1 today. I think second at max in stage 2. So we were rolling pretty good, just trying to see how good we could go and see where we'd end up.
Yeah, well, top contender the entire time, right? And one of the things that I wanted to say that was so cool is you guys were able to share your entire journey with not only the team, but with all the fans. We had a lot of comments come in. You have a lot of fans. You have a lot of people that wanted you to be winning out here. But there's always next year.
Yeah, always does. You know, that was our car that did win with Kyle Vestermark. You know, he drives this car half the time in the Baja 1000. So, you know, hands off to him to winning. You know, if I'm not going to win and none of my cars, or, you know, I want one of my cars to win. So we'll just come back next year and 500 and, you know, see if we can win again.
It's always good seeing you down in Baja, man, and making it to the finish line is no small accomplishment. So welcome to Cabo, boys. Enjoy.
That's absolutely true, and my guys did just such a great job, and you know, they worked hard all week long, and we had 4 cars plus Kyle. It's just 5, and they just did a really good job, and I appreciate them a lot. So, yeah.
PJ Jones, always a consummate professional. Welcome to Cabo, like I said, boys. We'll see you guys soon.
Trip is when everyone gets together and all the racers are there hanging around at the pool area there at Cabo Azul, just relaxing and kind of just bench racing, if you will, and going over it. And that's an awesome time. So right now we're looking down at the finish line as the first rush of competitors have come across the line, and the majority of them have made it. As there is a slight lull in the action here. So as we are continuing on, we've got another interview or so we might do, and then right now it's a matter of we don't have a lot of action right here in front of you to show you, because as we have for most days, it just kind of winds down at the end here, and we end up not having a whole lot to show you. But all in all the top runners and pretty much all the classes have across the line. And we have not crowned any champions yet, and we can't because, as you know, there's all the times that go in, possible penalties, this, that, and the other thing. And so no champions will be crowned today, but we will be doing that tomorrow. I should say I will be doing that tomorrow on stage down there as we have a massive award ceremony right on the beach. It is one seriously impressive program, a huge stage. Big live band, massive fireworks shows. We have dancers, we have mariachi, we have everything. And it all happens tomorrow night right on the beach down here in Cabo. And I'm talking top of the line food, drink, entertainment, the whole nine. I will be there to host the whole thing. And what a show it is. As right now we're looking out, there's nobody left to take off on the beginning of special stage number 3. Few people out on course, and we've got the majority of everyone now down to the finish line as we have an opportunity here to head down momentarily back down to Pam. So Pam, let's hit her up.
All our drivers and everybody all hydrated and everything, but here you are in the driver's seat at the finish of the NORRA Baja. How are you feeling?
Yep, this is great. This is my 6th NORRA in a 1600 car. 4th win. I've had 2 second places and 4 first places.
Well, with all of the success you've had out here, I mean, I know you love Baja. You have a place down here in Baja, and you're having a blast always.
Oh, always. This is just so much fun. It's all our friends, all our family. This is the one race where I just get to relax and not have to work and just get to play.
Well, and that's what's awesome about it too. You know, it's a family race is what it's kind of like out here. I mean, you've had a lot of people out here with you. You had your husband with you. You guys are switching.
So much fun for 6 days.
It's good to see you here at the finish line. Who is it in our co-driver's seat?
This is Jocelyn the first time she's ever raced in a race ever. So this was, I thought, a great introduction for her. We've been talking about it for a long time, and she's been wanting to, so I said, come co-drive with me for Norra. So she's been with me the last 2 days, co-driving.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on getting to the finish. I know you're ready to go relax and have some fun, so we'll see you later on, Julie.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pam.
All
¿Cómo
right, Miss
estuvo
Julie
tu
Boyd.
carrera? Muy buena, hubo de todo, arena, piedra, mucho acantilado y mucha diversión sobre todo.
Feliz Cabo.
Bien, feliz de llegar allá a Cabo después de 6 días de ruta o de carrera. Muy feliz.
Muy feliz.
Muy feliz. Ya, todo termina.
Ándale.
Muchas gracias. Gracias al equipo Nissan. Gracias a todo el equipo que estuvo aquí presente para poder estar aquí y llegar aquí a Cabo. Gracias a la familia también que nos dio permiso.
Thanks, boys.
Here with the 7127 of Scott Phipps out here at the finish line. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Things are great. We got to finish and got to the end.
That's all that matters is getting to the finish.
Yes, that's what's most important is getting to the finish. Have to get to the finish.
So did you have a pretty smooth race all around, or was any problems out there?
Well, we had a real good race all the way through. I mean, we called the Rhino Ranger. I mean, but we lost the heart, so we had to put a new engine in halfway through. But put us back about about 6-7 hours. So otherwise, we did good. But overall, we had the bones to handle it.
That's all that matters too, and it definitely looks. You have a good-looking truck out here. So congratulations on getting to the finish.
Yep. Well, thank you. Good to be here.
Welcome to Cabo, boys.
How are you?
We're doing pretty good. How does it feel to be here?
Feels really great. Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Long few days, you know?
Well, it looks like you got a little bit of liquid on the car. Was that beer spray?
Yeah, it was definitely Pacifico spray. 100%.
That's good. Well, you're supposed to be drinking that stuff. Anything good happened today?
We just had some mechanical issues with the car, and it was a little hard to bring it in, but we got it here, so that's all that really matters.
Yeah, well, 100% is all that matters. And you're in Cabo. It's, what, 1,400 miles, dude? That's a long way.
We finished every single mile. We finished every stage, so feel really great.
Yeah,
you know?
got to feel pretty good. What's the next move?
Coyote 300.
Dude. Father's Day Coyote. All right, good job, boys.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Welcome to Cabo.
Danny Strunk here at the finish line for the 2025 Norra Baja. How you feeling?
We're good. We're good. We had a flawless last day. We had some rough times this trip, but we're here. We made it. So I'd like to give a shout out to all my boys from Mexicali that helped me out. Dave did half the driving and co-driving this afternoon. My wife and Dave Parsons for an amazing prep on my car.
Well, it takes a whole entire team, and you have a great one here, it sounds like, from what you're saying. And it's awesome to see you here at the finish, so congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Last day, we had some rough times this trip, but
All right, so folks, there we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here at the finish line with all of our interviews and things. As we got a handful of competitors out on the course, but not a whole lot of them. The majority of them are here and celebrating in Cabo at the last and final finish line. Folks, I doubt you're just tuning in for the first time, but if you are, this is the last and final day, day 6, the conclusion of the 2025 Norra Baja here. 6 days of racing starting all the way up in Ensenada and making its way down the finish line. We started in Ensenada on the San Felipe, Bay of Leyes, San Ignacio, Loreto, La Paz, and now San Jose del Cabo, as they've all been making their way down to the finish line, and we are finally here, and this is where the party gets underway. Who's not there just yet? This competitor coming off the line right now in the 769. A couple of them still out on course, not many, but a few, making their way to the last and final finish line. As he drops down into the wash, the soft wash, and then that track's going to get very, very tight for him as he's in the 769. Tomasa Magori. And there we see a drone shot of the finish line. Just down past that, that's where the party is at. Everybody comes into the area with Stella and gets their Stella navigation system taken off of their race vehicle. And then they head down to get their interviews and where the party truly gets underway. As we continue on here, folks, with giving you as much of the information as we can. I'll tell you right now, it was a great 2025 Norra's Baja as we get down to the end. And as far as it went, I got to tell you, we started off day 1 and 2. That was just tech and contingency. It's a fun little party that happens in Ensenada. That is before the race even gets underway. Then the first day of racing, that takes off from Ensenada. From Ensenada, Mexico, here in Baja, travels down the peninsula to San Felipe, crosses from the Pacific over on the other side to the eastern portion of the peninsula. From there, from San Felipe, we go on to Bay of LA. Bay of LA, they left there early in the morning, went to San Ignacio, right in the center. Beautiful little village. From San Ignacio to Loreto, gorgeous area in Loreto. Loreto down where the party just starts getting going in La Paz, and people can feel, hey man, we're almost there, we're on our way. And then today, day 6, the last and final day, as they left La Paz this morning bright and early, and they are now down here in San Jose del Cabo. Over 1,300 miles of racing and ground has been covered. Champions will be crowned tomorrow night on the beach, on the big stage, as I hand them all their awards for classes, for overalls, you name it, all the different classes. I'll tell you right now, without making anything official, Dave Mason Jr. with the overall looking really good. Very small chance that he's not taking home that trophy. He's across the line. He did it with style. He did it with pizzazz. And so Dave Mason Jr. looking to be a NORRA champion again and doing it here in 2025. The post team behind him, that team is run by Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran, Robbie Gordon, Post, Brent Bowman navigating for all of them. Absolutely amazing. They won their class for sure, and looks like they've probably been coming in second overall. So an excellent run. Let's get into the UTVs for a minute, and keep in mind, none of this is official, but this is the way things are looking right now. Our UTV Class 10s, Cesar Chavez. He's the first one across the line. Is it official by the times? I'm not sure yet, but he was the first one to get here. That's for sure. The numbers won't lie once all the math gets figured out. Thomas Purcell, he's looking very good as well. But then again, there's the Kyle Vestermark team. They were right in the mix. So they're going to be battling. We're going to have to go through the times. Canadian George will have to figure all that stuff out for us, along with Elzeo Garcia, our race director, who is going to be crowned tomorrow night on the beach, on stage of our production class UTVs. Will it be Vestermark? Will it be Purcell? Time will tell. So, folks, with no further ado, and a tear in my eye, as we just finish up here for the 6th and final day of the 2025 Norra's Baja for Bilstein Shocks, Myers Minks, Ford Performance, Speed UTV, and Fab School. And, of course, George from Starstream bringing us all the action in the interviews, along with Pam Hall. My name is Sean Cermony, and I couldn't have been happier to be here and be with you for all 6 days of racing and 2 days of contingency. Thank you so much, folks. I'll see you guys down the road in October for the 500. Signing off for now. Thanks for going racing with us.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.